Good morning and welcome to Central Wisconsin Airport, where Donald Trump is scheduled to speak this afternoon. It is a brisk day here this morning as the crowds are arriving, and they are arriving in numbers to come out to see the potential 47th president of the United States, Donald Trump. My name is Mike Fortin, along with Christina
Loren. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
We are thrilled to be out here in Mosinee, Wisconsin. As you can see, the crowd is lively this morning. We have a lot of people standing in line. It's early, it's cold, temps in the 40s. President Donald Trump is slated to speak at 1 p.m. Doors are going to open up, the proverbial door. They're going to start letting people in at about 9 a.m. And so we're going to bring you all the action right here on RSBN. But I want to start with a bit of a bang this morning. Now, if you are part of the chat, then you know this woman. We have Poppy with us this morning. She's very active in the RSBN chat. She's a legend, and she's actually out here this morning. She drove all the way from Illinois. Good morning to you.
Good morning, everybody. Hi, everyone.
I bet you that chat is lighting up right now. Tell me a little bit about why being a part of the RSBN chat, part of this movement, is so important to you.
Because we know that President Trump is what we need to make America great again. It's just he's the answer, and just the bottom line is what we need is him.
You know, I like to read the chat. People are always saying, they're responding to your comments saying, that's our Poppy. How does it feel to have such a warm reception every time you go into that chat room? You get to interact with other Trump followers just like you.
They're all great people. They're such wonderful people. They all, want the best for everyone. So it's just, we all want the same thing. We're all on the same page.
Well, from everybody at RSBN, on behalf of everybody, the CEO, Joe Seals, his beautiful wife, everybody, we just thank you for being such an active follower.
Well, it's an honor to be part of it, so it's an honor.
Well, you're a legend, so I'm so thrilled to get a chance to meet you. We'll catch up with you a little bit later. So we're having a good time out here already. It's early, and the sun's coming up. Look at this. We got a Trump girl excited in the background.
Yep, it's the crowd is definitely pumped up here. I want to say, again, good morning to everybody watching us live here on RSBN. I want to get started and tell you about our friends at Birch Gold. Did you know there's nearly $1 trillion of infrastructure and pandemic funds yet to be spent? That's right. There's a massive amount of money that the lame duck administration is pushing hard to spend in the last few months. If Biden can push out these funds, we could see another prolonged inflation surge, just like during COVID. And I'm sure you remember the terrible effects those high prices had on us Americans. But there's hope. A surge in prices can be beaten. A gold IRA from Birch Gold Group is the ultimate inflation hedge for your savings. To see how to protect your IRA and 401k, get a free info kit on gold by texting the word Trump to 989898. Plus, Birch Gold's special offer has been extended. If you make a purchase, they are giving away free Trump silver coins. These unique collectibles depict Trump defiantly raising his fist after the attempt on his life. Don't miss your chance to own this one-of-a-kind piece of history. Protect your saving from Biden's spending spree and get your free Trump silver coins. Text Trump to 989898. That's Trump to 989898.
And the best part about Birch Gold is, it's a big decision to invest in precious metals, but all you have to do is contact them, and they have a team of experts who will walk you through. They'll help you make the right choices for you and your family. And even if you're on the fence about actually investing in precious metals, they can answer any questions that you have. So text Trump to 989898, and you'll get everything you need from Birch Gold.
All right. Well, like I said, the crowds are building. There's a lot of people coming in. The parking lot is just about filled. Good morning, good morning. And so, as you see, there's flags. We've got the Koreans for Trump. We've got everybody out here. It's really just going to be a fantastic day. We've got a lot of Trump fans coming up to us here. Christina's got another interview. Go ahead, take it away.
Well, I've got Brett Favre's doppelganger here. Good morning to you.
Y'all, that happened about 40 years ago, and Brett and I that old gunslinger, I'll tell you. The opportunity, though, just wanted to mention, Brett did put out yesterday that his opinion only is that if you cross the border, you basically are not an American until you go through the U.S. citizenship protocol. And so Brett love you, and Deanna and Miss Bonita, love you, and of course, go Pack, go. But we got to get the main point here. I was about 100 in, and we got all our fellow Republicans here. Just want to make sure that the state of Wisconsin knows that this Brett Favre lookalike, Kirk Ermatinger, supports Donald Trump and all he has as far as for making America great again, and the opportunity to save our country, because it is a true disaster potentially if we don't straighten it out. The opportunity for Americans to be able to go to work, have their entire payroll check brought home. Obviously, we all pay our taxes, some of us. But anyways, the opportunity for Donald and what he's going to do is going to bring back to moms and dads money to be able to let them get their kids hamburgers instead of hot dogs. Yeah. And then to be able to just know that there's only one way into the country. And again, our U.S. Constitution says how to do that. And you don't have to come in through the Lady Liberty. You just got to be able to go through the process and do it legally. And I want to say to all my Latino American friends out there, love you guys. And from the standpoint of being able to know that we're all Americans, black, white, red, green, I don't care what color you are. Of course, we don't support certain colors, but the opportunity to know that the red, white, and blue will stand. I worked with the U.S. Army. I was a safety officer.
Ah, thank you for your service.
Fort Drum, New York. Jim Kingsley, Marianne Kingsley, hey. Both Republicans. Love you guys. I want to shout out to Iola, Wisconsin. 30 minutes from here. I was able to come off duck season to come to the Trump rally. And I met a duck hunter going out. He said, hey, tell them all hi. So my buddies there in Iola, Stevens Point and Plover and Green Bay.
You got a lot of friends. You got a lot
Absolutely.
Of friends.
Well, I've met people from Minnesota. I met people from Illinois. I've met people from all over. And I do support Trump Vance. It's the only way forward. And the opportunity, just from the standpoint to know that if we want a future and we want our Constitution to stand, as George Washington wrote it in 1773, the preamble, in God we trust. Thank you, Jesus.
Thank you, Jesus.
And the opportunity just to know that the way we're going, it's not good for anyone. And I'm talking all Americans. I don't care what party you're with. All Americans need to know that if we continue on the track we're on, we're not going to have a country and our freedom is going to be removed. So go Donald Trump, go J.D. Vance.
Go Packers.
Go Packers. And of course, Wisconsin with love and all the cheese you can eat.
Ah, cheese curds. You can't get enough of them. And remind me, what team was it that has the most Super Bowl wins out of any other team in the NFL?
12 championships strong, and we're going to add to that. We just lost our quarterback, and we do love Jordan Love, but we've got a couple of backup quarterbacks that are going to come in, and hopefully, I think I know this answer. They are Republican, and we couldn't have the NFL without capitalism. So just remember that when everybody should be standing for the flag to support all Americans. That's our neighbors, that's our families, that's our friends, that's our fellow Christians, and anyone who practices religion in the United States. So
freedom
again,
of religion.
We have freedom of religion, speech, and we should have freedom of finance, because if they go to a digital system, people, if we go to a cashless society, we're screwed.
Well, you know what? I just want to thank you. You're very well versed in being a Republican and what it means to be an American. And I thank you for the time that you took with us today. God bless you, sir. I like what you stand for. I'm glad to share a country with you.
But God bless you all. And again, fellow neighbor of yours from Wisconsin, we're all in this together. So we got to make America great again. That's what Donald Trump stands for, and J.D. Vance. God bless all. God bless America.
Thank you. And you know, he brings up a really good point, Mike. He talks about how people want to come into this country because this country is so great. And we have to share this country. We want to bring in as many people as we can the right way.
Absolutely.
But it's not going to be great if we continue to leave that open border the way that it is.
We've seen some of the damage that's already been happening. We've seen Aurora, Colorado. We've seen other, this seems to be a thing with this with these Venezuelan gangs taking over an apartment complex, wreaking havoc in cities all over America. And a place like Aurora, Colorado, the last place anyone would think something like this would happen. Obviously, we're now starting to see that these gangs, the illegal immigrants, are just leaking into all parts of the country. So whether you're a border city or you're middle America, this can really happen anywhere. But I can tell you this, one thing is this crowd is really pumped. Who is excited to see Donald Trump this afternoon? All right, you can see people are fired up. It's a little early, make some noise. There you go. Gotta wake up everybody. What's up, buddy, how are you? You wanna be on TV? Dad, are you cool with that?
Absolutely.
Awesome. What's your name and where are you from?
Brad from Wausau.
And what's your name, man?
I'm Ben.
Ben, how are you? How old are you?
I'm 10.
10 years old. First Trump rally?
Yeah. I've been to one.
So this is number 2? Wow, a veteran. Dad's raising you right, huh?
Yeah. Yep.
Dad, what's some of the issues that you're facing, raising a son and what's going on right now? What's some of the biggest issues you're facing?
Inflation is one of the biggest. Also, one of the reasons we want to vote for Trump is school choice. But besides those things, I think just the world stage with national security and some of the wars going on is the biggest thing for me for family safety.
Obviously, your dad seems pretty educated on what's going on. What are you seeing in school? Are your friends talking about Trump? Are your friends talking about the election?
Not really. Not really.
Yeah, it's probably a little young, but are you hearing anything? Is there anything that scares you or anything that worries you from what you're hearing your dad, you're seeing on TV, what you're hearing about Kamala Harris?
No.
Not too much? Not yet? Don't worry, when you get older, you're going to be scared, very scared. Well, all right, Dad, thank you so much for being with us. You guys have a great day. It's going to be a long day, but it's going to be worth it when Donald Trump arrives today. How you guys doing? Christina, take it away. She's got another great interview coming up.
There's a lot of people who came out here from Illinois, and tell me a little bit about yourself and why. You guys are streaming RSBN right now.
Yeah, we're big Trump supporters. Go Trump! Woohoo! We're excited. We can't wait to support him, and we can't wait for him to kill this election.
Yeah, I know. It's getting down to the wire now. We're less than 2 months away. Why are you voting for him in this particular election cycle? I'm guessing you've been a Trump supporter for a while, but why now?
He's no BS. He tells it how it is. He's not afraid to say his mind. He doesn't have senators in his pocket, and he's there for the best of America. So.
That's right. He's not going to be bought. You cannot buy President Donald Trump. He knows exactly what he wants to do. He's got a straight idea. And some of the policies that he's put forward to help the economy, it's really going to be beneficial in states like Illinois, in states like Wisconsin. I can imagine a lot of the conversations that you all have together are surrounding politics.
Oh, every day, all day, baby.
I know, me too. It's my favorite thing to talk about, which is why it's such a blessing to be able to be on RSBN. And you know what? We got a boat parade coming up. And the boat parades for Trump, I love seeing the visuals. Tell me about yours.
We're just going to have a big boat parade in Green Bay, Wisconsin, September 14th, and it's going to be a big one, and I hope to see you all there.
Okay, so let's see this. September 14th, 2024, 1 p.m. departure. How many boats are you expecting to turn out?
I'm hoping to have 1,000.
1,000 boats flying those Trump flags?
Yes, I hope to have 1,000. We're going to have a blast.
Why is organizing an event like this something that's important to you? It takes a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of resources.
Yes, and it's just going to be incredible. It's fun. It's a prayer group, and you have your flags, and being on the water and boating is one of the best in the world.
With like-minded individuals who care about this country, who want to see it great again, like only one man can do. There he is, our president, Donald J. Trump. Okay, and he might be watching right now in preparation for today's speech. What would you say to him if he had your ear?
I would say thank you, Donald Trump, for all your hard work. You're the greatest president of all time, and your work ethic is astounding and inspiring, and you are great to all people. And I want to thank you again for all your hard work and everything you've ever done for us. You're amazing, sir.
Thank you. That was beautiful. And he's got a big debate coming up, just 3 days away. He's still making the time to come out here. We had some great news yesterday. Judge Merchan in New York is going to be postponing the sentencing until after the election, so we don't have to worry about him being pulled off of the campaign trail. That is a wonderful thing. We found out that the National Fraternal Order of Police are supporting Donald J. Trump. And there's a lot of good news, a lot of inspiration in the Republican Party right now. I know Mike's excited. He's dancing over here.
Well, you know, it's like I'm not so much dancing as I am trying to stay warm. It's, you know, I just came from 108 degrees in Las Vegas to a nice 38, 40 degrees here in Wisconsin. So just a little bit of a change. So anything I can to, you know, even this microphone is ice cold. So I know there's a lot of people waving us down. Unfortunately, we've got so many barricades that we can't really get into the crowds, and they go pretty far back to the hangar. And we'd love to, but right now we're kind of stuck in this little bit of an area here. So we're trying to get some more interviews for you guys. We're trying to get some more people. We're being flagged down, but unfortunately we can't get really where we need to go. But I can tell you that people are excited. The lines continuing to come. The transport vans are bringing people over, lining up. What's your overall feeling this morning? I know I can tell you, I see a lot of kids here today. Look at this guy. What's up, man? How are you?
He's got that Trump sweatshirt.
Tavian.
Yeah, are you excited to be here today? Mom, is that you back there? How are you? What's your name and where are you from?
I'm Jenny. I'm from Independence, and this is our first rally, and we're really excited to be here. So.
Awesome. As a mom right now, over the past 3.5 years, what are some of the things that are really affecting you and your family?
Well, the inflation for one. I'm thinking about our future for our kids, and if we go to war and all that stuff, I don't really want that to happen. So we really just got to make sure we can keep living the way we do. And right now we're paycheck to paycheck. Before we were doing really well, and now we're...
I can tell you, groceries are probably not going as far as they used to.
Exactly, and gas and all that other stuff, and it's like, you can't live like that for that long anymore.
So, yeah, and I know Donald Trump today expected to talk more about the economy and lay out some more plans that he's looking forward to do. Let me ask you, between Donald Trump and J.D. Vance over the past 40-plus days, they've done about 40 interviews with journalists and so on and so forth, compared to Kamala's 18 minutes on CNN with her side crutch, Tim Walz. What do you think about that for someone who's running for president of the United States?
Well, I think they should spend more time on the politics and on their own policies instead of bashing the other people. And I really don't even know what she stands for, except for just telling me that she's going to give people tax credits and stuff that we're going to pay for in the long run. So.
Yeah, that seems to be a thing. She keeps telling us she's going to help out small businesses, but at the end of the day, the taxes that she's going to impose are going to take from one hand to the other. So she's going to be handing you the tax breaks on one, but taking the tax back on the back end.
We're going to pay for it one way or the other. So
that's really it. So again, thank you guys so much. Have a great day. Try and stay warm for this cold morning. But again, you've heard now for the past few people, economy, a huge issue here in Wisconsin, and something that people are really worried about. As you see from rally to rally and state to state that we go here at RSBN, that, everyone has their concerns. Arizona's concerned, border, fentanyl, human trafficking. Here, it's the economy. So, we've spoken to a couple parents now. Obviously, a huge issue being able to feed their family, put gas in the car. So, again, another day, another state, and more issues that are just afflicting everyday Americans that, over the past 3.5 years have really hurt.
Yeah, no, it's a tough time. This is a small town of 5,000 in Mosinee, Wisconsin, and so we're going to be hearing from a lot of people who have rural issues as well. And I think that it's just a beautiful thing that President Donald J. Trump would come out to a rural location like this, because rural America is known to decide elections. So this is a small town with a lot of heart, 5,000 people population. We're expecting a crowd size at least that large later on today. Thank you.
Thank you.
RSBN has a lot of love out here this morning.
For sure.
Yeah, absolutely. What's your name?
My name is Lisa Kreiser, and my husband Todd here.
Hey, Todd.
And I would love to say hi to Stephanie, our cohort in Trumpland. We met her at the People's Convention in Detroit. So I just wanted to say hi and get well soon, and we love you. Mwah.
Where are you from?
We're from Green Bay, Wisconsin.
You're from Wisconsin. Wisconsin, it's a lot happening here right now, and it's a swing state. I wonder, I'm from Tennessee, it's a red state. How do you deal with the opposition? Because everybody seems to have a very strong opinion about this particular election.
I find that if you're on the opposite side, then Trump, they don't want to talk about it because they can't argue the facts. Kamala she's in office right now, the vice president. They always, with interviews, when they're interviewing others, they'll say our candidate rather than the vice president because they don't want that to be, obviously people know, but they'll know even more.
Yeah, they want to disassociate her from Bidenomics, but she's a big part of Bidenomics.
We are very proud of Bidenomics, right? So ridiculous. I'm worried about the open borders. I'm worried about just everything happening around here. So.
The media's portrayal of President Donald J. Trump has not been helpful. How do you feel about the way that the media has treated him? And tell me about how the media has changed throughout your lifetime when it comes to covering politics.
For sure. The media's, it's awful the way they treat President Trump. And even like during the DNC, they brought up Trump's name how many times instead of the policies. And I feel that once George Soros and Barack Obama got in, that's when it all kind of switched. You're not supposed to have an opinion, right, as reporters.
Right. That's about the time.
Now it's all anti-Trump. But thank God for people like you, RSBN, found you in 2020. Yeah, and have followed ever since. So, yeah, he's saying no, he doesn't want to be.
Are you recording this whole thing? That's funny.
Thank you for letting me say hi to Stephanie.
Smart woman. I really appreciate the time that you took to talk about this. Thank you. And it's got to be hard. You can't fly that Trump flag around here without taking a little bit of resistance from maybe your neighbors. So good for you for standing up for what's right.
Exactly. We own a business, so that is hard to do. Also, just met a gentleman. I went to the Republican store in Green Bay, 90 years old, and his name is Jack, and a true Trumper. On our way up to the People's Convention, we went up through Upper Michigan, Upper Peninsula, and we stayed overnight in Mosinee. We went to a small coffee shop there, and I was turning to tell the gentleman behind me, you can go ahead, because I don't know what I want. And he had a Korean vet baseball cap on. So I said, thank you for your service. And he said that thank you very much. It was my honor to serve, but I am hoping that in the next administration, and I said, what are you telling me? I said, can I record you? And he let me record him. His name is Wilbur, 94 years old, like I said, and he said that when Trump was in, at the veterans hospitals, he was taken care of, both mentally and physically. He made sure to say that. And once Biden got back in, everything was taken away. The illegals are taking over the veterans hospitals. It doesn't make any sense. So, yeah. So our vets aren't being taken care of again. So Trump Vance 2024, let's get our vets taken care of.
Absolutely. And there's a lot of homeless veterans out there, and they need assistance as well. No. Thank you. You're a strong conservative woman, and I appreciate you showing that to our audience this morning.
All right. Well, that sounded like it went pretty well. I want to tell our friends here watching this morning about the Wellness Company. America, listen up. The world is getting more unpredictable by the day. We've got assassination attempts, rumors of civil war, an unstable stock market, and now the looming threat of bird flu is on everyone's mind. Did you know that there's a bird flu summit coming in October? It's eerily reminiscent of Event 201 that foreshadowed the COVID plandemic. And get this, the first topic on the agenda is mass fatality management planning. Unbelievable. If that doesn't send chills down your spine, I don't know what will. But here's the good news. You don't have to be scared if you are prepared. The Wellness Company created a contagion emergency kit, and every home in America should have at least one of these. They're packed with life-saving meds like ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, antibiotics like Z-Paks, and it's all backed by experts like Dr. Peter McCullough. Imagine this, no more frantic searches for a doctor, no more emergency waiting rooms, just a few clicks, and this kit will be delivered to your front door. In times like these, having a contagion emergency kit is not just a luxury, it's a necessity. Protect your family by preparing now. Go to twc.health/RSBN and grab your contagion emergency kit now. That's twc.health/RSBN and use code RSBN to save you $45 at checkout. Kits are only available here in the U.S.
And you know, there's also a nebulizer that comes in that kit. And I actually tried it out. I wanted to see how that code worked. You can actually save up to $48 when you use the promo code RSBN.
So $48.
I might be in the market for a contagion kit myself.
Are you contagious?
No.
All right. Yeah,
I just want to be prepared for anything. And you know, we travel a lot. And
that
so
is true.
having a Z-Pack on hand for a trip.
That's actually a really good idea.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
It's, we interact with so many different people on airplanes all the time, from state to state. So, it's definitely something. It's funny. I want to see. I heard that Kamala Harris might have a superpower.
Oh, what is that?
And I want to see if anybody might be able to figure out her superpower. How you gentlemen doing this morning? Good. You want to come on over? You want to talk to RSBN? Come on over. You guys look fantastic. The three amigos.
Yeah.
Good morning. What's your name? Where are you from?
Rapids, Wisconsin Rapids.
Is that your name, or that's where you're from?
No, that's where I'm from.
What's your name?
Richard.
Richard. There. Good morning. What's your name, sir?
Leon from Marshfield. Chris Rigel from Lindsay.
So it's been rumored that Kamala Harris has a superpower. I was wondering if any of you guys know.
Superpower? I don't think so.
Vanishing from interviews. Yep. We've seen Trump and Vance do about 40 interviews now. Kamala Harris gone. 18 minutes of a cream puff of an interview on CNN. This is someone who's running for president of the United States. Wants to be your leader. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't want her for my leader. No vote from here.
What scares you the most?
What country my grandkids are going to grow up in with her in charge.
100%. 100%. Scary. Don't know what they're going to face in the future.
I feel the same way. It's scary.
What are you guys?
Can't keep going with it.
In your communities, what's some of the things that are affecting you guys and your families the most?
Well, I would say grocery prices, gas prices. You go to the grocery store and you get a little bag for $100,
I certainly feel that. How about you?
I mean, around here, it's pretty much the inflation that's killing us. Housing costs, different things. People can't buy houses, stuff like that.
I can tell you this. So far, of everyone that I've spoken to this morning, you guys are 10 for 10. It's been inflation. That seems to be the biggest thing here. We travel from state to state. We go to all these rallies. We speak to so many different patriots and Americans, and everyone has their own concerns. But here, it's been a solid 10 for 10. Everyone here, inflation, economy seems to be a big thing, which is what Trump is going to be speaking about today. Is there anything that you're hoping to hear today?
I just know Trump's got to get back in or this country's lost.
We got to close that border. All the illegal immigrants here are destroying this country.
Are you seeing that a lot in your communities as well? Is that affecting you guys at all?
It has around the area of Marshfield. They pour in all over the place now, and I know they're not legal.
Yeah, it seems to be, and I mentioned this earlier today, is that again, from place to place that we go and we travel, everyone has their own concerns. But it's now you're starting to see places like Aurora where people, these immigrants, these gangs are coming in and just wreaking havoc in places that aren't border cities. So it's really starting to leak into middle America, and obviously people are being affected, families are being affected, horrible things are happening to very good people. So, again, a huge issue here. Anything you want to add?
Like I said, Trump has got to get back in because this country is just done for if it doesn't.
Well, I think why they open up the border is they're letting these illegals in. They're going to give them driver's license so they can vote. And guess who they're going to vote for?
Yeah, that's a very real thing. I mean, we already know the laws are on the books where you have to be a citizen to vote, but now we have the left is trying to make it so that anyone can vote, which is just, we already have the laws in the books, and now they're trying to change the laws to rewrite it in their favor.
Save this beautiful nation, vote Trump.
There you have it. Again, from here in beautiful Wisconsin, at the Central Wisconsin Airport, more Patriots here. giving you their feelings, what's affecting them and their families. Christina, what do you have got going on?
Well, you know, this is the 7th Congressional District, actually a Republican district here in Wisconsin, and it's held by Tom Tiffany, U.S. Representative, who's big in mining. Something's interesting about Wisconsin, it's known as the Badger State, but not because of the animal. This state was founded on mining, and the actual prospectors came into this area, and in order to survive, they had to live like badgers and live in caves. Yeah, and mining is a really big deal in this state, so hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to some people about all the red tape that has come from environmental extremists. I have another great patriot here joining us now. What was your name?
My name is Ben Vo. I'm from Florida, Orlando, Florida.
And this is his 98th Trump rally. 98!
98. I say I have to go for 2 more times, so I don't have to count anymore. Not over, so I don't have to count.
What do you love about President Trump?
You know, it means like 4 years without him. You see right now, this country, it means like we lost everything. If we don't bring him back, we lost all at all. So right now we have nothing to lose. We have to go out and vote. If whoever wants to save the country, have to go out to vote for Trump 2024. Only him and J.D. Vance can protect the country. And if when him come back, we don't have to worry about the war or what everything. Every economy, he have to bring back the country, and he save the country. He is a, you know, if God it already saved him, so we have to know, and he saved America. So only him can protect it one. So everyone, whoever it is, we have to know it. I don't know, if camera have it, they too much liar. Look at her. It's 4 years. What is she did for this country? It's nothing. You know, it's like first year Biden told her go out to the border. Whoever see her in the border, no. So Trump protect the country. He saved the border. He saved the economy, and he saved all of us. So please get out and vote for Trump 2024.
I love it. Thank you so much. You're a great American patriot.
Thank you.
And I loved how he pointed out how God saved President Trump. And I do believe that there is an anointing on President Trump's life. I think that God saved him for a reason. If you're a Christian like me, put it in the chat. Let us know. Who are the Christians out there? If you're a Christian like me, you know that there are no coincidences. Everything in this life, God is in control of. I do believe that President Trump has been selected by God at this very moment. We do what's hard as Christians. We don't do what's easy. And this man has put everything on the line for our country. So I'm grateful that you recognize that, because obviously you're not happy with the immigration situation.
That's why I say it, because, you know, I'm from another country. I'm from another, you know, I'm Vietnamese. I came here illegally. I have to wait on list for 10 years before I come here. So I don't know, I don't want anybody have to cross the country without a permit. You know, Trump, he still protect for all immigration. He don't get, you know, he don't give that away. He still protect immigration. But he want everybody coming here have to be illegal. We don't want to take all the, you know, like criminal, mental, or whatever it is. It's from another country. It's within his country. We don't want to destroy the country. We want to protect the country and save the country. And we want the country have to be strong enough and freedom. That's how it be.
That's right. God bless America. And thank you so much for your time. 98.
American.
Thank you. Tell your wife we said hi.
Thank you.
We continue on now, and you can see the line is filling up. I think that this is going to be the case as the day draws on. Right now, temperatures are in the 40s. As you can see our breath as we're speaking out here this morning. But later on, we've got a mild high of about 65 degrees. Wind out of the northwest at about 10 to 15 miles an hour, so it is going to be a little bit breezy. But right now, now you can't even find a cloud in the sky. It's a beautiful day for a Trump rally, and as the temperatures warm up, more and more people are going to be coming out here. We've got two gentlemen over here. I'm going to make my way over and see what they're doing. Actually, yeah, let's do it. Get on over here, boys. What's your name?
Skylar Dunsing with the United States Patriot Society.
Awesome.
Yes.
What a great organization to be a part of. Okay, so I like your cross first and foremost. That's a big, proud, beautiful cross.
Yes.
Tell me about what you're doing out here today.
Sure. Well, we're happy to be here in support of our great President Trump, but most of all, our great country and our great Constitution, and to stop the spread of communism. So we're here working to network and unite with fellow patriots, is what we do at the U.S. Patriot Society, starting chapters all across the country to preserve, protect, and defend our Constitution, our freedom, and make sure our country stays a free nation to stave off communism and evil, because our nation's under attack right now.
I love that. You know, you're a young patriot. 4.5% of the world's population located here in the United States. 4.5%. To be born on this soil is such a beautiful thing. How do we get more young patriots involved in this movement?
I think 100% is just don't ignore us. I know some of us have kind of given ourselves a bad name, and that's because of the cell phone and the social media and the pop culture that's raised us. And a lot of that is Marxism, because they want to destroy the nuclear family. So you want to know how to engage with us is actually fight with us, fight alongside us, engage with us, because my generation, our country, do not have to be a generation that is lost. Together we will win, and we'll fight for this great country, and we will save it together. My family's been here since 1830. We were immigrants from Germany. So over 7 generations of Americans live in my family. And I'm proud to be an American. I will not sit idly by and watch this great nation of ours burn. So stand with us and fight with us.
You give me so much hope for the next generation. And who is this with you?
I'm the cameraman. You can reach us at TUSPS.org, though. That's where we're networking across America. So it's going well. It's going well.
Where are you from?
Oh, we're actually from northern Wisconsin. We're from St. Germain, Vilas County. It's where our office is out of. But I grew up in Illinois, Chicago, and suburbs. So I'm proud Illinois and Wisconsin patriot. But again, like you said, traveling across the country to network, unite with families, individuals, churches, businesses, you name it, in defense of our country. In fact, this last week we just launched in Texas and Massachusetts, our chapters there. So we're on our way to even more. North Carolina. You know what it is everybody you see here, everybody's fired up for this country because they know that communism is on our doorstep right now. It's the Chinese Communist Party and these evil globalists and oligarch tyrants who are taking over our country and are spineless sellout politicians. They're self-serving people, and we need to remember what our Constitution says. We the people for a reason, right? We have the power in this country, and with the glory and guidance of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and Almighty God, we will save this nation, and we have to.
Amen, young man. Amen.
Thank you.
Such a wonderful, thank you. So much encouragement coming from you this morning. God bless you as well. All right, we're going to send it back over to Mike, who has a veteran.
All right, guys. Well, I have a very special interview coming up. But first, folks, Steve Bannon has something crucial to share with you today, a tool that's making decentralized currency simple and accessible for everyone. It's called Patriot Pay, and it's the easiest way to get started with crypto. With just $20, you can dive into the world of cryptocurrency, and it couldn't be simpler. In minutes, you'll be able to buy Patriot Pay, Steve Bannon's coin, along with a variety of other top cryptocurrencies, all in one easy-to-use app, no complicated steps, no need for technical knowledge. Patriot Pay makes it all hassle-free. You can even make anonymous political donations through the app with just a few taps, supporting leaders who stand for our values like President Trump and Kari Lake. You can contribute to the cause you care for, all while making your donations private in the same app. Patriot Pay is also building the Patriot economy, helping businesses that share our values connect with customers like you. If you're a business owner, it's easy to get started with free listings in the Patriot economy. Just reach out today. So don't wait. Download Patriot Pay now. And with just a few clicks and $20, start taking advantage of the benefits of decentralized currency. Visit app.patriotpay.org. or download the app to get started. It's never been easier to join the movement and support the causes that matter most. Download the app by visiting app.patriotpay.org. And speaking of patriots, I have got a gentleman here, Ken, who fought in the Korean War. Ken, I want to hear your story. Guys, again, a patriot here, fought in the Korean War, 92 years old, and he's going to tell us our story right now.
Well, I joined the Air Force 3 days after my 17th birthday. And about two months later, Korea broke out. And So we took it down at the end of basic and took us down to Kelly Field and put us on a brand new airplane and wouldn't tell us where we were going. Well, we went to New York, and then about 2 weeks after that, they shipped us to the country of Libya, which they were having a whole lot of problems over there. And then come back and spend it in Texas. Well, I was a pretty good mechanic, and one day they called me in and says, I go down to this place about 40 miles south. There's an airplane that wouldn't run in the heat. So they gave me a carburetor, and I went down there, and I was sitting up on top of a red hot training airplane. And while these 6 young guys were playing grab ass in the sand, and I was up there burning my butt off. So I thought to myself, I can do that. So I retired 31 years ago, right here on this airport.
Oh, wow.
After flying for 33 years of flying.
That's
for
amazing.
airline.
That's amazing.
So,
what airline did you fly for?
Well, starting with North Central, then with Southern, and then back with Northwest. And right now I'm retired from Delta.
Oh, wow. So retired from Delta. You were telling me that you have a pretty large family. Tell me more about that.
Well, I've got 8 children, and I got 13 grandchildren, and I got 24 great-great-grandchildren. And I don't know, they're counting yet, I think.
Is that why you look so young? You're getting around so well, as though those kids are keeping you moving all the time?
Well, the truth is that about 60 years ago, I decided that I wasn't going to live very long if I kept smoking the way I'd been doing. I was smoking about 3 packs a day, and so I quit. And so that improved it.
Made a big difference.
Big difference. So, and if we had all night and tomorrow too, I can tell you the rest of the story. But still fly airplanes.
You're still flying?
Oh yeah, I've got 7 airplanes.
Oh my gosh, man, that's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. Obviously with Trump coming today, what are some of the things that are most important to you? Obviously, with such a large family running, I'm sure just a wide range of ages. What are some of the things that you and your family are talking about?
Well, I've been widowed twice, so I talked to Mary and Joy, my wives that passed on. But when I got the notice from Donald about the need for money, I sat down and thought about it, and I sent Donald $2,000, and I'm building a house. It's about 100 years old, about 8 miles west of here, but it come to my thoughts that it was more important to spend Donald Trump $2,000 worth of cash and than it is to build that house real fast.
Wow.
I'm going to go ahead and make another, actually a couple of more things, because
it's pretty obvious you care about the country. I mean, if you're willing to forego the House to give donations to President Trump and his campaign, I mean that truly says a lot about you, sir.
Well, the thing is, I've got all these youngsters. That's the most important thing in my life. You know, I can buy another house, you know. But you can't replace these kids. You got to educate them, and it's really bad, so much bad waving around in schools that we need to donate to Trump to change the world it's around. I got kind of twisted up by speaking, but in this USA, we need to contribute to Donald Trump so he can do the
finish the job he started.
Yeah, it needs to be done.
Absolutely. Well, listen, your story is amazing. I would love to sit with you for the rest of the day and hear your story. It's truly amazing. I know our viewers are truly touched by your story, and we thank you for your service. I mean, for you to come out here, and you told me that you came out here by yourself today at 92 years young, came out here to support President Trump, obviously making the donations so important. You know, very just generous. You've given so much for your country. You've given so much, you know, of yourself, obviously your family, and I can't thank you enough. That's really just amazing. Thank you very much for being here.
My pleasure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. If you need anything, just find me, and I'll see if I can help you out at all.
I need to get this. Sit down somewhere.
All right. Well, hey, we'll get you.
My car is a mile over there.
Your car. Well, we'll see if we can get you a ride back. I'm sure we'll get you a ride back there, and I'll make sure that you get back in line right where you were. All right, sir. Well, I'll see you back there in a second just to make sure you get back in line. Well, there you go. I mean, from every walk of life, you know, a 92-year-old war veteran. He was telling me he lives about 3 miles away. He made it here on his own. He doesn't live with anyone. He lives on his own right now. Obviously, a huge family. Just a remarkable story. He was telling me a little bit earlier off camera, and absolutely remarkable. I know Christina has another interview. I'll send it over to her right now.
You support our veterans. You know, you're really great about our law enforcement, our local heroes as well, Mike. Yeah. We got some young Republicans, and this is the Arrott family. I want to introduce you to Grace. We have Louise, and then this is Luke. 12 siblings, you said? 12 siblings, and the entire family are Trump supporters. What I love about this family, they come from an agricultural background, and so you crop corn and soybeans, right?
Yes, yep.
Okay, tell me a little bit about why you all made the trip out here as a family today.
Well, we love Trump and we want to show our support. We've been to about 7 rallies now, and the energy here is just always so fun, and we love to show our support.
Now, Luke just did a tie switch. He had a different tie on. You still have it in your pocket? Show our viewers. He did a tie switch. Oh, there, see that? Look at that. Because they wanted to put his best face forward for RSBN. And tell me, Luke, someone of your age, why is it important for you? I mean, you're probably not even old enough to vote just yet, but why is it important to you to get out here and support President Donald Trump?
Well, my generation is the future of our country, and we're the future, and if we don't show patriotism and
you're doing great. And you know what I love is the fact that you came out here dressed sharp today, Luke. You're looking good out here. You've got the blazer on. You've got your American flag tie on now, pair of boots. Talk about agriculture. I mean, if Kamala Harris wins, there's going to be a very different farm bill that we're all going to be looking at. It's a piece of longstanding legislation. It's going to last for 5 years. When it comes to agriculture, Trump supports our farmers. Is that one of the reasons why you like him?
Yes, that is the main reason. And because with the economy, they're under Joe Biden and Kamala, everything has gotten so much more expensive. Fertilizer, everything has doubled in price. The price of crops has gone down. It's hard to make a living.
That's right. The commodity prices are low, whereas you go to the grocery store and everything costs more, but our farmers aren't seeing a fair percentage of the food dollar. Tell me a little bit, Louise, you guys all have beautiful eyes. I mean, that runs in the family. Tell me a little bit about what President Trump means to you.
He stands for everything that we believe. He loves God. He puts Christ first and the country first. And families were better off when Trump was president before we're stronger, healthier.
You know, something else that he does that I love, he supports conservative women, and strong conservative women like you are important. I mean, he put Amy Coney Barrett on the Supreme Court. Now he's continuing to work with strong women as he continues on in his campaign. What's your hope for the future of conservative women?
I mean, I don't know. That's a tough question.
You want to see more of them, I'm sure.
Yeah, totally. And I think there's a lot of women right now, like my age, that are all for Kamala. But a lot of them actually have the same values as I do, but they just don't look into the truth, and they're just so blinded by the media. So I hope that they'll look into the real truth, and they will see it eventually, because, I mean, if Kamala gets in, they'll obviously see the truth. And if Trump gets in, they'll also see the truth, and I think that it'll switch a lot of women's perspective over to conservative.
The media can't get away with it forever. They just can't. It's not going to happen. But I think you bring up a really good point that a lot of women, not just your age, my age too, they're going to vote for Kamala. Yeah. They're completely bamboozled by a biased media, and that has to change. So, you know what? Thank you for your time, and thank you for your patriotism, and God bless your family. Tell your parents I said hi, if you will. They raised some beautiful, strong children. I can't wait till you're able to vote, and good luck on the farm. I think that that's something that President Trump will likely talk about is agriculture today, because as you know, Wisconsin is dairy land. Something interesting, most of the dairy is actually produced in California. That's the #1 dairy state. It isn't Wisconsin, but the dairy that they do produce in this state is delicious. They are known for their cheeses. And agriculture is big here, so is mining. The economy is so important for that matter. I'm going to join Mike again now because we're out here with the crowd. It's starting to warm up a little bit. I'm going to tell you something. In the next, I'd say probably hour, I could probably ditch this jacket because it's going to be so warm. The sun is blazing out here, and that cold air is mixing out.
Yeah, I want to tell people, our viewers, something that you know a little bit about. People are moving to Tennessee in droves. It's one of the big growth stories in America. Who doesn't love Nashville? Everybody I know, more and more, are moving to Nashville. I keep hearing about Nashville every day, literally something. 0% state income tax, a pro-business, hands-off government, spectacular countryside, fun cities, what's not to love? American freedom is alive and well in Tennessee, and if this sounds good to you, right now Tennessee Land and Lakes is selling off large acreage properties just outside of Nashville. In this popular destination spot, way below market prices from only $89,900. 5 acres with a cozy cabin and quiet woods, only $109,900. If you can believe that. 18-acre riding trails in horse country, $159,900. A super private 86 acres, $399,900, and 5 to 86 acre properties from $89,900. That's unheard of this close to Nashville. Build, camp, invest in your property your way. Learn more about this great buying opportunities in Tennessee. Click or call 866-345-LAND.com. That's 866-345-LAND.com. And once again, 866-345-LAND.com. Forget Wall Street, buy something real, and make this move to Tennessee. I also want to tell you about another one of our sponsors. Are you familiar with Z-Stack? Z-Stack. Attention patriots, you see what's happening out there. COVID, monkeypox, bird flu, the threats are constant and we're not getting the full story from those in power. But here's the truth. You don't have to sit back and rely on them to protect you. Dr. Vladimir Zelenko, the fearless physician who advised the Trump administration and saved countless lives with his at-home treatments, has created Z-Stack, the original all-natural at-home preventive vitamin for COVID, flu, and other viral illnesses. This isn't just another supplement, it's a powerhouse blend of keratin, zinc, vitamin C, vitamin D, and is specifically designed to fortify your immune system and keep you ready for anything. Imagine the confidence of knowing you're protected and prepared, taking your health into your own hands. This is about more than just vitamins. It's about freedom and taking back control. So don't wait for someone else to tell you what to do. Take action now. Go to zstacklife.com and grab your bottle of Z-Stack today. Use promo code RSBN at checkout to save 20%. Protect yourself, protect your family, and stay strong with Z-Stack. Once again, that's zstacklife.com and use code RSBN. So again, another thing we should probably be looking into since we're traveling so much and we're out here. A beautiful day here in central Wisconsin. Just amazing people. More and more, it's crazy getting out here so early and seeing these lines just continue to form and grow and continue. You know, right now, because we're at the airport, security is very tight, and they're having to ship people over from about a mile away, an off-site parking lot that are coming over. So every now and then we're seeing these buses come over with just filled with so many patriots here to see Donald Trump speak at 1 p.m. Really just, giving his view more, expanding more on his economy. Again, his policies, something that we haven't seen from Kamala Harris and her camp. Again, I can't stress enough, 40 plus interviews for Trump and Vance versus one. And now we've got her, getting on board her airplane with headphones on, completely avoiding and not talking to any reporters, not doing any interviews, not answering any questions. People have no idea who she is. We know, for one thing, we know she didn't work at McDonald's. That's for sure. So, again, it's safe to go back to McDonald's. But really just one of those things where, who are you to lie about having to work at McDonald's to be more relatable to people? If you can't trust someone telling you that they've worked at McDonald's, you certainly can't trust them running for president of the United States.
No, and she keeps flip-flopping on some of her major policies. 1 minute she doesn't want fracking, 1 minute she's for the Green New Deal, 1 minute she doesn't want to have the border situation under control, but then all of a sudden things start to flip around just in time for the election. What do you know? It's very difficult. If you don't stand for something, you're going to fall for anything. And I think the American people aren't going to fall for her tactics anymore. I do believe as well, you brought up the fact that she did an interview. She couldn't even do it on her own. She had to bring old Walls along with her.
And it didn't go well.
No, it wasn't good.
It certainly didn't go well. As much of a cream puff interview, we have no way to know for sure, but likely she was able to get the questions in advance and have a chance to look at them. From her body posture and the way that she was looking and looking down constantly, it would almost make me think that she had some sort of notes or a teleprompter down below because she wasn't maintaining eye contact. It was, for the type of interview that we expected it to be, it was far worse.
Well, and then they cut it down as well to like 18 minutes, so you have to wonder how much of it was edited out. And I don't know for sure that she had the questions in advance because she seemed a little thrown off a couple times, and I know Dana Bash did her best. I mean, as far as being a friendly media personality to that party, she did her best. It seems like she was trying, and she really gave it to Walls. But, it's a tough situation. I thought it was really cool recently this week. We saw President Trump out with Tim Walz's family, who all had their shirts on supporting Donald Trump. And
I mean, how much does your family not like you to just take pictures and come out and praise Donald Trump when you yourself are running for vice president of the United States? That truly says something about the man, the character, who he is, that your entire family is just advising America this probably isn't a good idea. So, it's shocking to me. It's like, I don't know, my children, if they were ever running for an office of that nature, if they were running for mayor of a small town in the middle of Wisconsin, I would support them no matter what. But to not support your own kid, your own brother, uncle, cousin, whatever it may be, to run for vice president of the United States, that certainly says a lot. I think we should get back to the crowd. That's what the people here on YouTube want to see. That's what everybody wants to see.
Hey, YouTube. And thanks for joining us in the chat.
The crowd is really just filling in, like I mentioned earlier. Our cameraman, Will, maybe can raise that camera up a little bit and show you guys just how deep this crowd is going. Who's excited to see President Trump today? So you're not excited at all? You're not excited at all then? Who's excited to see President Trump? Come on. There you go.
A lot of great-looking patriots out here this morning.
How you guys doing today? Awesome. You guys excited to see President Trump? What do you guys want to hear from President Trump? Better yet, we know President Trump's a great guy. We know what we want him to do. What do you, seeing Kamala Harris running for vice president, what is she doing wrong? Do you think she even knows what it takes to be vice president at this point? Let's come over here so we can hear you. There you go.
I don't think she knows what she's doing at all.
3.5 years, you don't think she's figured it out yet?
No, she is the problem.
Yeah, it's what do you like about Trump? What is hitting home for you? Like, what's one of the biggest things here for you? And by the way, what's your name and where are you from?
Brad from Merrill, Wisconsin.
Tell me what are some of the issues that you and your family are saying? You guys can come on over. You guys don't have to be shy. There's only several million people watching you. Come on over. Tell me what are some of the issues that are most concerning to you and your family?
How are you guys staying warm out here?
I guess my rights, religion, and all my values.
What about your money?
Not to say, I'm broke.
What do you do for a living?
Out of control, and all we got to do is open up the pipeline and secure the border, and we'll have right back to normal.
Alex, you're in the choir? You want to sing us a song?
Not really.
I figured I'd put you on the spot, man. We're here. So, come on over here. Tell me more. Come on. You can't yell and then run away. Come on, tell me what do you want to say?
Thank
you guys.
The way I feel is it's our money that we're giving to them, and they seem to feel that it's their money and what they like to do with it.
So you think you should be able to be in control of your money?
Yes, absolutely. Yep.
What are some issues? Obviously, women for Trump here today. What's most important to you? What do you like that you're hearing from President Trump that you're not hearing from the other side?
Drill, baby, drill. Drill, baby, drill, drill, drill. And I want my country to be free. I don't want it to be a socialist, communist country. Yeah. I want us to take it back. This is baloney. You got all these people coming in here. Yeah. And we're paying for everybody. And all they're doing is taking our money and giving it to everyone else. Yeah.
Take care of your house first, and then help others.
Certainly wise advice. If someone's running for president of the United States at this point, it's as scary as that sounds, do you think they should be doing interviews?
Absolutely. We're cold. They're hiding Kamala Harris like they hid Biden in the basement.
And Trump and Vance have done 37. She's done one.
Well, that's because she can't do it.
I think you're very right there. If you saw the CNN interview, we know. I mean, it was a softball interview. They really just gave it to her, and it didn't go well.
And I can't wait for a debate on Tuesday night.
I wonder who's going to win that debate.
I think CNN is going to have a really bad thing to say after that debate. They're not going to be talking highly of it.
Well, we've already started to see some of mainstream media that's turning the tides. They've started fact-checking Kamala Harris and her camp. Even during the DNC, we started to see that, which is something we haven't seen before. They've been very pro-left. They've been very pro-Kamala Harris and her campaign. So now to see that the tides are starting to shift, it's very different. It's a very different thing now. And from what we've seen from independent polls, the polls seem to show Trump far more in the lead than Kamala Harris. Obviously, if you're looking at mainstream polls, they seem a little bit closer, but we're starting to see some big leads in swing states like this. Obviously, Wisconsin, a very important swing state. Trump won in 2016, Biden won in 2020, and so here we are again, just proving that Wisconsin, again, another crucial swing state. If there's anything that you're hoping to hear today, obviously President Trump looking to speak on the economy today, what are you hoping to hear?
I want him to secure the border and drill, baby, drill, like he says. I love Trump. Wisconsin loves Trump.
We know that what he's going to tell us today is how he's going to fix it, not just that, okay, we're going to, with no explanation. He gives us, but not how they're going to do it. But Trump will tell us how he's going to do it. He'll even give us a date of when it's going to be done.
Well, there you have it. Here from Wisconsin, you're here in the crowd. We're gonna head back to commercial right now, and we will see you guys back here in just a few minutes.
You ask and we listen. We're finally bringing the most requested offer ever. Get the queen size premium MyPillow, now only $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. It helps keep your neck aligned and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep of your life. But that's not all. Get our 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets only $25. Our brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. Get our famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25 and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products, including the premium queen-size MyPillow, only $19.98. That's the lowest price ever. Don't delay, order today. From all of us here at MyPillow, thanks America!
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Hi folks, RSBN founder and CEO Joe Seals here. Did you know there is nearly $1 trillion of infrastructure and pandemic funds yet to be spent? That's right, there's a massive amount of money that the lame duck administration is pushing hard to spend in their last few months. If the president is able to push these funds out, we could see another prolonged inflation surge, just like during COVID. And I'm sure you remember the terrible effects that high prices had on most Americans. But there's hope. A surge in prices can be beaten. A gold IRA from Birch Gold Group is the ultimate inflation hedge for your savings in uncertain times. To see how to protect your IRA or 401k, get your free info kit on gold by texting the word Trump to 989898. Birch Gold makes it seamless to roll over your retirement account while preserving your tax advantage status. Don't wait for the president's spending spree to tank the dollar further. Protect your financial future now. Text Trump to the number 989898 for your free info kit from Birch Gold. Hi folks, RSBN founder and CEO Joe Seals here. Did you know there is nearly $1 trillion of infrastructure and pandemic funds yet to be spent? That's right, there's a massive amount of money that the lame duck administration is pushing hard to spend in their last few months. If the president is able to push these funds out, we could see another prolonged inflation surge, just like during COVID. And I'm sure you remember the terrible effects that high prices had on most Americans. But there's hope. A surge in prices can be beaten. A gold IRA from Birch Gold Group is the ultimate inflation hedge for your savings in uncertain times. To see how to protect your IRA or 401k, get your free info kit on gold by texting the word Trump to 989898. Birch Gold makes it seamless to roll over your retirement account while preserving your tax advantage status. Don't wait for the president's spending spree to tank the dollar further. Protect your financial future now. Text Trump to the number 989898 for your free info kit from Birch Gold.
Good morning, everybody. From Right Side Broadcasting Network, I'm Matthew Alvarez here in Auburn, Alabama. We'll be getting back out to blustery Mosinee, Wisconsin. As you saw there, our correspondent Mike Fortin, who actually lives in Nevada, it's about 104 to 110 degrees during the height of the day. Well, he is wearing a North Face jacket up there in Wisconsin, as it's around 40 degrees right now in the morning. It will be around 65, as Christina Loren, our other correspondent, was saying as well, a little bit later in the day in Wisconsin, as it is rally day, as we're taking that live look. Beautiful blue, clear skies there. And of course, Trump Force One will be landing there at the Central Wisconsin Airport. So today may be quite the day when it comes to a visual display as well. Possibly, not confirmed, but maybe there will be a Trump Force One flyover similar to other rallies because this event is at an airport there. So that'd be awesome to see Trump Force One fly over and then land right there at that venue. I believe it's going to be at a hangar there because, again, it is at an airport. So always a great visual seeing President Trump deplane from Trump Force One. The crowd, of course, in Wisconsin, even on a day that's college football, it just doesn't matter because at the end of the day, sure, football's fun. But some of these rallies, as you guys know, talk about an electric atmosphere. There's tailgating, but then there's rally coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Look forward to the football games later today, but of course, President Trump to speak at 2 o'clock in Mosinee, Wisconsin. Now, there are 10 electoral votes up for grabs in the Badger State, and we know that Wisconsin is home to 6 million people. 6 million people in that great state there, of course, a swing state. If you include that state to 6 other swing states, there are 93 electoral votes up for grabs for this upcoming election, now less than 60 days away. So obviously, we're seeing what the people are saying out there, and they're concerned about the country, but they have an optimism, a positivity, a love for our country, and we're hoping for the best, of course. Preparing for the worst, but you got to hope for the best too, and move forward as President Trump gears up for a huge speech today. But on top of that, we are just 72 hours from that debate between President Trump and Kamala Harris in Philadelphia, not too far from Independence Hall. So going to be quite the debate there, as millions of people across the country and around the world will be interested to see how that goes, as we are in this country looked upon as a freedom nation, as a country that will hopefully continue in that vein as we move forward into the future. So once again, I'm Matthew Alvarez here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're going to get back out to our RSBN correspondents, Mike Fortin and Christina Loren, who have been out there since about 8 a.m. Eastern. Obviously, the pre-program we're hearing is around 12 noon Eastern time, and then President Trump will speak at 2 o'clock. So, as you guys know, rallies are fun. Rallies are memorable. We're going to see it unfold today, especially if we see Trump Force One. And regardless, when President Trump is at an event and there's these great pre-programmed speakers, it's just a very inspiring day. So we'll obviously see that soon. But I want to bring you back to a day in Miami, Florida, back in 2022. This is a moment that I just want to set up for you. If you remember, there was a huge storm on the way, and it was in the middle of President Trump's speech. What you're about to see is just some iPhone video of when that storm was coming through and what President Trump and what the people did while that happened. Because this is a president, as you guys know, pretty much takes on anything and still keeps on going. Take a look.
We are a nation where free speech is no longer allowed, where crime is rampant and out of control like never before, and where more people died of COVID in 2021 than in 2020. And we are a nation that is nation that is no longer respected or listened to around the world. We are a nation that in many ways has become a joke.
Well, there you go. Powerful moments there. That was in November of 2022, Right Side Broadcasting Network live coverage in Miami, Florida, when that storm came through. If you remember President Trump, he had his MAGA hat on. It didn't matter that the storm was there. He just went through the speech. You know, maybe others would run for cover, but he stayed there. The crowd was loud. It was just such a powerful moment in time. Many powerful moments here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And of course, you go from the clouds in Miami that day to the beautiful blue skies that we see today in Mosinee, Wisconsin. And of course, Trump Force One going to be arriving there at that central Wisconsin airport. So another day to stick to Right Side Broadcasting Network, see the moments unfold, the great moments, and obviously we've had some terrible moments, but the point is we're here for you. We're here to cover what's going on, but also from the people to the president, hearing the people's thoughts about our country and where we're headed, hopefully not headed, but hopefully in the sense of turning things around from the Biden-Harris era to a second Trump administration, which will equal freedom to continue for our land, but also for just an overall patriotic feeling to continue here in this US of A. So we've got a little bit later in the broadcast, we'll have one more great rally moment. That time when we show that a little bit later will be with the great Mike Lindell when he was able to shake hands with so many people. It was just this beautiful video. It's about a 3-minute video. We'll show that a little bit later as we just show you some of the moments throughout some of the time here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. On top of that, Sean Parnell, Bobby McNeely and I interviewed Sean Parnell just yesterday. We have that recording. We'll air that in our next segment a little bit later. And then also later today, Gerald Malloy. He's running for Senate in Vermont, coming up against Bernie Sanders. So we'll hear what he has to say up there in the Northeast in Vermont. We'll have that a little bit later as well. But in the meantime, let's get back to where we are right this second. It's 9:17 Eastern, and of course, President Trump speaking at 2, as you guys see. Mike Fortin and Christina Loren will be taking the live coverage here in just a few minutes. Before we get to doing that, we want to tell you about the Birch Gold Group. All you have to do is text Trump to 989898. Get some information on gold, silver, precious metals. And also, right now, there is this free fight silver coin, a free fight silver coin that is pretty awesome that you can get if you get one of the products at Birch Gold Group. So some of the lights here might be tough to see it, but it's a pretty awesome piece of work here. A great silver coin that you'll get if you get one of the products at Birch Gold Group. So once again, this is free with one of the products at Birch Gold Group. On the back side here, it is the White House. And then on the front side, it is that fight, fight, fight with President Trump, that logo there. So this is a free silver fight coin that you can get with Birch Gold Group. So you go to that info kit, you get more information. Just, starting the process is pretty simple by texting Trump to 989898 and get all the information you need about Birch Gold Group. As we know, the BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, they want to use their local currencies in an effort to devalue the US dollar. So getting a tax-sheltered IRA or working with 401k and also having gold, silver, and precious metals as a backup plan, always a good idea. So Birch Gold Group, as you see there, text Trump to 989898. Let's go over to the Tax Network USA, 800-357-1450. Any issues with filing back taxes or just any tax questions, this group, Tax Network USA, they will work right there alongside you with individual customer service, great customer service at Tax Network USA. Literally, all you got to do is save that number. If you don't want to call right this second, save it for Monday, 800-357-1415. They'll work with you. They'll get everything cleared up for you when it comes to all of the taxes. So Birch Gold and Tax Network USA, among other great sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, bringing you this live coverage, of course, out there in Wisconsin as it is rally day there. Sporting the red tie, of course, President Trump for that too, but also because of the Wisconsin Badgers in Wisconsin there. So A great day in Wisconsin, beautiful weather, clear skies, and we'll be going back out to Mike and Christina shortly. As we know, again, 6 million residents. Wisconsin is home to 6 million people, 10 Wisconsin electoral votes at stake. So I'm Matthew Alvarez here in the studio. We'll be back a little bit later. Let's go back out there to our RSBN correspondents, Mike Fortin and Christina Loren, as we await President Trump at 2 o'clock today. It's been quite the week for the Trump camp, but man, you keep on going and you fight, and you win. And there they are right there, Mike and Christina. Let's send it out to them right now in Mosinee, Wisconsin.
All right, welcome back. We are here at the Central Wisconsin Airport where Donald Trump is expected to speak at 1 p.m. We have crowds. You're going to start seeing them filing by. We're going through voter check-in and all this other stuff going on. We've got flags flying everywhere. It's a very patriotic place right now. We've got people breakdancing over in the back. We've got so many different ethnicities and backgrounds, and I will tell you, so far, I've seen the biggest turnout of youngsters here, kids, teens, just so many different groups coming in today. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, this is Mosinee, Wisconsin, a town of about 5,000 people. We're expecting most of the townspeople to show up. It's a Saturday. A lot of people have the day off. It's chilly out here, but everyone's having a good time. You can see these ladies behind me here dancing.
Very fired up.
Yeah, she's got some moves as well. And you know what? We're all here for one reason, to see the hope of our nation, Donald J. Trump, take the stage. He's what we need right now to get this country back on track. And I think a lot of people here recognize that. They want to be here to witness history. And hopefully we'll see a big Republican wave in November.
Yeah, I think things are certainly shaping up that way from what we've seen in the polls. A lot of independent polls are really leaning deeply in favor of President Trump at this time. Some of the mainstream media would have you believe that the race seems a little bit closer than it is. I don't think that's the case at all. And obviously, one other thing that we've touched on, going from so many different locations across this great nation, is people have different concerns. Here, we've heard, obviously, the border is something that people are worried about, but the economy and inflation is something that is really affecting this community. Obviously, a smaller town. I can tell you that the local economy truly impacted by all the people that have been coming in to see President Trump today. Even our hotel, jam-packed full of people this morning. I was up at 5:30 drinking coffee, as you can imagine, in this cold day. But there were so many people just all dressed up with their Trump gear, their Trump hats, red hats galore, getting in car after car. So local economy, a big thing here. President Trump expected to speak more about the economy and give people a plan for his future for this country and the economy.
And he's going to talk about how he's going to make America affordable again. And I did some research here in Wisconsin. The average household income has taken a big hit. It's costing about $1,000 more per month than it did before Biden was elected.
Well, I can tell you another way that people can really help save some money. Tennessee Land and Lakes. People are moving to Tennessee in droves in one of the biggest growth stories in America. Who doesn't love Nashville? Everybody I know is moving there. I've said it before. Over the past 2 weeks, I've heard a lot about Nashville. 0% state income tax, a pro-business, hands-off government, spectacular countryside, fun cities. What's not to love about that? American freedom is alive and well in Tennessee. If this sounds good to you, right now, Tennessee Land and Lakes is selling off large acreage properties just outside of Nashville. In this popular destination spot, way below market prices, from only $89,900. 5 acres with a cozy cabin and quiet woods, only $109,900. Can you believe that? 18-acre riding trails in horse country, $159,900. A super private 86 acres for only $399,900, and 5 to 86 acre properties from only $89,900. That's unheard of this close to Nashville. Build, camp, invest in your property your way. Learn about these great buying opportunities in Tennessee. Click or call 866-345-LAND.com. That's 866-345-LAND.com. Again, 866-345-LAND.com.
And Tennessee is such a beautiful place to live. I have a chance to live there. I'm in Nashville, but I looked at the properties that Tennessee Land and Lakes has to offer, and they are very specific in what they're looking for. They're looking for areas that will appreciate in value. They're looking for areas where growth will happen, and gorgeous properties where you and your family can really start a life. And it's just a beautiful part of the country. I know living in the South, one of the things I like about the most is that there's Christianity embraced just about everywhere. I'm from California. I lived in Miami for a little while. Christianity is not appreciated the same way as it is in the South, so consider Tennessee Land and Lakes.
Well, I'll tell you, I know our viewers want to get to it. Let's see what the crowd's looking like. The crowd is really starting to fill in as Will, our camera operator, Mason, our camera operator, gives you a bird's eye view of what we have going on. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Trump rally. Who's excited to see President Trump this afternoon? That's it? That's all you guys got? There you go. There you go. This guy, you got something to say. You got a great shirt on today.
I got the 3X shirt you were looking for.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. What's your name? Where are you from?
I'm Chris Marshhouse. I'm from Wisconsin Rapids.
What do you hope to hear from President Trump today?
Well, you know, President Trump, he's got an agenda and an economic policy that he's going to try and lay out today, so I'm hoping to hear it.
What's it like to actually hear a policy and a plan from someone running for president, unlike from what we hear from Kamala Harris, which is nothing?
Well, her website still doesn't have any policies posted on it, so if we hear anything, it's already better than Kamala's got.
That's a great point. What are some of the issues that are affecting you and your family?
Boy, inflation's a killer, and the other problem we have that I personally have is the abortion problem. Trump's the only pro-life president we have. I mean, there's no other candidate. There's no other option. If something's to be done to save lives, it's got to be Trump.
Do you feel like, what do you do for work?
I'm a school teacher. I work at a Catholic school.
Tell me more about that.
Well, this is my 27th year teaching at a Catholic school, and Donald Trump may not be Catholic, but boy, he's the closest thing we're going to get.
Absolutely. Are you seeing anything? I mean, what are the kids saying anything? How informed are the kids in your school about what's going on? And is it something that you even talk about as a teacher?
It is, but you have to remember, as a teacher, we're teaching students how to think, not what to think. And a child, their political views are based on what their parents teach them and their lived experience. I mean, I don't want to force my view on a child. It's better to teach them what's true and lead them to their own decisions, even if it's not what I think.
Do you feel they're pretty well informed?
Oh, if it's not on TikTok, they probably don't know it. I mean, especially the younger ones. I mean, it's unfortunate, but that's reality. But social media is it's a big part of the battleground for the election.
Yeah, but he teaches current events, and he makes sure our students are very well informed.
That's true.
Really good at making sure our kids know what they're learning.
That's really good. What's your name?
Yvonne. I'm a teacher with him too.
Okay. So are you? What are some of the issues? I mean, obviously you mentioned inflation and pro-life. What are some of the things that are or do you have the same views?
We have similar views with those kinds of things, and security is a real important for me. I do want to see the borders secure, but I don't want to see people rounded up for, and put in camps or anything like that project is talking about. But border security is big for me too, as well as inflation.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, President Trump all for immigration, the right way, the legal way. Obviously, wanting to take out a lot of the riffraff, if you will, that's been coming in, and a lot of local areas have been affected by. Obviously, more towards the border towns, everyone has their different issues. But what we started to hear is that some of that illegal immigration is starting to make its way up here. Have you seen any of that, and has it affected you?
Well, yeah, it has. I have a very good friend who he was brought here as a child, and he had no say in it. He didn't fill out the DACA paperwork years ago, but he is a business owner. He started a bicycle repair business out of his basement. He now owns a shop, and he employs 3 people. Does that mean he should be sent back to Mexico? I don't think it should.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously you're coming here and you're doing things. There's a process, obviously, and I think that what President Trump is looking for and what his views are is, if you're coming here and you're contributing to society and you're doing things and you've been here and you have a good positive track record, That's what we've heard. What we don't want is obviously people that are coming in and just wreaking havoc on small communities, on families, just changing families' lives forever.
In Aurora.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, great. Guys, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I appreciate your support. God bless you as well. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. Take care. Come on over. What is your name and where are you from?
My name is Carrie Colo. I'm from Wisconsin Rapids, Wisconsin.
Tell me a little bit about yourself. What do you do?
I'm a medical technologist.
Right here. Let people see your face there.
Okay, I'm a medical technologist at Marshfield Clinic in Wisconsin Rapids, and I have one message to Trump. If he sees this, I would appreciate, because you have our vote, you need to reach out to the 18 to 30-year-olds, because I've been publicly asking them who they're voting for, and they do not know. They are uneducated, have been indoctrinated, and we need their vote. You have to somehow reach out to them, and that is my biggest news. And I actually got that blessing from a priest that was retired at the parking lot at Walmart.
Wow, retired at the Walmart parking lot.
Yes.
Wow.
Because I was interviewing 18-year-olds and asking them who to vote for.
Right.
And they're like, I don't know. And I'm like, okay, well, do you care about this? And they have a short attention span. So that's the one key thing that I picked up on them at that demographic. And they don't care.
What do you think are the biggest issues affecting that age group?
I think they've had it too good, for one. I don't think they can critically think anymore because they've been indoctrinated.
What do you think the difference is between your generation, my generation, and that generation?
My generation grew up without the cell phones and without the computers, and we went outside and played and actually had friends in the neighborhood. We weren't attached to our phones. And at the school, we were taught the Pledge of Allegiance, all about the wonderful things about our country. And now there was not this crazy stuff that's going on in schools nowadays. I personally would not send my child to a public school. I would send them to a Christian school, or I would homeschool them.
Do you think it's a school issue that they're indoctrinating the kids, or they're giving them the wrong message?
Absolutely. I think there is a lot of politics in the school district. I think they've been trying to indoctrinate us for years, and I think it needs to stop. When we allow our future children, who are going to be taking care of us someday, we cannot have them not knowing what a basic man and a woman is. That is unacceptable.
Very true. You agree?
I agree, 100%.
Yeah, it's certainly something that is afflicting us right now. I made mention of it earlier. It was very clear at our hotel this morning when I went downstairs. There was bathrooms, female, male, and it wasn't boys and girls or men and women. It was male and female, and so it's something just to see, and it's kind of a reminder of. This is what it is. It's male and female. There's really no in between. You can certainly do whatever you want to do and live your life however you want to live, but it comes down to basic science.
Exactly. It comes down to science. And the problem is maybe they're low on testosterone. So instead of encouraging this, give them a shot of testosterone, because obviously something is affecting the testosterone levels of these younger people, for one.
Did you see at the DNC, they said that the Republican Party was a party of too much testosterone and that they should tone it down a little bit, that Hulk Hogan was too much of a testosterone-fueled person to come out and speak at the RNC, and that men should be more like Tim Walz and Kamala Harris's husband. What are your thoughts? As women, what do you think about that?
We need more masculine role models that show our younger men, women, this is what men are about.
But isn't it toxic to be a strong man now?
No, not even.
Not. I very much like strong men. I appreciate that.
You know,
Need that.
That's what we got away from as a society.
Say that again.
That's what we got away from in the society is the ability of strong men to be strong men, to stand up for what's right, you know, and have the courage to stand on their own 2 feet and say, yes, I'm a man, I'm not a woman, and I have older values.
Is it right for men to protect women? Because what we're hearing from them is that, you know, women should be able to stand up on their own, and, you know, I for one want to protect my wife and my daughters. So, and I'm being told as a strong man filled with testosterone that that's probably not the right thing. What do you think about that?
No, we need those kind of role models. Because, yes, we can stand up for ourselves, but we also need that male counterpart to show us this is prideful. It's okay. I mean, my pride flag is the American flag.
Right.
I love that.
Nothing wrong with pride. It's when you get everything else that's intertwined with it that is a problem. I mean, you look at America was built on certain foundations. We were built on the Constitution. We were built in God we trust, for number one. See my shirt?
Yes.
We were built in God we trust, and the only thing that the government has not taken out when it comes to in God we trust is out of our money. Why is that? Why? Because it's this. That's all we are. We all need to band together and become one against this evil that is fighting, that's going on in this country. And Trump is the one to do it for us.
Yep. Absolutely.
Well,
jump in here for a second, because you've been nice to meet you. What's your name?
Dennis. Nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you. So you've been hearing this. You've been hearing this last couple minutes of this conversation. What are your thoughts? I mean, do you need to be demasculinized a little bit? Like, do you think you should lower your testosterone a little bit, like the left is telling us?
I feel it's old school, you know, the way the man's supposed to take care of the wife, the family, you know, and the woman takes care of too, you know.
It's the way we were built.
Yes, it's the way we were raised, and now it's gone. But Trump will turn it around. He will turn it around for us. Amen.
Awesome. Amen. Thank you very much, you guys. I appreciate it. Have a great rest of your day. President Trump expected to speak at 1 p.m., so we'll see you guys inside. RSBN. Yep, you could go on your phone and watch us right now on YouTube. You got it. Have a great day. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. Of course.
About the men. Men are built with bigger lung capacity, bigger muscle mass. They should not be changing into a different person when they were not born that way, because now we have them competing with women, and that is not fair. It is wrong.
Well, I can tell you, as a father of 2 daughters, I wholeheartedly agree. I don't want my daughters competing against men in any way, shape, or form. It's not how I was raised. It's not how my generation was raised, and it's not something that, you know, should be fair. I use this all the time. My daughter and my son are both in jiu-jitsu. My daughter is 10. My son is 9. He's a little bit smaller than her, but at 9 years old, he can take my daughter, and she's significantly bigger than him right now. But it just goes to show that there is quite the difference. So
there's a line between respect for the other gender. You know, like, you look at all these people who are transitioning. That's fine. You want to do that? Fine, do that. But at the end of the day, they're still male. They're still female. There's still male responsibilities. There's still female responsibilities. Female are the only ones who can get pregnant. They're the only ones who can have babies. And hey, that's how it is.
That is how it is. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you so much.
Well, there you have it. You know, everyday Americans giving you their views and telling you what they're feeling here in Wisconsin. I want to tell you about, let's see. Was that Birch Gold, I believe? Okay, got it. All right. Are you set up for American finance? Are you ready for American finance, guys? I want to tell you all about them. You guys have heard that name 100 times. Awesome people there at American Finance with some great stuff. As I look for it, we have so many different great sponsors. I want to make sure I can tell you all about them. Do you have it ready to go? No? All right, perfect. I will find it here eventually. In the meantime, Christina, let me hand it over to you real quick, and you can come right back to me.
Yeah, you said that. Gladly, because I've got a very patriotic family joining me now. This is the Snodgrass family. Look, we can't even keep them from dancing. Let me see your best Trump moves.
Trump bump, the Trump bump.
Now, you know what's so interesting? This is a battleground state, and I mean, you go out to eat, you got to think there's 50% people going for Trump, 50% people going for Kamala. Tell me a little bit about what it's like living in this state right now as tensions are so high leading up to the election. I mean, we're less than 60 days out now.
I have noticed in our little town, there's a lot more Trump supporters than there are Kamala. You only see a few signs, Kamala signs. You see mostly Trump, but there are the people that don't like Trump are nasty to you. I mean, it's really hard to describe. The people that used to be your friends, suddenly you're dirt, you know?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, they're supposed to be the socially responsible party as well. And you were telling me, this is Mike. He is the patriarch of the Snodgrass family. Tell me about what your front yard looks like.
We have several Trump flags. We have a special order flag that says Snodgrass is for Trump. We love that one. During Halloween last year, we had that 12-foot skeleton holding that up, which was kind of fun. But we have license plates that say go Trump, Trump 47. We're not afraid to hide it. We're not ashamed of it, and we're proud.
And you know, you're a mom raising a beautiful daughter. Tell me about women's rights, because I think there's a lot of confusion on the left. You've got a candidate who can't even do an interview on her own. She wants to be the first female president, can't even do an interview without having a man right next to her. What are your thoughts on that?
I think if I was ever running for president, I would say if you're voting for me simply because I'm a woman, please don't vote. I don't think that's a qualification. I think your record should stand for you. You shouldn't use race. You shouldn't use gender. Those are not qualifications, and it can be detrimental to our nation as a whole to vote for someone based on those characteristics.
And you, I mean, it's got to be tough being your age, being an outspoken Trump supporter, when we all know there's a lot of women your age who are going the other way. How do you try to convince them that they're not making the right choice for this country?
Well, you can't reason with stupid.
Ain't that the truth?
So I try to tell them what I believe in my side, try to get them to see the other side, but you know,
you got to do it
they're too far
peacefully and civilly. You can't just shout and holler like the other side will tend to do and call names. You just got to be civil and peaceful.
You got to do it in love, and I think we can try our hardest. A lot of people have been decided. I mean, voting started yesterday in North Carolina. It's going to start here at the end of the month. What's your message to President Trump if he's watching right now?
Hi.
What'd you say?
What would your message be to President Trump if he was watching right now?
We're never going to give up on you, President Trump. Please don't ever give up on us. We really, truly love you. Best president we've ever had.
Ever had. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Beautiful family. Thank you, Snodgrass family.
All right, well, again, another great interview there. I want to tell you about our friends at American Finance. If you own a home, I want you to call our friends at American Financing. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month by tapping into their home's equity and wiping out high-interest credit card debt. $854 a month is like $10,000 raise. Credit card interest rates are insane, and most of us are still carrying a balance from month to month. And if you're only paying the minimum every month, it's going to take you years to pay that off. There are no upfront fees to get started, so call American Financing today. And if you call today, you may not have to make next month's mortgage payment. American Financing, 888-402-0299. That's 888-402-0299. Or you can find them at americanfinancing.net/RSBN. Check out our friends at American Finance. Again, we are awaiting the arrival of President Trump. We'll see Trump Force One land here sometime in the near future, as President Trump is expected to speak at 1 p.m. here in Mosinee, Wisconsin. We are here at the Wisconsin Central Airport, where the crowds are still coming in, the buses are still coming in. It's a pretty big venue to be held at an airport here, so security is very tight with people coming in and out, and the lines are just packed. From when we got here first thing this morning at 6 a.m. to now see these lines, people just keep coming for as far as the eye can see. Just a great sight filled with so many patriots, so many great Americans here. and we're giving them a chance, obviously, to tell their stories to you right here at RSBN. Speaking of which, if you're watching us and you're online, you can find me at Mike, the number 4TIN on Instagram.com. Again, that's Mike, the number 4TIN.com on Instagram. So check that out and follow us. Make sure you're following us on Twitter, on YouTube, on Rumble, on Truth Social. You can find RSBN. It's RSB Network. You can find us on anywhere online. How are you guys doing?
Awesome.
All right, Christina, you got some guys here to talk to?
I do. Some young men for Trump. I want to find out a little bit about why you are going to be voting for him. You live in Wisconsin. You told me you're from Appleton. Tell me about why the economy, for instance, is top of mind for you as you head to the ballot box.
Well, I'm actually in sales, so I actually travel to the northern Illinois area, and I could just tell from the customers that if they have nothing going on for them, no one's coming into their shops to buy, then they're not buying from me. So sales are then hitting me, which means they're hitting farms we're buying from. So if economy is hitting our customers, they're hitting us.
So you're in ag sales?
Yes.
Okay, what are you selling?
I sell household plants.
Okay, that's wonderful. Agriculture is big here. You're probably the third person in the ag industry that I've spoken with today. When you think about what's at stake for our country if Kamala Harris is elected, what is the biggest concern for you?
I mean, for me, it actually is just your pride. I don't really hear many people saying they're proud to be American, not even proud to be a Wisconsin, unless it's your typical sports. No one's really proud of their area. So who are we as a people if we're not proud of who we are?
That's it. I mean, we're so blessed to be in this country. We have freedoms like nobody else. It's the wealthiest country in the world. So much prosperity, so much at stake. Thank you very much. Tell me a little bit about yourself, where you're from.
I'm from Stetsonville, Wisconsin. That's actually a small village up north a little bit. My job, I work at Tombstone Pizza. You know, Tombstone, Jackson's, DiGiorno. Basically, the same question you are going to ask me is how will this affect if Trump doesn't win? Well, basically, groceries have actually gone up in price, and it's just completely ridiculous. Basically, if groceries go up, everything else goes up. That means I'm barely going to have a job where I work right now. Yes, we are feeding America, but it's going to be a little more difficult too if groceries continue to go up. And I mean, our economy in Medford and Taylor County is not going to look good if we can't make sales and we can't produce pizzas. So it's bad news for everyone.
Yeah, it's really tough. There's been a lot of small businesses that have had to close their doors already, and you think about what could happen if Kamala Harris is elected. We're going to see probably a lot more of that. How do you feel about that no tax on tips from President Trump?
I think it's awesome. To be honest, I think we should go farther and not tax overtime anymore. Because to be honest with you, when has the government worked any hours in my overtime? I work for that.
That's yours. It should be yours to keep. Well, I love your shirt. Thank you. And you're very well spoken, young patriot. So thank you for your time today. God bless you, sir. Yeah, we're having a good time out here. As you can see, the crowd is getting bigger and bigger. The line is getting longer and longer. And I think as it gets warmer and warmer, we're going to see more people showing up here. We know that they're getting bussed in. And I want to introduce you to a very patriotic young woman here. Trump 2024! Tell me about yourself. What is your name and where are you from?
Please don't put me on here.
Oh, you're too good to not put on. Tell me though, why are you voting for him? Why is it important to you? Why'd you show up today? Come on.
Ha! Why do we show up? For our children, for our grandkids, for our babies, for the corrupt government, for the corrupt medical system, the schools, everything.
What do you think of Kamala Harris?
She's a dumbass. Anybody that believes that she's real, they got some brains loose because she's got a mask on.
You know, you gotta love the authenticity of the Trump supporters who come out here. They don't hold anything back, and that's why we love President Trump as well. He doesn't have anything to hide. He is himself. I don't know if I'd go so far as to call Kamala Harris that name, but there are a few choice names that many Americans have in the back of their mind when it comes to the policy decisions that she can't even keep straight. As we continue on out here, we're talking to people, and it's just one of those days where you can just feel the excitement. There's a lot of people excited about President Trump, not just showing up here today, but as we get closer to the election, winning that election. We need it so badly, and everybody out here has the hope that it's actually going to happen, me included, Mike included as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I just got called back because some of the people I was speaking to earlier just wanted to elaborate on some points, and they brought up, who's running the country, with Biden taking 560 odd days of vacation time in the past almost 4 years, which is 130 odd days a year. Kamala Harris now gallivanting all over the country. Who's running the country?
The Democratic elites, Nancy Pelosi, Barack Obama, Chuck Schumer. It seems as though that's the case. They won't even let Kamala do an interview on her own. If she does speak for more than 5 minutes candidly, something will go wrong. They don't trust her to do an interview on her own. Somebody's handling the Democratic Party, and it's not Biden, and it doesn't seem to be Harris.
Yeah, they thought that they're, as much as you want to believe, that she's a puppet. She's really just a figurehead for, an Obama or someone to be able to continue running this country. Like you said, the Democratic elite, deep state, whatever you want to say, that she's really just there. She's just being put in a chair and she's being gallivanted around, a horse and pony show where she doesn't have anything of substance. It's been 40-something odd days now, and we have no policies. We had an awful interview. Even if people wanted to make a choice, there's nothing to base your choice on. I've watched video after video of just man on the street type interviews where people are asking, why would you want Harris? And it's always joy, or she's a woman of color, or something of that nature. No one can give a substantive answer because it's always followed by what policies do you like? What has she done? At which point, 99.99% of the time, they run away. I'm done with this interview, and that's it. And that seems to be the ongoing theme of the Kamala Harris, Tim Walz campaign, is to not have a policy, not speak to anybody, not do anything of substance, which is just, in America, of all places, to try and run a campaign of just not disinformation, but zero information whatsoever to the American people. It's a very clear choice in this race. I think the educated people who are just using common sense, we refer to President Trump as the president of common sense, there is no other way at this point, because we're not hearing anything. Even if you wanted to try and make an educated decision, you can't, because there's nothing on the other side.
Well, what's scary about it is, they're going to say anything right now to make a final push toward low information voters, those who are so busy with their families, with working, that they don't have a chance to pay very close attention to what's happening, what her policies really are. Absolutely. And the scary part about it is, if she's elected, she's going to have all the power. She will be in charge of our military. She'll be the leader of the free world. She'll be able to do whatever she wants.
Will she be the one? That's the scary part. Will she actually be the one, or is there someone back there going to be pressing those buttons?
And what will those buttons equate to? You know what I mean? What do we stand to lose? Are we going to head into socialism? Are they going to take all the illegal immigrants who came across our border, strategically place them in areas where they can redistrict our congressional leaders?
Well, I think we already know the answer to that, and we've seen with the last 3.5 years to be like, and I don't think anybody in their right mind would want one more day than is necessary of what we currently have. Yeah. So I know, obviously, the line now is we're almost at max capacity here. Got another one sneaking in, a few people sneaking in.
Yeah.
How you guys doing?
Yeah,
Doing great. How are you?
You can tell that someone wants to be on camera if they're standing around and kind of smiling really big. We know that they want to talk. Tell me about yourself. What's your name?
I'm Tony.
Tony?
Yes.
I'm Lex.
And you guys are brothers?
No, this is my son.
This is your son?
Yes.
Oh, what a good-looking boy you have.
Thank you.
And you know what? You're teaching him the right way. This is an education that is priceless for you.
Exactly.
Why was it important for you to bring him out?
Well, it's important to see what's going on with America and in this political climate. It's just very important to see what the right way to vote is, in my opinion.
What industry are you in?
I'm just self-employed right now.
Self-employed?
Yep.
For people who are self-employed, for people who maybe have fallen on hard times, the way that this economy has gone, the way that grocery prices are 20% higher than they used to be, a lot of people are struggling, and our bank accounts, our credit card bills are reflecting that.
Exactly.
What is your biggest concern if Kamala Harris is elected?
There's a long list. I couldn't even begin. Where the economy, our relationships with other countries, I just don't see her doing a great job. She just doesn't seem to have what it takes. Yeah.
Have you been excited about coming to this event? Mm-hmm. Have you been thinking about it for the past couple of days, knowing that you were going to be here?
Yeah.
What are you most excited about?
Seeing Trump on the float.
This is history that's going to be made today, and what a great father you have to bring you out here on this beautiful day as well. We're getting blessed in sunshine today.
Yes, it's perfect out.
I think that it's a great thing that you're doing. You're setting a great example for other fathers out there. We're also concerned about what's happening in the schools and with some of the books that are making their way into the school districts. Do you have concerns about that?
My school has been very good, actually, on a lot of that. As far as I know, I haven't seen anything crazy coming into my school, but I don't want to see that either. So, yeah.
Well, I hope you guys have a fantastic time, and it's a memorable day that neither one of you ever forget. Thank you so much for joining me.
Yes, thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you as well. I know Mark's around here somewhere. I don't see him right now, but I think the excitement is palpable. And you know what? I want to thank everybody who's joining us on the chat right now, whether you're joining in, commenting on Rumble, or whether you're watching us on YouTube. We love the way that you engage. Thank you for being in the chat. Thank you for talking about what's happening. You are very much a part of the history that's going to be made out here today in Wisconsin. And what's really cool about the chat and just being out here at a Trump rally that's taking place in a small town like this, you get to see what small town America looks like and the people that live here, the real struggles that they're experiencing, what it's like to be an American in this economy right now. And it's tough.
Yeah, I can tell you that it's very tough. I often refer to my own experiences here and tell you what I go through, and I can tell you that my wife and I, before I came out here yesterday, we went shopping, and dollars continuously just not going as far as they can. A box of cereal, we bought Honey Nut Cheerios. A box was $9.99 for a box of Cheerios. Wow. Like, that's nuts. And I can tell you that after breakfast this morning, I'm sure it's almost gone or gone altogether. So just the dollar's not going as far. It's, as parents, as just an everyday American, your money isn't going as far as it could, as far as it should. Gas is still, it's come down a little bit, but it's still not where it should be. It's not where it was during President Trump's time in office, and it's something we need to change, and it's something on people's mind. I hear parents back here, people are going with so much Trump gear and hats and shirts, and kids want to get it, and they're like, I can't afford it.
Yeah.
And it's terrible. It's, as a parent myself, it's not great to not be able to give your kids and your family what they want, what they need. Movies, if you want to go to the movies, it's $60 to go to the movies. So people are being affected by this. It's really happening. It's really out here. As you guys see here on RSBN, every place we go, everyone is afflicted by something else. And here, it's the economy. Just, again, hearing kids asking their parents for stuff, and I don't have the money. So I would love to get a shot of this crowd. It's really just exploded. People have just really filled in. We should take a walk a little bit further down this line as we see just so many people. If Mason, if you can raise up a bit, this entire parking lot, when we got here at 6 a.m., was just starting to fill up. And now we are at max capacity with people still coming. The line is outside of all of our barricades right now and is stretching the entire length of the parking lot. So it just keeps going and going. So many people, so many different walks of life, so many youngsters here today, as you guys have seen, coming out with their parents. Really great to see just so many kids being with their parents, learning about what's going on, learning what President Trump is, getting involved in politics that, they may not 100% understand now, but obviously with children being so perceptive, they're able to see that there's issues. They're able to see that parents like myself are struggling to be able to feed their kids, that the money just isn't going as far. Rents are up. Rents are at all-time highs now. Where I live in Las Vegas, rents are up over 50% over the past close to 2 years. So we're really just going into, copy that, thank you. Again, live TV guys, we're here. When we started, we had internet, and because there's so many people in such a tight location, internet has gone down, which is one of the things we face. Breaking down the fourth wall. You see us scrolling through our phones trying to get to all of our advertisers and read these great sponsors that allow us to do this, and thank you guys for allowing us to do this as well. But sometimes it gets a little bit difficult as we're on the move and we're on the fly and we're out here and we never know what's going to happen. So I want to tell you about Z-Stack, and as soon as I can find it here. All right. New sponsor, we love these guys. Attention patriots, you see what's happening out there. COVID, monkeypox, bird flu, the threats are constant. And we're not getting the full story from mainstream media and those in power. But here's the truth. You don't have to sit back and rely on them to protect you. Dr. Vladimir Zelenko, the fearless physician who advised the Trump administration and saved countless lives with his at-home treatments, has created Z-Stack, the original all-natural at-home preventative vitamin for COVID, flu, and other viral illnesses. This isn't just another supplement. It's a powerhouse blend of keratin, zinc, vitamin C, and vitamin D, specifically designed to fortify your immune system and keep you ready for anything. Imagine the confidence of knowing you're protected and prepared, taking your health into your own hands. This is about more than just vitamins. It's about freedom and taking back control. So don't wait for someone else to tell you what to do. Take action now. Go to zstacklife.com and grab a bottle of Z-Stack today. Use promo code RSBN at checkout to save 20%. Protect yourself, protect your family, and stay strong with Z-Stack. Once again, that's zstacklife.com and use code RSBN. So, again, we are here at the Central Wisconsin Airport in Mosinee, Wisconsin, awaiting the arrival of President Donald Trump. We're going to take a quick break, and we will see you back here in just a few.
You ask and we listen. We're finally bringing the most requested offer ever. Get the queen size premium MyPillow, now only $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. It helps keep your neck aligned and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep of your life. But that's not all. Get our 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets only $25. Our brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. Get our famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25 and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products, including the premium queen-size MyPillow, only $19.98. That's the lowest price ever. Don't delay, order today. From all of us here at MyPillow, thanks America!
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Hi folks, RSBN founder and CEO Joe Steele here. Did you know there is nearly $1 trillion of infrastructure and pandemic funds yet to be spent? That's right, there's a massive amount of money that the lame duck administration is pushing hard to spend in their last few months. If the president is able to push these funds out, we could see another prolonged inflation surge, just like during COVID. And I'm sure you remember the terrible effects that high prices had on most Americans. But there's hope. A surge in prices can be beaten. A gold IRA from Birch Gold Group is the ultimate inflation hedge for your savings in uncertain times. To see how to protect your IRA or 401k, get your free info kit on gold by texting the word Trump to 989898. Birch Gold makes it seamless to roll over your retirement account while preserving your tax advantage status. Don't wait for the president's spending spree to tank the dollar further. Protect your financial future now. Text Trump to the number 989898 for your free info kit from Birch Gold.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We'll be getting back out to Mosinee, Wisconsin with Mike Fortin and Christina Loren, who are holding down the fort there in Wisconsin, as it's about 40 to 50 degrees there right now. As you guys heard before, Mike was saying he's from Nevada, about 100 degrees there, and then going 60 degrees, a little bit colder in Wisconsin. But hey, it's football season, and it's time for a great Trump rally in Wisconsin. As I mentioned a bit earlier, Trump Force One, we may be getting a good sighting of that great airplane today, as President Trump will be landing at the central Wisconsin airport there. So it's going to be quite awesome for all of the people in Wisconsin. Again, 10 electoral votes up for grabs in the Badger State. About 6 million people live in that great state in Wisconsin. So we're looking forward to that speech today at 2 o'clock, as you guys see there on the screen. Around 12:45 will be the pre-program, so a lot of great speakers as well. As you guys know, a lot of memorable moments at various rallies that RSBN has been to. I was at one in Robstown, Texas back in 2022. It was in October of 2022. And I just want to highlight one moment that happened. I was on the media riser. We were waiting for President Trump to take the stage, and the great Mike Lindell was able to, we were able to interview him, but then he left the stage and he went down to go talk to the people in the crowd. And this is just a warm, good, positive, amazing moment of we the people and someone that supports President Trump and Mike Lindell. So take a look at this video from October of 2022.
Get us back right. Yeah. I just love you, Mark. Oh, for Christmas. Oh, my goodness.
Mike, what's it like to see this amount of love out here?
Well, they're looking for hope, you know. I give the glory to the Lord. God bless me with a big platform, but it's everybody's platform. And it's just, I have a bigger voice right now than everybody else. And it feels good to know that there's people that, this inspires me to keep going. And, you know, everybody, more and more courage is contagious. And that's where we're at. Everybody, this isn't a time to save your courage for a rainy day because it's pouring outside.
But honestly, what is it like to see all these people shaking your hands, loving you for being an American patriot?
Yeah, it is pretty amazing. I just feel very blessed, you know. People are looking for hope, and we are going to get our elections back instead of selections. We will get rid of these voting machines. Everybody knows what I'm standing for. We have to get rid of the electronic voting machine, or we're going to lose our country. How you doing? You guys, how are you going to see the stage back here?
God bless you, Mike. And we sleep on your sheets, by the way.
All right. Yes, we do.
So the purpose of showing that video, of course, is just the warmth that you see at President Trump's rallies all across the country. Of course, that's from 2022, but as I know and many correspondents know here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, that is the crowd of people that love our country and just want our country to continue to be free moving forward. Of course, with this huge election coming up, just some great, powerful moments without any edits there from start to finish, and just seeing people from all walks of life there, just shaking Mike's hand, wanting President Trump in office. So we've seen the same thing in the Bronx or in Philadelphia, in Detroit, various events in Atlanta, today in Mosinee, Wisconsin, and Glendale, Arizona. Everywhere we go across the country with Right Side Broadcasting Network, that's the kind of behind the scenes kind of flow that we see when it comes to Mike Lindell and, of course, President Trump, loved by so many people. Let's just give MyPillow.com a quick plug, of course, too, for Mike Lindell, for what he has done for this country and is going to continue to do. You can use the RSBN promo code for a deep discount there. A lot of great products, as you guys know, on MyPillow.com. So go ahead and go to that website, order off of that site, get some great products there. I know my family, we have a number of them, and I know you guys probably do too. But for those of you that don't, give MyPillow a try with anything from the pillow to slides and slippers, towels, dog bed, mattress topper, and actually that mattress right there for 50% off. So a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network is MyPillow.com. So a wonderful video there to see the connection of we the people with Mike, and of course with President Trump, as we will see later today as the program begins at 12 o'clock Eastern. I was mentioning 12:45 earlier. It looks like it is now at 12 p.m. So just less than 2 hours until that starts. And of course, we'll be going back out to Mike and Christina, who are in the field interviewing the great patriots there. Before we do, two more quick sponsors, but great sponsors. We know that Birch Gold Group is fighting against all of that, trying to devalue the dollar from other countries. So using gold, silver, and precious metals, always a good idea. Also, for a limited time right now, it looks like this free fight silver coin. All you got to do is text Trump to 989898 for more information, and you'll get this awesome coin right here. That picture right there, of course, from J13, when President Trump said, "Fight, fight, fight," after the incident there, the attempted assassination. And on the other side is the White House. I know we're trying to get the zoom on that shot there. It didn't work on that time, but the White House is on the other side of this silver coin. You'll get this for free once you get a product through Birch Gold Group. So a great sponsor, of course, as the BRICS nations try and push against the value of our U.S. dollar. So text Trump to 989898. And another great sponsor through Mike Huckabee. He's got the Kids Guide to President Trump. There's also the Kids Guide to American Greatness, to fighting indoctrination and other topics out there. These books I think are good for any age, to be honest. Just to kind of refresh, review, and look at the founding of our country, how elections work, and also how great President Trump was for the first 4 years of that first administration, and looking to make America great again for our nation. This isn't just because we're sponsoring, working together as a sponsor. This is from the heart to the American people that we do love this nation as well, and we do want to see our country be more free and not go the communist way. As we know, the fork in the road that's coming up, that's on the ballot. It comes down to America first or America last, or it comes down to true conservatism versus true communism, or even worse, maybe technocratic type of way. So at the end of the day, we know a lot on the ballot right now. President Trump yesterday in New York, if you watched, Bobby McNeely and I were here in the studio. President Trump at Trump Tower refuting all of the lawfare against him. As you know, it's just a lot of lawfare attacks against President Trump, but we see there in Wisconsin a lot of people lining up at the Central Wisconsin Airport. We'll be going back out there to Mike Fortin and Christina Loren to interview people, and then they're going to go inside the hangar area where the venue is, where President Trump will take the stage there. And Trump Force One, it'd be quite awesome. Hopefully today's the day that we see it again. You know, at Right Side Broadcasting Network, just even as a viewer, it's just such an awesome experience to see that great plane flying in for that landing and then pulling up right there in front of the crowd. I remember covering that in Dayton, Ohio some time back. Seeing the president step out of the plane there, always good. But it's not only just fanfare for the guy, President Trump, it's also our love for the country and our love for the Constitution, for it to be the law of the land. And speaking of the Constitution, the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia in 3 days from now, President Trump taking on Kamala Harris in a debate. And some of the rules for that debate, of course, it's muted mics, no live studio audience, only a pen, paper, and water on stage, and no pre-written notes. We know President Trump is the GOAT when it comes to debates and when it comes to speeches as well. And Harris is more of a hide-in headphones Harris, referring to that time when she was walking up the steps of Air Force Two the other day wearing headphones as the press were trying to ask her questions. So there's no hiding now. The debate is happening in 3 days. What will she really say about our country? What will she really say about the direction she wants to take it? Versus, of course, the common sense and the people's president, Donald Trump, and the majority of this country who wants Donald Trump and the conservative way to continue in this land, because that's what this country was founded on, right? So it's like the Judeo-Christian principle, that's what we're looking for, is that truth and that common sense. Land of the free, right? Home of the brave, land of the free, for us to continue in that vein for this nation. And hopefully in 2026, with President Trump being in office, in Iowa, shout out to you guys there at the fairgrounds. Think about it. That will be a huge celebration for our country. It'll be the 250th celebration of the United States of America. Boy, do we hope, we pray, and we work hard for that to happen as well. So going back out there to Mosinee, Wisconsin. A little bit cooler up there in Wisconsin, but you know what? People, of course, wearing the jackets and getting ready to see President Trump, and also that pre-program that will be starting around 12 o'clock Eastern time. If you'd like to follow us, it's at RSBN on Truth Social. Finally got to that 700,000 mark. If you'd like to follow, it's at Matthew Alvarez here in the studio. Let's go back out to correspondents Mike Fortin and Christina Loren right now live on Rally Day in Wisconsin.
Who's going to be speaking at 1 p.m. The crowd is slowly trickling in. It's going to be his second outdoor rally since the attempt on his life, so we're super excited to get a chance to see him outdoors. Secret Service is here. They're making sure that everybody is nice and secure so that we can all have a good time. And one of the ways they're doing so is they're taking school buses, meeting people, meeting the crowd at the entrance to the airport. It's a rather small airport, as you can imagine, here in this small town. And they're busing people in on the school buses. So people are coming in, they're having a great time, and so yeah, it's not the same way that Kamala Harris buses people in. They're busing people in at the entrance. They're not bringing them in from different states to see President Donald J. Trump. In fact, I don't think everybody's going to be able to get in today because the crowd is getting so big. As we head throughout the day today, we're going to be talking to the crowd, taking you inside, and we have a lot of special guests expected to take the stage with President Donald J. Trump later on today. So we are expecting a busy, busy day. Want to thank all the sponsors of RSBN. We've got a lot of great sponsors: Birch Gold, My Pillow, and one that I want to talk about right now is Tax Network USA. Because you know what? We know that taxes are a big part of living in America, but something that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to continue to ramp up. Taxes can be tremendously burdensome, really add up. Many of us are struggling right now, but if you owe back taxes, Tax Network USA wants to help you because it's a really bad idea to let those go. If you do, they can garnish your wages, levy your bank account, just pull money right out of your account. The IRS, as you know, they will do whatever it takes to get their money. So before it gets to that point, we want you to visit tnusa.com/RSBN. With over 14 years of experience, their expert staff of seasoned tax attorneys have a proven record of settling back tax issues for people all over the country. Their skillful negotiators can substantially reduce your tax debts. They will strive to get you the lowest possible installment plan along with customized payment solutions, and they will work hard to minimize or eliminate your penalties. If you don't want to give the government a cent more of your hard-earned money than you actually have to, reach out to the experts at Tax Network USA. They offer highly effective solutions for individuals and businesses. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and they've saved their clients over $1 billion in back taxes. So no matter the size of your tax issue, their expertise is your advantage. Tax Network USA doesn't just negotiate, they also protect your assets from IRS seizures. This is big. They'll manage your yearly returns for ongoing compliance as well. For immediate relief, call 1-800-357-1415 or visit tnusa.com/RSBN. Don't let tax issues overpower you. Turn to Tax Network USA and find your path to financial freedom and financial peace of mind. As you just heard in the background, likely, that was Lee Greenwood's God Bless the USA. People are really starting to get out here now with flags. They're flying everywhere. And this crowd looks pretty good, pretty nice and warm and toasty. You guys are bundling up over here. The sun's finally coming out, though, huh?
Feels good.
What brought you out here today, sir?
Wanting to see President Trump.
Is this your first time in a rally?
Yes, for President Trump, I saw Ronald Reagan in 1988, which is wonderful.
I mean, the two have a lot of parallels, Reagan and Trump. Reagan was my favorite president until President Donald Trump came along. Tell me a little bit about why you're going to vote for him in this particular election cycle.
I think he's a true leader, which is a lot like what I felt with President Reagan. I remember as a child coming out of the Carter years, a poor economy like we have now. Iran was holding our hostages. We couldn't get them back. The military tried to go rescue them. That failed. Didn't have the right equipment to do it. And we're kind of in the same position we are now. We need somebody who's got the leadership to get us out of it and who has the right ideas to do it.
Yeah, you think about the war in Ukraine happening. We've got a war in the Middle East happening. That's a scary one because you talk about the potential. Benjamin Netanyahu wants to eliminate Hamas. He's not going to back down until that happens. I don't see that war ending anytime soon. You think about Kamala Harris, in the Situation Room, trying to make things happen. What are your concerns there?
Well, when things like LGBTQ and abortion are the most important ideas, when we have what's going on in the world, let's compare this. I mean, that doesn't answer the problems that we're facing. That's a problem right there. No answer, or the wrong one.
What was your name?
Ron Coran.
And what city are you from?
I'm from Wisconsin Rapids, just about 45 minutes away from here.
Well, thanks for coming out. It was a real pleasure talking to you. You're a very smart man. Thank you for your time. All right, I'm going to send it over to Mike, who is another great patriot that he's speaking with.
All right, so I had to come over. I saw the jacket. You look stellar. What's your name and where are you from?
I'm Tyler. I'm from Wisconsin Rapids.
Okay, cool. The jacket you're wearing, a place that everyone knows well. It's been in the news a little bit, especially for Kamala Harris. McDonald's. Do you know her? Have you worked with her?
Not personally. I've heard rumors really recently that she worked there, but I've not seen anything or anywhere about her ever working there.
It's funny because they a lot of people they want to know. They're curious. She said, she's got commercials out now. I worked at McDonald's, so on and so forth. McDonald's says she never did. Have you heard anything about that in there?
I've heard people talking about her not ever working there. I personally haven't seen anything around her working there. I know there's been commercials out. I've seen those commercials, but me personally, I don't think she's ever...
Do you think she has what it takes to work at a McDonald's?
Oh, definitely not. Definitely not. There's a lot of employees that you got to work through and customers, you got to help them, but I don't think she's really...
You gentlemen like to be on
I don't
camera?
think she's the McDonald's type.
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
Well, so, working at McDonald's, obviously, you guys are a go-to for a lot of Americans to try and save money on food. I know I've been hitting up McDonald's a lot lately. Those new $5 value meals. Thank you very much for those. They go a long way. They help our kids. What are you guys seeing? Are you seeing more people come to you guys to try and save money? Are those value meals moving more? Like what's the overall thinking there in McDonald's?
I know people have been complaining about the prices going up with inflation and stuff. But definitely with the $5 meal deal that has happened and the mobile app and stuff, they've been definitely saving money that way. But without that, I'm sure they'd be spending an arm and a leg for trying to get decent meal.
Absolutely. What are some of the issues, outside of work? What are some of the issues that are affected? I'll let you move down a little bit. I don't want to hold up the crowd too much. Bring the wife, the girlfriend with you, of course. We don't want to leave her behind. What are some of the issues, for you, someone who works at McDonald's? What are some of the issues that you're feeling? What's hitting you the most in your personal life?
I know definitely when I go and buy groceries and stuff, it keeps continuing to get higher and higher. All the prices, I know I used to spend maybe $100 and I get a lot of stuff. Now it's almost $200 and it's not even filling up the fridge anymore. So that's a big issue. I know the price of whether it's gas or the car payments, those are changing a little bit. It fluctuates a lot. I know 2020 and before Joe Biden and Kamala Harris came into office, it was definitely cheaper for gas. I know, and so now it's like $3, $4 in some places, and I think it's a problem.
Absolutely. So the economy, inflation, another one of your biggest. We've heard that from a lot of other locals here as well, that money just not going as far. Is there anything else you're concerned about? Borders, anything that you're seeing in your community that's affecting anything around you?
I definitely think I recently visited Texas and stuff. I have family over there, and they were having crime problems in El Paso with everybody coming over, and they couldn't kind of control it. And I think it just needs to be dealt with better and figured out what needs to be done to close it a little more.
Obviously, here supporting President Trump. As someone who's taking an active part, voting in the election, what are your thoughts on a presidential candidate just not doing interviews, not speaking to the press?
I think it's a big issue. I know with Kamala Harris, I heard her not going to too many meetings or visiting the border as much as she should.
Hasn't visited the border at all.
Yeah. And as a vice president, I didn't really hear anything about her on the news, haven't heard anything really her doing anything until she got voted to be the Democratic National.
There was no votes. She was installed, so there was no vote. So again, another issue.
And I think especially the primary voters voted for one way, and then Joe Biden stepped down, and they just went right to Kamala Harris.
Right. Not very democratic.
No, definitely not. They didn't really care about any of their voters. I think that's a big issue. I think it can definitely improve with that. But I'm just hearing a lot of lies from one side. And I know when I do hear about her, see her interviews, or if she does any, she's laughing a lot. There's not really, let's get down to business and figure this out as a whole community. But think that can be dealt with a lot.
As for her running mate, Tim Walz, you may have seen this past week that the Walz family has come out in support of President Trump. What do you think that says about a candidate where your own family doesn't want you to be vice president of the United States?
Especially if your own family doesn't believe in your power and what you vote for, what you believe in. I think it says a lot about that Walz as a person and as a leader and as somebody who can help our community. I don't think if your own family doesn't believe in you, I don't think the whole country will believe in you either.
Well, there you go. I think you're 100% right, and I think you nailed it. My friend, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Trump expected at 1 p.m., and I think you guys are in for a treat tonight. So thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. No problem.
There you have it. More issues here. Go right ahead. Go right ahead. Don't mind me. I'll just jump in front of you guys. There you go. Thank you so much. All right. What was that one, Mason?
Patriot Pay.
Got it. Patriot Pay. Another great new sponsor here at RSBN. Let me tell you about them. Folks, Steve Bannon has something crucial to share with you today, a tool that's making decentralized currency simple and accessible for everyone. It's called Patriot Pay. It's the easiest way for you to get started with crypto. With just $20, you can dive into the world of cryptocurrency, and it couldn't be simpler. In minutes, you'll be able to buy Patriot Pay, Steve Bannon's coin, along with a variety of other top cryptocurrencies, all in one easy-to-use app. No complicated steps, no need for technical knowledge. Patriot Pay makes it all hassle-free. You can even make anonymous political donations through the app with just a few taps, supporting leaders who stand for our values, like President Trump and Kari Lake. You can contribute to the causes you care about while keeping your donations private, all in the same app. Patriot Pay is also building the Patriot economy, helping businesses that share our values connect with customers like you. If you're a business owner, it's easy to get started with free listings in Patriot economy. Just reach out today. So don't wait. Download Patriot Pay now, and with just a few clicks and $20, start taking advantage of benefits of decentralized currency. Visit app.patriotpay.org or download the app to get started. It's never been easier to join the movement and support the causes that matter most. Download the app by visiting app.patriotpay.org. Again, President Trump expected to speak at 1 p.m. The crowds are just blooming, as you can imagine. For every one of these rallies, we see tens of thousands of people at certain times coming in to see President Trump. We got here at 6 a.m. There has already been people. There's people here as early as 3 a.m., we're told. And now the line, this is the holding lot. As Mason, maybe you can pan up a little bit and see, this is the holding area. So this isn't even the main area for all of the crowds. This is the holding area outside of the main gates, for people that are hoping to be able to get a chance to see President Trump speak tonight live in person here in Wisconsin. Are you guys excited to see President Trump tonight? Yeah! Can I get a fight, fight, fight? Fight, fight, fight! There you go. People excited for it. Christina, take it away.
Trump. I'm joined by some hunters here. The line keeps on moving. And tell me a little bit about why you're so excited about today.
Oh, this is a great event. We all need to get behind Trump and get him back in the White House, get this country rolling in the right direction instead of backwards. All these years and how it can be demolished in 4 years is terrible.
It's a sad state of affairs. And you know what I love is that you brought your neighbor out here with you. And he's happy to be here. You can tell. You don't have to worry about him taking down your Trump flag.
That's for sure. Yep, it'll stay up.
So you guys decided to carpool here together, come together, stay in line together. What do you hope to take away from today, getting a chance to see him in person?
Oh, it's just going to be great to see him in person and listen to him, in person, and so I'm excited about that.
He never lets the crowd down, and there's something about the way that he speaks and he motivates a crowd. He'll make a great point and the crowd just erupts. He just brings that energy, that gravitas that only he can do, and he speaks from his heart. He keeps it real. It's pretty scary to think about what could happen if he doesn't win.
Oh, I don't want to see that.
Your neighbor doesn't either.
No. No way.
You know, he's got 2 sons who love to hunt as well. Tell me a little bit about your hunting experience here in Wisconsin and how it's part of your life.
Oh, just hunt deer, you know. Bow and arrow, gun. The old Wisconsin tradition for me.
That's
So,
legit, bow and arrow.
yeah.
I love that. You know, hunters are the ultimate conservationists. You're taxed on your bullets, you're taxed on the guns themselves, and a lot of that money goes back to repopulating the wildlife. I don't think a lot of people are aware of that factor. But hunters are great people, so thank you so much for your time.
Oh, thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Neighbor.
Thank you.
I hope you guys have a great day. You know, he's going to do a rendition of Lee Greenwood's Proud to be an American. This group is from Japan. These are people from Japan. Only one of them speaks English. And they are here to support President Donald Trump. Of course, Japan is an ally. We love Japanese people in this country. It has been a great alliance for our country. And he's got a beautiful singing voice. One of the people from the group has mentioned that they're going to be speaking to me here in a moment, the one that does speak English, and so we will talk to him coming up. But this is America. This is the United States. Every single race, every single age, here for President Trump to celebrate the greatest nation in the world. And we are so blessed to live here. It's such a beautiful thing. And for those of you who've never been to a Trump rally before, this is what it's like. This is my second rally now. I didn't know what it was going to be like in Wisconsin versus Arizona, but I'm seeing the exact same thing. People from all walks of life coming out to support Donald J. Trump and to celebrate America and freedom and everything that this country affords us. And as a woman, you look at other countries, women don't have the same liberties. We are so blessed as women to be from this country, to be born on this soil.
Well, I'll tell you, as we stand here, the crowd, we were on the outside of where all these people were, and now we're kind of stuck in the middle as these lines continue to grow. More people just flooding in. It's kind of crazy just to see how many people now, as we get closer, how many people are here. If you see these lines, you know, this is real. We're far back now. As far as the eye can see, you see red hats and flags, and you hear, as Christina was saying, the Japanese Americans singing. Some of them aren't even able to vote yet because they just recently came over, but they believe so strongly in President Trump and his values and his message that they will come out here and they'll sing and serenade the crowd and just have a great time, just giving people water. It's just a really great vibe here at these rallies. We've seen so much love and unity. People just happy to be here, happy to lean on each other for support. Some of these rallies get super hot, or this morning like super cold, and everyone's just here to have fun, to support President Trump, to help get his message out, and really just make America great again.
You know, and that's a beautiful part about working for RSBN. We don't cut away from anything. We bring you every moment of the action live. Anything could literally happen at any second, and we're here to cover it for you. We want to make you feel like you're here with us. And if you're in the chat right now commenting, you are here with us. We love your interaction. You can see all these great Americans out here. Oh, look at this. It's President Trump. Look at this. Look at this. There he is. Doesn't that just make your heart warm when you see his face smiling like that, the 2 thumbs up? We love you, President Trump. If you were here right now, I would tell you that in person.
How'd that interview go?
You know, he didn't have a lot to say this
Seemed a little
time.
stiff.
He's saving everything for later on today. He's going to hold on to his best lines for when he takes the stage.
That's great. How are you folks doing today? Awesome. What are you guys, where are you from?
Wisconsin Rapids.
Okay, cool. What's your name and where are you from?
Jeff, and I'm from Wisconsin Rapids.
Cool. What do you do for a living?
I am a pricing analyst for a trucking company.
A pricing analyst? What does a pricing analyst do?
I price freight for customers.
That's a great segue in. What have you seen in pricing? Has it increased because of fuel costs, things like that? Is it really taking a toll on business, or customers really kind of feeling it in the end?
The customers are feeling it in the end because prices are going up due to fuel. Since we have to charge more for our transportation, we got to pass that on to our customers, and those people are the factories and the producers here in America, and they end up, passing that on to their customers as well. So yeah, prices are going up, and people aren't buying as much, so the transportation is down. We're not hauling as much as we used to.
Oh, wow.
So
because of the prices, you guys just aren't hauling, so they've just kind of cut back, and then obviously us at the end are feeling that squeeze because they've had to raise the prices so much.
Correct.
Wow. What do you do for a living?
I'm a property manager.
What's going on in property right now? What's affecting you guys?
Well, I work for low income and the disabled and elderly, and I see a lot of individuals where they are choosing either meds or food, or they can't do the extracurricular activities and they need to be social and they can't. It's hurt. It's a trickle-down effect. The Biden administration is not working. His plan for finances is not working. And the only people that are benefiting from it is those that are sitting on his cabinet. It sure ain't the regular American people. It ain't. And like I said, I'm a property manager. We have Republicans and Democrats. We have liberals. We have non-liberals. I mean, it's a podge of everybody. And something's got to change.
And it doesn't matter. I mean, like you said, everybody under that umbrella. I'll walk with you guys to keep this line moving. But, with all those people that you mentioned, it still kind of boggles my mind a little bit, because everyone, doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on, you're feeling it. But ultimately where that's coming from. It's coming from the Biden-Harris administration. And so to continue to want just one more day, let alone 4 more years of the same thing, and we know where that's going to lead. What do you think about what Kamala Harris has put forth in terms of her policies and what she wants to do?
I think she's a little late in the game. I think from seeing where we can't take care of our own vets who are out on the street, our homeless that are out on the street, we can't take care of our military personnel. I come from a long line of people in the military. It's sad. I mean, you should be able to take care of your own before you take care of others. And I have no objection about people coming into the U.S. and wanting to be U.S. citizens. I've worked with some wonderful people that went through the process. The problem I have is them coming in illegally. And just hearing the rumors about now the Venezuelan gangs going into Denver and kicking people out of HUD housing, and they are causing chaos. And I mean, there's no reason for it. Any other country you go over there, they don't use rubber bullets. You're gone. And it's sad. I mean, when did we decide we were going to fall apart?
Well, I think it's been 4 years in the making, to see where we started when President Trump left office to where we are now. It's been a pretty steep decline pretty rapidly, with so many illegal immigrants coming in. And obviously you mentioned Aurora, and I know now Chicago has become another place. And so these are cities that aren't necessarily affected by the border or on the border, but now
look at New York City, where they harbored all these people and the people that need the housing, and they kicked them out. Now there's no place to go for regular people who want to go and do visitations of the city or a vacation there. They have no home. They have no hotels. They have nothing, but they have a heck of a lot of crime.
What's interesting that you say, recently Kamala Harris mentioned that it was crazy to think that so many illegal migrants are causing crime. She laughed and cackled about it, that they're not causing crime. And now the stats just came out that over the past year or so, 75% of the crimes in Manhattan, 75% have been caused from illegal immigrants.
Absolutely. And if she laughs about it and she thinks it's so funny, move into the neighborhood. Live there for 2 months. See what it's really about. Put your boots on the ground and stand behind your word. And get a realization of what's really going on in this country. You need to live like the Commonwealth people, not the people of the prince and kings.
Well, again, another great point. If you watch the DNC at all, they were denouncing billionaires, and we want to help the middle class, and we want to bring people up, all while, and Jon Stewart, made light of this in his show, that as they were denouncing billionaires, they were bringing up, like, the mayor of Chicago, who is a billionaire. They were bringing in all these people, Oprah Winfrey, billionaires, to come in and say, hey, we don't like billionaires. Talking about people going to Yale when half of the people went to Yale. So really just mixed messaging, lying. What do you think about her lying? She worked at McDonald's. I mean, what kind of person is going to lie about working at McDonald's?
I don't know. It tells me a lot about her integrity as a person. And unfortunately, I'm a person that once you've shown that type of integrity, I don't want to associate with you. And don't forget, it's us little people that are holding your ladder up on the top. There may only be one bar where you can stand, but we're your support.
Absolutely. And as do you have children?
Yeah.
As a father, as a mom, if your child was running for vice president of the United States, I assume you'd probably be proud. You'd want to support them, regardless of where they stood. You would want to support them. What do you think when an entire family comes out, Tim Walz's family, running for vice president, comes out wearing Trump shirts, has a Trump flag, and says, this guy is not the man for the job?
I don't, when he first was announced and I started to see some of the things, and I'm like, look at the state of Minnesota. Where has that state gone? Just downhill. When your family's not supporting you, it makes you question the person. Most families will support the person that's running for office and get behind them, and his family just isn't. I read the comments his brother made, and how can you support somebody like that? I just don't understand the Democrats wanting him in office.
And obviously, the other thing, close to that, I'll keep walking with you guys, with Obama's brother now coming out in support of Trump, another family member just not supporting their own. I can tell you, as a father, if my son or daughter was running for an office, I would put parties away. I want to be happy for them. I want to be proud of them. That's a great accomplishment. Whether it's a judge or a mayor or whatever it may be, I'd want to be proud of them. But to come out against your own kid, your own brother, sister, uncle, cousin, whatever it may be, I mean, that's crazy.
I think that you support your children as long as their ideals, ethics, and work and moral beliefs are the same as yours. For you to stand against or separate from tells you the makeup of that individual, and it speaks volumes.
Absolutely. Well, hey, I thank you guys so much for spending some time with us. Appreciate everything. Have a great rest of your day. Enjoy the speech tonight. Thank you. We're trying. We're certainly trying. Well, again, you're hearing it from local folks here, what's affecting them the most, what they've seen, how they feel. And it's just everyone has their own issue. Everyone has their own concerns. You heard it here. Christina looks like she has another interview, so I'm going to toss it over to her.
Share with you, because this is something that we all need to care a little bit more about, but these gentlemen know about firsthand, and that's the threat of communism, especially when it comes to communist China. Now, first of all, you're from Japan.
Yes, I'm from Japan.
Why President Trump for you?
Because, only Trump can bring peace to Japan and Korea. That's why we came here to support Trump.
Support Trump. And you talk about communism and the threat of China. Are you very concerned?
We are, American troops had protected our country, Korea, Japan, and many troops had died, sacrificed. But, now we think communism is going to invade America through the money or something like that. So Trump, if Trump became president, America will be protected from communism invasion. That's why we came here.
President Xi Jinping of China has stated boldly that he wants China to be the world power by the year 2049, which is right around the corner when you really think about it. Now, you are from Korea, and we were just talking, and you were letting me know that China is a bigger threat to you than North Korea.
Yeah.
Talk about that.
Well, historically, that during the Korean War, under the help of the UN forces led by the United States, America, we almost, unify the Korean Peninsula. But then it was a Chinese Communist Party that came down and then made North Korea communism again. And we believe that if America falls, everywhere, the freedom everywhere will fall down. America is the last bastion for freedom. Exactly. If America falls, then there will be no freedom throughout the world. Korea will fall, Japan will fall, Taiwan will fall, everywhere.
Yes.
The world will be consumed by communism, just like what you said, that China will invade the whole world. We can't have that. We can't let Chinese destroy our values, destroy our freedom, our religion.
Absolutely. I'm so grateful that you're out here to share this message with our audience, because it's one that we don't often get to hear. It's one that President Trump knows full well, though, that China is a huge threat. And when you look at the different ways that they're trying to invade our country, they came across the border. Many 25,000 Chinese nationals came across the border. Fentanyl is a big problem, the precursor chemicals to make fentanyl. While the Mexican drug cartels, they can buy those direct from China, no problem. And then the Mexican cartel synthesize them into pills, the precursor chemicals, and it comes right across our open border. And there's nothing that happens in China on a grand scale like that the top brass doesn't know about. These gentlemen know firsthand what the threat of communism looks like. They know how important America is. And I'm so thankful to both of you. God bless you. You are great Americans. Thank you.
We are not American citizens, but we don't have the right to vote. But we have to support Trump.
That's right.
And that makes what you're doing, being out here today, even more significant. You're not even American citizens, but you're out here to spread the message.
Yes. Bring peace to Korea, Japan. So we should make President Trump as a world leader. That's what we want.
Well, God bless you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you both so much. We are just meeting all kinds of people. One shared message, though: America cannot fall. There's too much at stake right now. And if you have children, I have a 4-year-old boy. I'm so worried about what the future is going to look like for him. What you'll notice is we take a look at this crowd, which is just growing and growing by the second. There are a lot of kids out here today. A lot of parents brought their kids. It's a Saturday. There is no school. And so they're having an opportunity to be on camera with us, some of them, and to really experience a historic moment later on today with President Donald Trump. Where did your parents go? Right here. Okay, here we go. Can I interview your son? Sure. You always got to ask permission, I know, as a mama bear. What's your name, son?
Caden.
Caden. How old are you?
12.
12 years old. So you like Hooters and Trump, huh?
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about why you're here today, what you're most excited about. I bet you've been thinking about this day for a while, knowing you're going to be out here.
Yeah, I just been wanting to come a lot lately, and I came here, so I'm pretty happy.
Your parents talk about Trump a lot?
Not really. He does, she doesn't.
Well, let me ask you something, because it's funny. Some people like me love to talk about politics. It's like my favorite thing to talk about. What are you most concerned about when it comes to this beautiful family you have, protecting them, protecting their future? Why are you voting for Trump?
That's just it, protecting the future. The way the country's ran right now, there won't be a future left for them.
It's a scary thing to think about. There's so much at stake, and when you look at the polls, and we can't really trust the polling data, we all know that, but they're razor-thin margins. How concerned are you about who's to lead the country?
About my kids and my future grandkids, and just hopefully things can get turned around again.
Well, I love a free spirit, and you're raising one right here. And I have to say, I like that. He's a very, very polished young man, very well-spoken, well-behaved, so you guys are doing well, We just got to pray that Donald Trump wins. I'm going to keep moving down the line, because you, sir, have sunglasses that deserve to be seen on camera. We don't have time to talk, but I do want to show these glasses for a moment, because that's what America's about.
Book your vote. Vote early.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to take it back to Mike.
All right, well, again, you heard it here earlier how great it is in Tennessee. People are moving to Tennessee in droves. It's one of the big growth stories in America. Who doesn't love Nashville? Everybody I know is moving there, and it's 0% state income tax. A pro-business, hands-off government, spectacular countrysides, fun cities, there's nothing not to love. American freedom is alive and well in Tennessee, and if this sounds good to you right now, Tennessee Land and Lakes is selling off large acreage properties just outside of Nashville. In this popular destination spot, way below market prices, for only $89,900. 5 acres with a cozy cabin and quiet woods, only $109,900, if you can believe that. 18-acre riding trails in horse country, $159,900, and a super private 86 acres, $399,900. 5 to 86 acre properties from only $89,900. That's unheard of this close to Nashville. Build, camp, invest in your property your way. Learn more about this great buying opportunities in Tennessee. Click or call 866-345-LAND.com. That's 866-345-LAND.com. And once again, 866-345-LAND.com. Forget Wall Street, buy something real, and make the move to Tennessee. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Appreciate the support. And let me tell you about our friends. As if you don't know already how great the wellness company is and what they can do for you. America, listen up. The world is getting more unpredictable by the day. We've got assassination attempts, rumors of civil war, an unstable stock market, and now the looming threat of bird flu is on everyone's mind. Did you know there's a bird flu summit coming in October? It's eerily reminiscent of Event 201 that foreshadowed the COVID pandemic. And get this, the first topic on the agenda, of course, mass fatality management planning. If that doesn't send chills down your spine, I don't know what will. But here's the good news. You don't have to be scared to be prepared. The Wellness Company created a contagion emergency kit, and every home in America should have at least one of these. They're packed with life-saving meds like ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, antibiotics, and a Z-Pack. And it's all backed by experts like Dr. Peter McCullough. Imagine this, no more frantic searches for a doctor, no more emergency waiting rooms, just a few clicks. And this kit is delivered to your front door. In times like these, having a contagion emergency kit is not just a luxury, it's a necessity. Protect your family by preparing now. Go to twchealth/RSBN and grab your contagion emergency kit right now. That's twchealth/RSBN and use the code RSBN at checkout to save yourself $45 at checkout. Kits are only available here in the USA. So while just before you guys came to me, I had made some friends here because my man right here, excuse me, sir, thank you guys. My friend right here was out here dancing like crazy while Christina was doing her interview, and I wanted to get the moves on camera. I wanted to talk to these guys, these youngsters, about what's important for them here in this election, and what you guys want to hear. What are your thoughts about the opponent, Kamala Harris, and not talking to anybody? First of all, what's your name and where are you from?
My name is Levi Whittorp, and I'm from Eau Claire, Wisconsin.
Okay. What are you here for today? What are you hoping to hear from President Trump? And you said you were 22?
Yep.
At 22, what attracts you to President Trump? What's something? Is this your first time voting, or did you vote in the last election?
I voted in the last election too.
Okay, cool. So what are you hoping here? The message that you're hearing with everything that's going on in America at 22 years old. God bless you for 22 years old. What affects you most right now?
The economy, honestly, on a personal basis. I mean, I want to hear him with his plan on how to end all this fighting going on in Ukraine and Russia. We need to end all that. People need to stop dying in that situation. And Israel, too. We got to fix that one up, too. I hope he has a really good plan to fix that, the economy, get these housing prices down, because it's insane trying to buy a house.
Trying to buy a house at 22?
I've got one already. But
you already got one. Nice. Oh, my gosh, at 22, you got it all.
Right.
You got it all. Was it because of the dance moves?
I think so. I just fooled her with that.
That's it. What else is on your guys' mind? What's important for you, obviously, as a young woman with this upcoming election? What's most important to you?
Honestly, I really like his energy, and like my beliefs align a lot with what he wants to bring to the country. And so I guess it's my first time going to like one of these rallies, and so I'm just excited to kind of like learn more about him too.
So have you been following the election and everything going on? I mean, you know who Kamala Harris is, of course. Obviously, you're a woman. She's a woman. Why would you not pick her?
I don't want to pick someone just because they're a woman necessarily, and I don't think that. I think she talks a lot about like issues that are going on, but not necessarily providing solutions for them. I think that I just haven't heard a lot from her about like how she actually plans to fix things. Just more acknowledging the problems.
So. She does talk a lot, just not with anything of substance. She hasn't put anything forward. So obviously, even if you had thought about going that way, she's given you nothing to really go off of. What does that make you feel like, obviously, someone running for president who doesn't want to talk to the media, who doesn't want to talk to voters like yourself?
I just feel like we're not going to get the representation that we're looking for out of the person that we're choosing to put in control of our country. So.
And you think Trump's the answer?
I think so, personally.
What is the most important issue to you as a woman going into this election?
I think one thing that I'm pretty passionate about is about abortion. I think that I'm just very pro-life, and I think that he leaving it up to the states is good, because then we're able to decide like more as the people, instead of just one person in charge, kind of.
No, I love that. And sometimes it gets a little crazy at these rallies. You got all sorts of stuff going on. Now, I don't want you to lose your smile. I'll come on down here with you guys. I love it. Trump man right here. You guys see some of this merchandise. Take a look. You'll never see such crazy merchandise than you will at these Trump rallies. There's so much stuff, hats, flags, you name it. You know, if you love the hair, we've got the hair. You can come and get it. Any of these Trump rallies, you can find some of the wildest stuff. So you were telling me, this man right here, how old are you again? 19. Youngest looking 19-year-old I think I've ever seen. This is obviously going to be your first time voting. What has attracted you to President Trump?
Just everything he has, like especially with like abortion, bringing it back to the states. That's a big thing for me, and just all the money we're sending to Ukraine is crazy nowadays. So we just got to unite as a country. Trump is the best option we have, the only option we have, and we need him back in office.
What did you think when RFK joined President Trump on stage, and how much do you think that'll unify the country?
It was a huge step. A lot of people saying Trump has like the quote-unquote Avengers now on his team. And
with Elon,
Robert,
Ramaswamy,
exactly. Everyone, it's just a crazy time. Awesome for us. It's so much support, and it was a great move, and I'm very happy about it. Yeah.
Well, what's really cool and what's different about that is obviously a lot of those guys, Elon, Vivek, these guys are all former, and RFK obviously coming from such a rich Democratic family, to now throw all of his support behind President Trump and a Republican and a Democrat and a Republican. We've never seen anything like this before, and I think it's a huge move, obviously, for the country and to really, like you said, unify the country. We keep hearing from Kamala Harris and her campaign that they want to bring unity, but they've done absolutely nothing but put everyone else down. Anyone who's not a billionaire, anyone who doesn't believe in her cause, which we have no idea what her cause actually is. So I asked some of your friends, how do you feel that someone who's running for president lies about working at McDonald's, something as trivial as working at McDonald's, and what do you think that does to just overall trust?
Well, you see it, and you saw it in Michigan, and you saw the same exact speech. She repeats speeches. She fakes her accents. She fakes her accents. That's been blowing up recently. Like she said. She says she's gonna do everything, all this stuff. She's had 4 years. She hasn't done a thing. It's just, I don't know how people don't see it. She hasn't done a single thing. She has all these great ideas, but again, she hasn't done anything, and she lies. It's just crazy how people are blinded by it, and the media is the one that's really forcing these people's brains to think, and it's crazy.
I get it, man. Well, hey, thank you so much. I appreciate your time, brother. Have a great time in there tonight. Guys, here in Wisconsin, waiting on the arrival of President Trump, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with you here shortly.
You ask and we listen. We're finally bringing the most requested offer ever. Get the queen size premium MyPillow, now only $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. It helps keep your neck aligned and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep of your life. But that's not all. Get our 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets only $25. Our brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. Get our famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25 and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products, including the premium queen-size MyPillow, only $19.98. That's the lowest price ever. Don't delay, order today. From all of us here at MyPillow, thanks America!
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Hi folks, RSBN founder and CEO Joe Seals here. Did you know there is nearly $1 trillion of infrastructure and pandemic funds yet to be spent? That's right, there's a massive amount of money that the lame duck administration is pushing hard to spend in their last few months. If the president is able to push these funds out, we could see another prolonged inflation surge, just like during COVID. And I'm sure you remember the terrible effects that high prices had on most Americans. But there's hope. A surge in prices can be beaten. A gold IRA from Birch Gold Group is the ultimate inflation hedge for your savings in uncertain times. To see how to protect your IRA or 401k, get your free info kit on gold by texting the word Trump to 989898. Birch Gold makes it seamless to roll over your retirement account while preserving your tax advantage status. Don't wait for the president's spending spree to tank the dollar further. Protect your financial future now. Text Trump to the number 989898 for your free info kit from Birch Gold.
Welcome back to Mosinee, Wisconsin, at the Central Wisconsin Airport on this lovely Saturday. Took the jacket off. It's warmed up a little bit. We're waiting for the arrival of President Trump, and this crowd is on fire. Wind's picking up a little bit, so stuff's flying all over, but really just so many people here and so many kids. I think it's because it's Saturday. We don't have to worry about school, but there are so many kids here with their parents, which is really awesome to see. Before we get back into some great interviews, I want to tell you about our friends at Birch Gold. Did you know there's nearly $1 trillion of infrastructure pandemic funds yet to be spent? That's right. There's a massive amount of money that the lame duck administration is pushing hard to spend in their last few months. Let's hope so. If Biden can push out these funds, we could see another prolonged inflation surge, just like during COVID. And I'm sure you remember the terrible effects those high prices have had on Americans. I don't think they've come down. But there's hope. A surge in prices can be beaten. A gold IRA from Birch Gold Group is the ultimate inflation hedge for your savings. To see how to protect your IRA or 401k, get a free info kit on gold by texting the word Trump to 989898. Plus, Birch Gold's special offer has been extended through the election. When you make a purchase, they're giving away free Trump silver coins. These unique collectibles depict Trump defiantly raising his fist after the attempt on his life. Don't miss your chance to own this one-of-a-kind piece of history preserved in a silver coin. Protect your savings from Biden's spending spree and get your free Trump silver coins. Text Trump to 989898. That's Trump to 989898. Again, here in Mosinee, Wisconsin, on this lovely Saturday, we are here with, there's just such an eclectic mix. We have the Japanese Americans over here singing, which is just a whole vibe. We've got so many people. How you doing, sir? Good. How you guys doing? Good. What's up? Awesome. What's your name? Where are you from?
Jason, Marshfield.
Awesome. What do you do for a living?
Construction project management.
Awesome. How's that going in this economy?
That's going fine. There's some changes, and we adapt to them, but it's still going okay.
In your community, are you seeing what's being affected most? I mean, are you father? You have kids. Yes. As a mom, dad, what's affecting you guys most with your kids?
Funds, money. Everybody's struggling.
I'll walk with you guys. So
everybody's struggling.
Everyone's struggling. Yeah, that's true. Mom,
middle class or lower class, you're going to struggle. That's the way it is.
I think that's the way they've kind of designed this whole deal. Mom, what are your thoughts?
Groceries. Groceries are really high. It's a lot more expensive than it used to be. I mean, you can get 8 things and it's $100. So
that's very, very true.
Yeah. So
how about your kids? What grade are your kids in?
My son's 25. He's an engineer.
He's way removed from that. What are your thoughts on public education now? What we're seeing in the schools and the kids being indoctrinated, things like that.
That's for her.
Yeah, my daughter's in 10th grade. They're letting a lot of these kids just pretend they're furries and.
A furry?
Wanting a cat litter box in the classroom.
You can't be serious.
Yes, 100%. My daughter has told me kids hiss at people in the halls and they
want to be identified as cats.
Yes.
It's funny. I've seen that online, but it's hard to believe that that's actually real.
Yeah.
And so now hearing it from you that your daughter's experiencing this in class is just insanity.
Yeah, it's definitely a real thing. Yep.
And the schools just allow it to happen.
Yes, absolutely. Yep.
Wow.
Department of Education is not going to let them step in and be real humans about it.
That's unbelievable. Have you heard anything from your daughter on the whole gender issue and boys competing against girls or anything of that in her school?
Not too much in her school, but I mean it's that one is not too much of a problem in her school, but definitely there's people there that do want to identify or have different names, and the teacher has to remember to call them by that name or they get insulted, and so yeah.
You seem like you'd be a good candidate to ask this question to. Sorry, Mason, I know we're on the move here. The DNC, they said that Republican men, the GOP, needed to be less masculine. What are your thoughts on that?
They're idiots. Come on. What are you talking about?
I don't think any woman wants a less masculine man.
Say that again.
I said I don't think any woman wants a less masculine man.
It's really funny. Apparently they do on the left. They don't want men to be men. They don't want men to be able to do construction. And if you do, you kind of have to, I guess, demasculinize it a bit. Not come home with the calluses on your hands.
Get rid of your testosterone. Cut off your penises. That's all wrong.
Yeah, I get it. Well, hey, guys, thank you so much. I appreciate all your time. Sorry that handshake wasn't better. Got me wrong. Sir, how you doing? You looked like you had something to say earlier.
Oh, no, but I'm from Arizona.
You came all the way from Arizona. How are you enjoying the weather?
I love it. That's why I'm here.
I'm not far from you in Las Vegas.
3 months of over 100 degrees. This is great.
Yeah, we were out here this morning around 6 a.m. and it was like 38 degrees, and I haven't experienced that since ski season last year. So it was kind of that first shock to the system. How are you in Arizona? What's really affecting you most out in Arizona with over the past 3.5 years and with under the Biden-Harris administration?
I think the border.
Yeah, see, it's
letting all the people loose. The sheriffs and everything have got their hands full down there, and they're not hiring enough people as far as border patrol in order to take care of them. They're doing administrative stuff instead of taking care and catching the bad guys. And for them to let however many 5,000 or 50,000 people in that's been unvetted, that's unthinkable. And what that's doing to our communities, and we're seeing that in northwestern Wisconsin. We're seeing it in Denver and Aurora.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it's happening in a lot of other towns. It's just not making the news because the news isn't broadcasting it, the fake news. So I voted for him in 2016, and I'm voting for him again.
That's great news. And it's funny, right on cue when you said that, being from Arizona, we're here. And here, for the local people here in Wisconsin, economy seems to be a huge thing. And everywhere we go, everyone has their own kind of issue. And we were just in Arizona last week, and we were at the border. We were at Glendale, the big rally in Glendale. And again, the biggest thing, and you said it, for your area is the border and border security.
Not saying that food prices has an effect on everybody. I've got 3 sons, I've got 10 grandkids, and they're having a tough time trying to make things work. They're making it work because they have to. Like all of the Americans that are out there, they're trying to make it the way they can. And the only way to make it better is to vote for Trump.
I think you're right. Well, hey, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it. And we'll see you inside there. Thank you for your time. Appreciate you. Thank you. All right. So again, just goes to show, once again, this gentleman came all the way out here from Phoenix, and again, the border most important to him. The folks here, let me get out of the way a little bit here, Mason. The border most important to him, and obviously his family is the economy, because he's got so many children and things like that. And again, here locally, economy a big thing, not so much affected by the border and the people coming in, but you never know where it's going to show up. That was finance, you said? Copy that. All right. And I want to tell you again, thank you guys for bearing with us here online and in the forums. I wish I could get to some of your comments. That was my plan today, to try and get to some of the comments that you guys are talking about there on YouTube, and get in the chat room, ask questions that you guys want to have answers to. And unfortunately, because there's so many people in such a small location, we just don't have adequate internet access or cellular access to be able to do that. So my apologies, but as soon as I can, I will definitely get to you guys in the chat room. So thank you for joining us. A lot of us are struggling to keep up with everyday bills, food, gas, and even that power bill. If you own a home, I want you to call our friends at American Financing. They're saving customers an average of $854 a month by tapping into your home equity, wiping out high-interest credit card debt. $854 a month is like a $10,000 raise. Credit card interest rates are insane, and most of us are still carrying a balance from month to month. I'm living proof. And if you're only paying the minimum every month, it's going to take you years to pay that off. There are no upfront fees to get started, so call American Financing today. And if you call today, you may not have to make next month's mortgage payment. American Financing, 888-402-7299. That's 888-402-0299, or online at americanfinancing.net/RSBN. Be sure to check them out. As we continue to see the crowds just continuing to build, our overflow lot is, I dare say it's at maximum capacity, because now people are starting to line the sidewalks. As you just see this massive crowd starting to flow, just snake through all the barriers. Maybe Mason, give them a quick overview as people are going in. We're actually going to be inside the airport because there's so many people. It's going to be a great day here outside. It's going to be a full outdoor rally with President Trump at 1 p.m. when he arrives. We'll try and get a glimpse of Trump Force One as it comes in. But so many people just streaming through here. Mason, bear with me as I try and move up and down. Hey, guys, how are you? Awesome, man. Thank you so much. Thanks for the support. How are you guys doing today?
Awesome. It's a beautiful day.
Where are you from?
Wisconsin Rapids.
Okay, very cool. Take pictures. Take all you want. Come join in. Be on TV. Don't turn your back. Don't turn your back. Camera's right here, and show all the people that face. They want to see it. What are some of the issues affecting you, your wife, your family?
Probably the economy is probably the biggest one. People living paycheck to paycheck. Middle class becoming the lower class. Watching retired people on Social Security trying to make it month to month, and they can't.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a salesman. Do sales.
What is it okay to ask what kind of sales you do?
I sell tires and automotive.
And how's that industry right now? Is it down at all, or are you guys still kind of okay?
Unbelievably, people are still spending money, and it's been kind of a record year.
You got to pay for the cars. I mean, you got to be able to get to work. It's just a matter of now being able to put gas in the car if you can afford it.
It's a never-ending industry. People are going to need it.
What are you hoping to hear tonight? President Trump expected to speak about the economy and how he's going to his policies and how he's going to put more money back in Americans' pockets. What is there anything specific you're hoping to hear?
Border control. It's probably one of the biggest ones. Watching the invasion.
Have you seen the effects of that here in Wisconsin at all? Any border issues, illegal immigrants?
Not up here so much, but I know other places just from watching. It's pretty invasive. Yeah.
Was that your son that you're with?
No, that was my wife.
Oh, okay. I saw a taller kid. I didn't know if that was your son. Well, that's, again, a fun thing to hear about these rallies. You just start talking to people in line, and next thing you know, you're friends with these people, you're exchanging numbers. You know, it's one of these really crazy things here. It's just like unity, right? Like everyone's here to have a good time. Everyone's here to have a good time, have fun, listen to music, hear President Trump. And it's such a stark contrast when you go and you see some of these Democratic rallies and everyone wants to fight and everyone's uptight, and God forbid they see somebody wearing a Trump shirt or someone who supports another party, they want to fight or attack or spit or whatever, or throw stuff. You see these videos of just people just going about their everyday life wearing a Trump hat, a MAGA hat, and they're literally just attacked on the streets. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's just engrossing. It is. It's I feel like the MAGA people, you know, it's just a slogan. It's Make America Great Again. Who doesn't want to do that? It's not so much about a group of people, but a movement and a slogan that we live by. That's about how I feel.
But you're villainized because you want to live in a better America. You're villainized. You're a bad guy because you're wearing that. People identify you from on the left side. People will identify you as a bad guy because you have an American flag on your shirt, because you have a Trump sticker on your shirt. People identify as you bad. What does that make you feel? I mean, this is America. What does that make you feel like? That two political parties, they want to fight you, they want to hurt you just because you believe in making America great and living in a better society.
I feel they're unpatriotic. That's the bottom line. I feel like anybody who supports a democracy, the Democrats, they're just anti-America. I mean, you can go by their houses, you don't see flags out. You see a flag out in somebody's yard, chances are it's probably a Republican, because we love our country.
How important do you think that is? I mean, to be a patriot, to love your country, because we've seen on college campuses now, which is really scary, you know, these younger people that are out protesting and supporting Hamas and terrorists, which is mind-numbing, especially someone who lived through 9/11, like I'm sure you did. You know, when 9/11 happened, the whole country, it didn't matter what party you were from, it didn't matter where you lived, everyone came together. And now we've lost that unity, and there's many people saying that it's going to take some sort of mass casualty event to be able to bring that back. We saw President Trump get shot several months ago, and I mean, this is a former American president, hopefully president again, but an American president there was an attempted assassination. It was out of the news cycle in a week, as if nobody cared, and so on to something. What I mean, you're a patriot, clearly. What do you think about that?
We were just talking about it in line, talking about how since the assassination attempt, things just kind of gotten swept under the rug. Nobody talks about it. But if it would have been somebody else, a Democrat, it would have been all over the news. We would have been the deplorables again, the MAGA group. It's just, yeah.
Well, hey, from one deplorable to another, thank you very much. I appreciate it, man. Great talking to you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Ladies, how you doing? I love this shirt. Outlaw Hillbilly. I love it. This is a great shirt. Can we get a shot of that? Awesome. What's your name and where are you from?
Mary Kay Cook from Dorchester, Wisconsin.
Awesome. Is this your first Trump rally?
Yes, it is.
Awesome. I'll walk with you guys so you don't lose your spot. I can only go so far, though. What are you guys expecting to hear today from President Trump, or what do you hope to hear, I should say?
Well, no matter what Trump says, he's the man. He's a good guy. Vote for Trump.
What makes Trump better than Harris?
Well, think about it.
I don't have to think about it. I want you to tell me.
What? Everything, Trump. Everything is good about Trump.
I love it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Look at these guys. You guys look sharp. What do you guys? Thank you, man. I try. But I'm on camera, so it's like I gotta try and look a little bit good. What do you guys? Is your first Trump rally? Yes, sir. First time voters?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. So here, jump over here real quick. I'll let you guys can jump back in line. Everyone's cool here. That's the one thing about these rallies, man. Is no one's gonna stop you guys from going where you need to go. They know where you were. Tell me, what's your name? Where are you from?
I'm Liam Duvenek. I'm from Valdez, Wisconsin.
I'm Lucas, and I go to Oshkosh.
Yeah. I'm Chasen Pepperly. I'm from New London, Wisconsin.
I'm Ethan Olmstead. I'm from Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin.
I'm Caroline Raminger. I'm from Manitowoc, Wisconsin.
Are you their manager? Is this like a boy band or something?
Pretty much.
Oh, okay. There you go. We'll go on that side then. So, what's most important to you guys going into this election? Younger guys, first time voting. What's the most important issues that you guys are facing right now in your age group?
For me personally, I'm just hoping that Trump can bring back Christian Judeo values to the presidency. That's the most important thing. I truly think our country needs that more than anything. I'm hoping Trump brings Jesus back to office. That's the most important thing for me.
How about you?
I would say affordability for everyday things, gas prices. I know that we would like to afford a house someday.
I don't want to block you there.
We would like to afford a house someday. So if it's going the way it's going right now and it continues to go that way, it's going to be really hard. So I feel like Trump can fix that and really change things up for the better America.
As a woman, what are your thoughts on President Trump versus Kamala Harris? Why aren't you voting for a woman?
I think Donald Trump has proved his credibility in the past, and Kamala just hasn't done that yet. And I think Trump, he has done so much for our country, and Kamala,
What has Kamala done in the past 3.5 years that really is just blowing your mind?
well, she hasn't paid any attention to our school districts, and I'm personally going to be a teacher as well. And I like to see that support and, yeah, all the support from our government and our president especially, and I can't see that from Kamala.
As someone who's going to be a teacher, what do you think about what's going on in public schools now with the indoctrination of kids and teachers just allowing? I just heard from another couple earlier that their daughter's in 10th grade and they're allowing kids to be furries and identify as cats. So far as much as I don't know if it's true, but so far as much as having a litter box in the classroom.
I think it's ridiculous. I mean, sure, you can speak your mind and everything, but not to the point where you're distracting other kids in the classroom. It's become more of a pick me, show this than actual education in the classroom and things getting learned. It's taking away from the true meaning of school and what it needs to be doing.
Absolutely, it's a huge distraction. What's big for you, man? What's your biggest issue? This is your time to shine, brother.
Yeah. I mean, I think like what Liam said, just about the daily necessities, gas and stuff like that. It's pretty expensive to, just kind of live. You got to be paid a lot when you work a job, and if you can't, no.
Are you living off mom and dad? I mean, it's cool. I'm just curious. Like, are any of you guys working?
Yeah, we just started back at school, so we're all transitioning from like summertime jobs going into like school. So he starts next week. I start Monday, and then I'm gonna get these guys lined up working by me. But it's just a part-time job because we all have full-time class. So.
Got it. What? Again, I hope you guys hear what you want to hear. He's supposed to talk tonight. President Trump's supposed to talk tonight about the economy and how he's going to do. And obviously, as younger people, it's important to you going to school. What are you guys going to school for?
Electrical engineering technology.
Criminal justice.
Nice.
Business management.
Finance.
What do you want to do? Be a cop? Yes. Nice. Very cool. That's certainly something. Another issue here. Law and order, border security. Maybe by the time you get in, people will actually be able to respect cops again. I know, obviously, everyone in this crowd certainly does, but I can tell you that the other side, as you guys probably well know, is just not respecting law enforcement anymore. Law enforcement's become a bit of a joke in some cities, unfortunately, and obviously people coming in and just taking advantage of that. So I wish you guys all the best. Thank you so much. Pleasure meeting you. Thanks for talking with us here.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, have a great night, guys. Thank you so much. All right, take care. Thanks again. All right. Another great interview talking to the youngsters. This is the future of our country here. You guys have heard about it 100 times. I'm going to tell you more because it's super important for us to inform our kids the importance of democracy, the importance of President Trump and his plans, and give them an idea of what's going on in our country. The best-selling kids guide to President Trump is available for free to viewers. Just pay shipping and handling with this special promotion. The guide has been updated for 2024 and explains Trump's vision for the future of American kids, including his policies on immigration. It's not surprising to learn that crime and drugs are getting worse, and America is under siege by illegal immigrants pouring in from the U.S. southern border, thanks to Biden's awful immigration policies that are overwhelming our cities and endangering Americans. Just look at what happened over the past several months with Lake and Riley, Jocelyn, I forget the last name, I apologize, but so many families have been decimated, lost their lives due to these horrendous immigration policies. As a result, more and more Americans are agreeing with Trump's policies on immigration. As future voters, our kids need to understand the ramifications of those loose immigration policies. The Kids Guide to President Trump helps them understand this, along with his vision for America following his re-election. Go to freetrumpbook.com. Again, that's freetrumpbook.com. It's important. Your kids need to know what's going on. We've seen a lot of kids here today with their families coming, obviously going to get educated a little bit, hearing President Trump, going to put on a great show as he always does, going to talk about the economy. And Mason, let's see, this line is moving pretty quickly. I don't know if you want to pan left here and just see this line snakes all around this airport parking lot. This is the main area here where you can see they have to go through their quick security screening. They're going to go through another screening once they get inside. We have the overflow lot for probably, I'd say 3,000 or 4,000 people over there now. That then goes out of this parking lot, down the sidewalk, and then all the way down towards the other side of the airport here. So it has, as someone who got here at 6 a.m. and knows that people were here at 3 a.m., there was several hundred people in line when we first got here. Now, I'd say a rough guess, we're probably approaching 6,000, 7,000 people here in Wisconsin waiting for President Trump when he arrives. So, Mason, let's take a walk. I'll try and get back in the mix of things here with some interviews. Again, bear with us, guys, because we've got these barriers here that we can't get through, and Mason's carrying quite a bit of camera equipment with him. As we walk closer, we'll get some interviews. Got a whole bunch of great Trump gear. This guy's voting for a felon. There we go. With Trump's, obviously his trial. Okay, copy that. Trump's sentencing delayed until after the election hasn't stopped deranged Jack Smith from going after him and trying to get even more charges put on Trump. Just a real just mistrial of justice here. So many things going against Trump. So many people trying to really prevent this man from coming back into office and doing what we know needs to be done, making America great again. How you doing, folks? How are you? Nice to see you. Awesome. Love it. My man, how are you, sir? How are you? Good. What's your name? Where are you from?
Marty Fligger from Tonawasa.
From where?
Tonawasa.
Awesome. What are some of the? I'll let you get back in line too. What are some of the issues affecting? I love your shirt, by the way. You're extremely patriotic. What are some of the issues affecting you?
The border being open and all the illegal immigrants coming in, and high inflation. Can't afford nothing. Gotta live week by week.
What do you do for a living?
I drive truck. I drive truck.
You drive trucks. So obviously that's hitting you too. Less money coming in because more fuel going out. Is that? Are you seeing more loads? Are you transporting more stuff, or is it dropped off a little bit?
It dropped off.
Do you think that's just because of fuel prices and things like that? Got it. Well, hey, thank you so much. I don't want you to lose your spot here. Appreciate you. Have a great day. All right, guys. Here from Mosinee, Wisconsin, we are awaiting the arrival of President Trump. As you see, the crowd is just nuts. There's so many people. It's even more people than I thought. We're going to send it to, we're sending it to commercial right now. We're sending it to commercial right now. We're to studio. All right. Sorry, guys. All right, we're going to send it inside right now.
Welcome inside the venue, and you can see behind me we are so close to where President Trump is going to be standing and speaking to this crowd that is super excited to be out here. You can see just how busy it is. What's interesting, what you probably can't see from this camera lens, is that we are surrounded by media, some friendly. We've got OAN over here to my left, and then there's some who are not so friendly over to my right. So, you know what? It's just one of those experiences that's only going to happen in 2024's election cycle. So happy that you're here with us on RSBN. Now, we could not bring all of this to you without our wonderful sponsors. And I love the next sponsor that I get to talk about because this is something that we actually need. A lot of people have been making preparations. They've been getting beans, rice, everything that they could need in case something bad happens in this country. And I'm not so much in that camp, but my sister is, and I know that a lot of people are. Now, something that you're going to need if something actually does happen, and God forbid that it does, is medical supplies. So I want to tell you a little bit about the Wellness Company, because our health is our wealth. There's nothing more important than our health. And if anything were to happen, that's what you would want to protect. The Wellness Company can help us all stay prepared in the event of an unexpected health crisis or medication shortage. And this is a great offer that I get to share with you, because RSBN fans can save over $45 at checkout. This is the Contagion Emergency Kit that I'm talking about. The Wellness Company offers peace of mind in a box. You can keep it in your medicine cabinet, or you can actually take it out on the road with you, which is something that I want to do when I get mine in the mail. Just to name a few of the ingredients that you're going to find in the Contagion Emergency Kit: azithromycin, also known as Z-Pak. Now, that's a big one. It's used to treat sinus infection. Also, you'll find Tamiflu, the antiviral medication, ivermectin, which is an anti-parasitic agent. And here's the best part. It comes with a nebulizer. It comes with a nebulizer. The kit also includes a guidebook for safe emergency use, and it's backed by highly regarded cardiologist, Dr. Peter McCullough. As winter approaches, birds are going to be migrating to the south, so we are expecting an uptick in cases of H5N1, also known as avian bird flu. The Contagion Emergency Kit is designed to treat upper respiratory viral infections, including avian bird flu. Visit MakeCareGreatAgain.com and use that code RSBN to save over $45 on the Wellness Company's Contagion Emergency Kit. You cannot put a price on peace of mind. Imagine this: no more frantic searches for a doctor, no more emergency waiting rooms, just a few clicks and this kit is delivered right to your front door. In times like these, having your Contagion Emergency Kit is not just a luxury, it's a necessity. You don't have to be scared, you just want to make sure that you're prepared. Go to MakeCareGreatAgain.com, grab your Contagion Emergency Kit today, and use that promo code RSBN to save $45. And that is a significant savings. And in this economy, hey, we'll take it, right? So I want to point out a couple of things. The sun is out. The temperatures have warmed. It's about 62 degrees out here right now. A lot of people still have their jackets on. I think a lot of those jackets will be coming off as we head throughout the next couple hours. President Donald J. Trump is expected to speak at 1 p.m. A lot of the crowd has already made their way inside. I think there's going to be a lot of people, unfortunately, who are going to be an overflow, because this is a small airport here in Wisconsin. And Mosinee, like we talked about earlier on, this is a rather rural area. There's a lot of cornfields around here. Farming is big in this area. Obviously, dairy farming is a big deal in this part of Wisconsin, and the entire state for that matter, the Badger State. So I think that a lot of what we're going to hear from President Trump today is going to pertain to agriculture. I think he's going to talk a lot about his plans to make America affordable again, which is incredibly important to all of us right now. Inflation has been a big problem. And here's something else to consider. As we get into the last final months of the Biden administration, where's Biden? I don't know. But we're getting into the last few months of his administration. You're going to see a lot more spending. There's a lot of money left over from the COVID pandemic. And so they've got a lot of money that they can spend. And they're going to do everything they can in that final grasp to get their constituents to sign on. So if that's the case, inflation will likely increase. This is something we all need to consider right now. Another reason why President Trump is so necessary. A lot of people here today, we heard from the crowds earlier on, the economy is their number one reason that they will be heading to the ballot box. And you know what? It turns out, I studied economics, we vote with our wallet. And if that is the case, there is absolutely no reason why President Donald J. Trump should not win in this election. It's a beautiful day out here. The music is going. The crowd's getting excited. I hear there's going to be a few special guests. President Trump doesn't usually come alone. He usually brings a few of his top-rated speakers with him to get us all excited. And I want to go over some of the things that have been announced this week, because there has been a lot going on with the Trump team that we can all get excited about. Yesterday, we found out that Judge Juan Merchan of New York is going to be postponing his sentencing. That was supposed to happen in roughly 11 days from today. We were all worried that there was a possibility that they could try to throw him in jail. Well, that's not going to happen now. He's going to be able to campaign freely. And I was really concerned about it, because if that were to happen, how would we cover these rallies? To put an end to the joy and the camaraderie that takes place at these rallies, that would just be wrong. So that's something to get excited about. Also, the National Fraternal Order of Police yesterday threw their support behind President Donald J. Trump, something else to get excited about. And they actually made a statement, and I want to read that to you because it's very, very moving. I think that when you talk about law and order in this country, when you talk about the illegal immigrants that have flooded across the border, what's happening with TDA, Tren de Aragua, the gang that comes from Venezuela that has taken over an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado, it's something to really be concerned about. That gang is actually a gang that originated in the prisons of Venezuela. That's scary. And they have made it clear that they are not friendly to law enforcement. So, we're talking about why law and order is so important and that huge win that came just yesterday from the National Fraternal Order of Police. This is a statement they released. It says, our presidential endorsement process is thorough and inclusive, involving over 377,000 members across the nation. It is a privilege to announce that the collective will of our members has led us to endorse Donald J. Trump for president. We're committed to supporting leadership that upholds the safety and effectiveness of law enforcement. And I've had a chance to talk to quite a few police officers, many who have actually left California, which is my home state. They left, these police officers, they left California to live in other states because they couldn't take the way that they were being treated in California anymore. That's understandable. You know, if you can relate to what I'm talking about, let us know in the chat. We read every single post that comes through that chat. Your engagement is important to us. Letting us know what's important to you when it comes to this election, that's the way that we're able to make decisions at RSBN as to what we're going to cover. So we're grateful to you for that. The other big win, I mentioned this earlier, was that Judge Merchan will delay his sentencing until after the election. Now, that's going to be pushed until November 26th. This is a huge win for the Trump team and really for the entire country. The good news is I think we were all getting very leery of the way that lawfare has been carried out in this country. Just unfair. How can you trust the justice system when you have the type of lawfare that we've been witnessing on a former president who did great things for this country? Now, most lawyers are going to tell you that most of the time cases involving campaign finance violations, they're resolved with fines or civil penalties, not prosecutions. Especially not 34 felony counts. That's just ridiculous. If he wasn't running for president, it would have been handled very differently, and we all know that. But we can read between the lines. We knew what was going on. Most Americans, doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. Now, some people were in favor of it because they're going to vote blue. But it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. Everybody knew that that wasn't fair for him to get 34 felony counts. He stands for us, so we stand with him. He deserves a fair trial, not a political prison, and he needs justice, not jail time. And if you agree with me, put that in the chat. Thank you, by the way, if you're joining us on YouTube, maybe on Rumble. Very much so appreciative of your time and attention. You might be joining us on X. Hey, thank you for being there as well. Now, a little bit about RSBN, because there's a lot of new viewers. We're getting a lot of new viewers as this election cycle goes on and Trump rallies continue. RSBN is committed to bringing you wall-to-wall coverage of these events. It's America's most watched political streaming platform, and it's a huge endeavor that the CEO, Joe Seals, has taken on with his family. They built this thing up massively just over the course of the past 6 years. It's rather amazing what they've been able to do. We want to shout out everybody in the chat for commenting, and we appreciate every single bit of engagement. You can follow us on social media, Facebook, Instagram, X. I keep wanting to call it Twitter. X. Elon Musk has really revolutionized what that platform can do for the Republican Party. As we continue on out here, we are excited about a lot. There's a lot of good momentum building in this Republican Party. And it just keeps on getting better. I think that yesterday's news about Judge Merchan postponing the trial is probably the biggest piece of information to really set us on the right track of optimism for President Trump, bringing that hope back. Now, what's really cool is that he's got a debate, a big debate, that's going to occur in just 3 days from today on the 10th, and that's going to be on ABC. You probably heard a lot of back and forth. What's going to happen with the mics? Well, they're going to go forward with the original plan that they had in the first presidential debate. So we saw President Trump was very well composed. He did a great job in that debate, and we're expecting him to do the same as we move forward into the 10th. I think many of us are really going to be tuning in for that debate because it really could make or break Kamala Harris. Judging by the fact that her people have not allowed her to do any interviews alone, that should tell us that that debate could really set the stage for what's to come. Now, I want to tell you about a very special offer that we have for you at RSBN, and it's a limited time deal, so it's one of those things that you want to get your hands on quickly. It's absolutely free, so we're excited about that, and it's the free Trump book. Now, I just got on and ordered a free Trump book for my 4-year-old son. I'm really looking forward to reading it with him in our book nook. Kids, you can't start too early in getting them involved in reading about politics. I know that Glenn Beck recently, he put out a book called Chasing Embers, and this book was geared toward younger people, and I really tip my hat to him for going in that direction. I wish more people would, because you see some of the books that are making their way into libraries this day and age, and it's something to be concerned about. So let me tell you about Free Trump Book. It's a very special offer just for RSBN viewers. We invite you to give your kids and grandkids an education that they can't get anywhere else. It's the Kid's Guide to President Trump, and for a limited time, you can get this book for free. Now, this was designed to actually help our American children learn about our government's rich history, along with other important subjects that schools just don't teach. As future voters, and that's how we have to look at our children, elections become more and more important each cycle that comes around. Our children are future voters. This is a great country. It needs to be protected. Along with his vision to reclaim the presidency and guide our nation toward a brighter future, you're going to learn about President Trump, what he's all about. You get to share that with your kids. We know he cares about kids. He has a beautiful family. And the best part is, the price is right. It's absolutely free. You just have to cover the shipping, and it's minimal. I went on there, ordered mine. It was $2 flat. You know what? I can give you the $2. Not a whole lot more in this economy, but I can give you the $2. You can visit freetrumpbook.com and get yours today. I just ordered one for my 4-year-old, like I told you, and we're going to get to reading that as soon as it comes in the mail. The well-respected former governor of Arkansas, Mike Huckabee, you see him right there in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. He's a co-sponsor of this book. He says the best way to fight for America and her future is to educate your children on Trump and the fight to save America. I could not agree more with Mr. Huckabee, who I have great respect for. He's a great Christian man. Our children will inherit this nation. So it's our responsibility to prepare them for the future in the best way that we possibly can. And this book is a solid resource for parents and grandparents. You don't want to miss out on this limited time offer. Visit freetrumpbook.com. And personally, I'm going to hold on to mine because I do think it's going to be a collector's item one day. I'm looking at the crowd now. More people are slowly filtering in, and it is a beautiful sea of red. You hardly ever see any blue at a Trump rally, especially that bold blue. This is a much different experience than I can imagine a Kamala Harris rally would be, because all you're going to get is a woman standing in front of a teleprompter reading exactly what's there verbatim, not leaving the script. Whereas with President Trump, he goes off script all the time, and we love him for it. There's a few things that are going to really make a difference coming up in this campaign. Obviously, the debate is a big one. We know that voting just started yesterday in North Carolina. The absentee ballots were sent out, and slowly but surely those absentee ballots are going to give us a better picture of what states President Trump really needs to focus in on. The battleground states will dwindle down, and so it's going to go from 7. We've got Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina. We're watching Nevada, Arizona, And we're here in Wisconsin, of course. That 7 will dwindle down as time draws on. And so you'll probably be seeing RSBN instead of in 7 different states, maybe in 4 different states, in 3 different states. And that's kind of that point in the election where we're getting to. It's 58 days now until November 5th. So I know that a lot of us are super excited about this time, especially because the tide truly does feel like it's turning. I know that President Trump, who went through an assassination attempt when he was at an outdoor rally like this, he's got to come into something like this a little bit reluctantly, you know, because there's evil people out there. But I do know this as well. I've been studying him very closely, and it seems to me, and you can put this in the chat if you agree, it seems like he's getting closer to God based on what happens, and he sees the significance that that event will have on his life and the trajectory of this country that so many other countries depend on. Here in America, we protect democracy all over the world. That is why it's such a blessing to be born here. Only 4.5% of the world's population can say that they were. I see Mike just came up. I know he's had a great time out there interviewing the crowds. And you know what? We're having a good time. I love doing this. I don't know if you can tell, but could you imagine if you're joining us right now, you probably wouldn't mind being here covering this for RSBN, right? What a blessing. I feel tremendously blessed and grateful to RSBN to be out here, especially on such a beautiful day. A wonderful crowd celebrating a wonderful man and a real hope for this nation that we need right now. For me, I'm new to RSBN. I have a master's degree in Christian theology. I love Jesus more than anything. And to be able to serve a network that loves the Lord, they actually broadcast a church sermon every Sunday. It just means the world to me. And again, like we were talking about earlier on today, I do not think that there are accidents. I think God designs every single moment of our lives. So today, us all being together, anointed by Jesus. As we continue on, you can see the crowds are getting big, and I see some of the people that we actually had a chance to talk to earlier on. Everyone's just kind of looking around, making new friends, and if you're a political person like me, if you love talking about politics, when you sit next to somebody on a plane, when you get caught in an awkward moment in line at a store, the first thing for me that I want to talk about is President Trump. That could get you in some trouble in parts, especially parts like these where it's a battleground state and there's a lot of division. Even in Tennessee, though, you know, your neighbors are not all going to be supporters of Trump. This election has divided families, it's divided friendships, and pretty soon, hopefully, President Trump will be in office and we can all kind of just breathe a little bit easier. But there's no reason why that should be the case. If you care about freedom, if you care about America, if you care about democracy, it's literally democracy, you're going to vote red. Because President Trump's the only man who can get this country back on track, and I'm counting on him to do so. Your vote matters no matter what state you're in. It's not just the presidency that's up for grabs either. We got to think about the U.S. House of Representatives. We got to think about the Senate as well. Voting red all the way down the line is something that I'm going to do. Because if President Trump is in office, if he does get elected, but we've got a blue Senate and we've got a blue House, he's not going to be able to get anything done as easily. He'll still be able to get things done, we know that, but it's going to be a lot harder for him. So my prayer is that we win red all the way across the board so he can really take his vision for this country to a whole new level. There's a lot going on. You know about the immigration situation. I just think that we're starting to see the very surface, though, of the consequences of allowing potentially 25, I heard J.D. Vance say 25 million newcomers into this country, illegal immigrants. Now, that could put a real toll on Medicare, on Social Security. So we're going to continue to cover all of these items for you. I made a list of President Trump's pillars. He recently came out and he listed 8 pillars of financial freedom that will lead us to that financial freedom we've all been seeking. A big part of it comes down to drill, baby, drill.
All right, guys. Took me a minute to get through here because these crowds are wild. It's really shaping up to be what's going to be a great rally here in Wisconsin. But first, let me tell you about Tax Network. Are you struggling with back taxes or unfiled returns? The IRS is escalating collections, adding 20,000 new agents and sending over 5 million collection letters to kick off 2024. In these challenging times, your best defense is Tax Network USA. Don't let the IRS take advantage of you. With over 14 years of experience, Tax Network USA has saved their clients over $1 billion in back taxes. No matter the size of your tax issue, their expertise is to your advantage. They specialize in negotiating with the IRS, aiming to significantly reduce your debt. Tax Network USA doesn't just negotiate, they also protect your assets from IRS seizures and manage your yearly returns for ongoing compliance. Importantly, they are licensed to help with all state tax issues regardless of where you live in the U.S. The clock is ticking. Don't wait as the IRS steps up its game. Seize control of your financial future now. Contact Tax Network USA for immediate relief and expert guidance. Call 1-800-357-1415 or visit tnusa.com/RSBN. Don't let tax issues overpower you. Turn to Tax Network USA and find your path to financial peace of mind.
I think we're all trying to find that path, which is why we're voting for Trump, right?
I'm just trying to find some peace of mind. My goodness, what a crazy day here. I guess we're expected the program here to start at 11 a.m. Time difference here. So 11 a.m. But right now, let's talk a little bit about Donald Trump, shall we?
Hey, nothing I like talking about more.
Nothing you like talking about? I mean, I could think of a few things, but Donald Trump is certainly high up there. This crowd is just raring to go. I've met some great people out there. You guys saw some great interviews. People just really fired up. I met some younger guys and one of their fiance just going to school now, really worried about their future, worried about what's happening. She was actually going to be a school teacher. She's actually going to school to be a school teacher. So the issues that are affecting them, I heard from one couple talking about their 10th grade daughter in high school now having to worry about furries in the classroom and having litter boxes in the bathrooms. That's correct. Actual litter boxes in the bathroom, in the classrooms, and they want to be identified as cats and kittens, and they hiss in response.
But what are you even talking about?
Believe me, it's hard to believe as a parent that my kids might have to go through this, but it would be their last day in school, I assure you. But here we are, a beautiful day. It was cold this morning. It's obviously the layers have come off. A beautiful day waiting for President Trump. He's going to speak at 1 p.m. Expected to speak on the economy and his usual just fun, invigorating, Make America Great Again speech that everyone loves to hear. He's probably going to dance a little bit, which I personally am looking forward to quite a bit. Really just people fired up, ready to see him.
You know, you're just joining me, but check out this position we have. I feel like he's going to be 50 feet away from us?
Yeah.
I mean, how cool is that, RSBN? And we get to bring you right here into the heart. We have the best seat in the house.
Absolutely. This is your second event here at RSBN, and I can tell you that we've been much closer. We were just Will and I here, our camera operator. We were at the border in Arizona just a couple weeks ago, and President Trump was 10, 15 feet away from us. So a lot of times you were very fortunate that we get to be in such intimate spots with President Trump and get to see him up close and really kind of just, you get to see the expressions on his face and how he interacts with families. If you want to just really he's a great guy to really just get the opportunity to have a chance to see in person. If you can get to these rallies, it's certainly a great place to be. You meet a lot of great patriots, a lot of great Americans, everybody with the same mindset. Everyone is here to have fun. Everyone is here to protect their family. They want to make money again. They want to bring that, in a sense, an old school feel back to America and what originally made America great again. Working people, hardworking people. There's been a huge talk lately about masculinity and toxic masculinity coming from the left side, which as a talking point at the Democratic National Convention, it's hard to fathom that one of their talking points would be the Republican Party being too masculine. You know, making fun of the fact that someone like Hulk Hogan would come out there and rip his shirt off and saying that that's somehow toxic masculinity is shocking to me. We hear from hundreds of people at all these rallies, women want men. Women want men to be protectors. They want men to be workers. They want men to be fighters. We've heard from college-aged women that just are fed up with going to school and seeing beta male after beta male that they're more worried about talking with fashion and dyeing their hair blue than they are with going out and having a good time and spending time with a woman like it used to be.
You know, it's interesting. I think so many of us have witnessed that. You go into a Starbucks, you look around, kids are looking much different than they did in, say, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s. We're going into an interesting direction, and that's how generations change. You know, kids will be kids. They're going to go through that interesting period of their life. But it just seems like what's happening right now, getting the push of the government behind it, is wrong. You know, the government's pushing our kids in a direction that many parents just don't want them to take. So it's an interesting time that we're living in. And I mean, you hear from people online, you hear people on social media saying this is a battle of good and evil. And in many ways, it truly is a battle of good and evil. And President Trump, based on everything that I've learned from Christian theology, is on the side of good. I think that a lot of people can't get past certain things in his past, but Jesus was the ultimate man of salvation. He forgives. That's what he teaches. I wish that we taught Christianity in our schools again, because I think it would be a lot easier for people to forgive one another and understand that nobody's perfect. He was the only perfect person. Jesus was the only perfect one. And we got to forgive people for what they've done in their past and let this country be one that celebrates redemption and an up-and-comer coming back. I think that we need to have a rebound story in this country like never before, and he's the only man who can bring it to us right now.
Quite honestly, as a parent, I want to be able to make decisions for my children. I want to be able to have a say in what they do, how they do it, when and where they do it. You know, kids are such an important part of our lives. They're going to be obviously the future of our country, and the very fact that anyone, more importantly the government, wants to take those decisions right out of our hands is appalling to me. We should have the rights. Women should have the rights over their own body. Women should have the rights to do what they want. We should have the right, whether we want to vaccinate or not. Everyone should have their own rights. And as Americans, the thought that a single party wants to remove that is just absolutely atrocious. One good thing that I noticed just yesterday, I saw on Twitter, Governor Newsom actually struck down the bill. Though probably the first good thing he's done in quite some time. Governor Newsom struck down the bill that would have given illegal immigrants $150,000 down payment for first-time home buyers, which actually also removed a lot of the law which had made that bill for everybody, all Californians and Americans. They tried to strip that away to just make it for immigrants. However, he did strike that down. So kudos to Governor Gavin Newsom. Maybe he's starting a new path to righteousness. We don't know. Wait, well, hey, we'll take any win we can at this point, right?
Yeah. I don't know if we could trust Gavin Newsom just yet. I think right now what's happening with the Democrat Party is that they're trying their hardest to appeal to voters, and those low information voters in particular. So they're going to act in unison because they are the uniparty.
We will
now
make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard.
Makes me think that we're going to start to get this action off the ground here pretty soon. You know, there's considerable upside right now on the Trump ticket with RFK Jr. joining the team. Also, his supporters, many of them have declared that they will be voting for Trump. Joining this movement is incredibly important right now, particularly in the state of Pennsylvania. We have a number of political analysts. They've come out and said that Democrats cannot win that election without Pennsylvania. Let's listen to Trump for a minute.
And we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Chairman of the Republican Party of Wisconsin, Brian Schimming.
How are we doing out there today, everyone? I can't hear you up here. How are we doing out there today, everyone? I want to hear you. It's 59 days out, people. The election is that close, except it's not that far out. It's right now. Absentee ballots go out in the mail on September 19th. So the election actually is much, much sooner. And that means we got a lot of jobs to do. We have to talk to our neighbors. We have to knock on doors. We have to put up yard signs. We have to make calls. We have a lot of jobs to do. But if I do my job and you do your job and you do your job and you do your job, you know what? On election day, Kamala Harris will be out of a job. And all of it comes down to Wisconsin. This is Donald Trump's 4th visit here over the years. How about that? Donald Trump loves this area of the state, and I will tell you this, we are here to show Donald Trump some Mosinee momentum today. So we have a lot to do in just that many days, but it takes us doing our job. We know what the other side is willing to do, aren't we? Are we willing to do what it takes to make sure Donald Trump is sworn in as president in January? I want to hear from you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for everything you're doing for the president. Let's go get the win and save America. Thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pastor John Payne to lead us in today's invocation.
What a beautiful day in north central Wisconsin. For 248 years, our republic has experienced God's providence, His protection, and His prosperity. Will you join me in prayer as we approach Almighty God? Lord God, we desperately need your wisdom. You have given us a great country, founded on principles and truths from your word. We need men and women who will honor you, trust you, and lead us once again back to you. Heavenly Father, turn our fears to faith as we look to you, and you alone for the future of our country. Forgive us for wanting our own way and making our own paths, for ignoring completely the truths the Bible has set forth to make us free. You said you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Deliver us from the mindless quarrels that lead us away from you. Free us from divisiveness and melt our hardened hearts to know how to love, not hate, to heal and to unite our nation. God, your word says, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek your face and turn from their wicked ways, then you will hear from heaven and you will forgive their sin and you will heal that land. Lord, righteousness exalts a nation, but sin condemns any people. Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. Let everyone be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except that which God has established. The authorities that exist have been established by you, God. Heavenly Father, we pray for President Trump and Senator Vance. We ask for your protection to be upon them and their families. We ask that you give them wisdom, courage, and humility. We ask that Christ, you will dwell in their hearts through faith. May they be rooted and grounded in love. May they have strength to know the love of Christ that surpasses knowledge. Now to you, God, who is able to accomplish far more than all we ask or imagine by your power at work within us, be glory in our nation. We ask this in the powerful name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairman of the Marathon County GOP, Kevin Hermaning, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good morning and welcome to Marathon County. We stand for the flag and we kneel at the cross. Even right now, there are men and women standing in harm's way somewhere on the globe in defense of America's freedoms. The flag represents so much more than the freedom. Please remove your hats and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Grammy Award-winning artist Gretchen Wilson to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land and of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Trump Force 47 Captain Sarah Holitz.
Let me back it up to the start of the climb.
Welcome.
What a beautiful day and an amazing crowd. I am proud to be here as a Trump Force 47 captain. The reason I decided to volunteer and become a captain is my firsthand witness of everything that has occurred in this country over the past 3.5 years. This is a pivotal time in our country. It is crucial that we elect Donald J. Trump as our next president. As you go to the polls, I want you all to think about what has happened over the past 3.5 years. What kind of future do you want for our children and upcoming generations? Our government has become an absolute mockery and an embarrassment not only to our country, but to the entire world. The Biden-Harris administration has failed us in so many ways. Kamala and Walz will be even more detrimental to this country because they are weak, failed, and dangerously liberal. Harris is responsible for 40-year high inflation and prices that are over 20.1% higher. I'm sure you can all relate to the price of groceries that are up 21.3%. Rent is up 21.5%. Electricity is up 31.6%. And car insurance has increased 52.9% since Biden took office. Harris has failed to take the border crisis seriously, with illegal crossings nearly doubled during her tenure, reaching over 300,000 a single month. Illegal crossings under Harris's leadership have averaged roughly 200,000 per month, compared to just 50,000 per month under President Trump. I no longer feel safe and secure in this country like I did prior to the Biden-Harris administration. You cannot ignore the facts from the past 3.5 years. Do you want to know the truth? The truth is Harris has failed Wisconsin. It is time to correct everything that has gone wrong, recover from all the destruction, move forward in unity to greatness, and restore our country to what God intended for America. That is one nation under God. We, the people, deserve to have freedoms and prosperous country under a leader that will make America great again. The leader that will achieve this is Donald J. Trump. It is my absolute privilege to work as a captain for Trump Force 47 and endorse Donald J. Trump for president and J.D. Vance for vice president. Ask yourself, what kind of leader do you want for your country to pave the way for future Americans? Donald J. Trump does not need to go through everything he has endured. I know in my heart Donald J. Trump is doing this for us. For me and you. He truly loves this country and cares. The man has selflessly taken a bullet for the country. He is willing to risk so much for us. With that being said, I am urging you to do everything you possibly can to get Donald J. Trump elected as our next president. We need warriors that are willing to fight like President Trump to make this happen. There are many ways you can contribute to our efforts to save this country. Become a Trump Force 47 captain today. Make a difference in your country by calling voters, knocking on doors in your neighborhood, delivering yard signs, and so much more. Go to TrumpForce47.com. Sign up immediately. We need you. President Trump needs you to win this election. Americans will not stop fighting to make the beautiful country again. The Trump administration is going to do that through unity, strength, and prosperity. We all want the same thing, a great country where we can be proud to be Americans. It has been an absolute pleasure speaking to you all today. I look forward to seeing you as a true warrior patriot and a fellow Trump Force 47 captain. Thank you. And one last thing, who do you want for your next president? Let me hear you say, we want Trump, we want Trump, we want Trump, we want Trump. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Tom Tiffany.
Great day to be in Wisconsin, isn't it? What a great day to be here in the Badger State. I got to tell you, though, I don't know if I can give a speech without a teleprompter. Where's my teleprompter? I'm trying to find the words for that teleprompter. Yeah. You know, I'm waiting for Kamala Harris, I'm waiting for Vice President Harris to come here to north central Wisconsin, and maybe she'll share some of those accents that we have up here, right? Hey, is there anybody here from Merritton City or Athens up here? Yeah. And hey, we got any Yoopers here today, eh? Yeah. Oh, piece of work. And look at the first decision that she made. First decision she made was naming China Tim from Minnesota as her vice presidential nominee. You know, the only thing that I can figure out that she named Tim Walz as her vice presidential nominee is that now that Hunter's probably going to go to jail, they need a new bag man at the White House. In Vice President Kamala Harris's America, illegals are in the schools, chocolate milk is out. Up where I come from on the Willow Flowage, catch and release means one thing. In Kamala Harris's world, that means 10 million people coming illegally into our country. I'm wondering, when do we hit our limit, Miss Vice President? In Kamala Harris's America, she is the deciding vote on the Inflation Act. She cast the deciding vote, what they call the Inflation Reduction Act. Have any of you seen your cost of living go down? No, of course not. Groceries up, fuel up, rents up. That's Kamala Harris's America. And Kamala Harris, in her America, she's bragged about being the last person in the room with President Joe Biden when the disastrous evacuation was done out of Afghanistan. The Biden-Harris administration traded 13 of our finest at the gates of the Kabul airport for 80,000 unvetted Afghans. Some of them who are on the terror watch list and right here in America. So what are we going to do about it? So under Biden-Harris, weakness leads to war, right? We see instability across the world. So what are we going to do about it? If we're going to make America strong again, we're going to vote for Donald Trump. If we're going to end, yeah. If we're going to end Bidenflation, we got to become energy independent again, don't we? We become energy independent, we're going to make America affordable again. And the only guy to do that on the ballot is Donald Trump, right? And there's only one candidate. There is only one candidate who's on the ballot that's going to make America safe again by shutting down that southern border, and that's Donald Trump. So people ask me across the 7th Congressional District and around Wisconsin, what can we do to win here in Wisconsin? I'm going to give you a couple things here. And it's stuff that me and my campaign, we're working on every day. We've knocked down over 20,000 doors here across northern and western Wisconsin. I want you to talk to hunters. We got over 100,000 hunters here in the state of Wisconsin that are not voting on a regular basis. Tell them that a Harris administration will take their guns. They will take away that hunting rifle away from them. And they will continue this slaughter that wolves are doing to our deer herd in northern Wisconsin. It's time to stop, isn't it? Two is the free agents out there. That's what I call them. It's the young people, 18 to 30 years old. They were not with us. Yeah. Yeah. Those people, 18 to 30 years old, that they weren't with us in 2018, 2020, or 2022. But they're free agents now. They've seen that they can barely pay rent, much less be able to exercise the American dream to be able to buy a home. They're ready to look for solutions, and we have it. We have it to make rent affordable again, to make home ownership affordable again, to stop the forever wars that, of course, they would have to fight. So if we're going to make America affordable again, if we're going to make it safe again, if we're going to make it energy independent once again, We need to vote for Donald Trump, and that will make America great once again. Thank you, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Senator Ron Johnson.
Good morning, fellow patriots. What a gloriously beautiful day. Now, just before I came up here, I saw a picture of President Trump watching this live streamed on Trump Force One. Can you all say hello to President Trump? So I saw a lot of veterans in the crowd. First of all, let's give a big shout out to our veterans. A lot of law enforcement keeping the peace. Shout out to our law enforcement. And I want to give a special shout out to the Secret Service agents on the ground here. Now, I know I've been kind of hard on their management, but the men and women who protect and put their lives at risk to save President Trump, these are rock solid patriots, and they deserve our appreciation and gratitude. Not to bring up that awful day, but I have to admit that one of the first thoughts that crossed my mind when President Trump sprang up and said, "Fight, fight, fight," was that he didn't have to do this. Now, President Trump's got a really good life waiting for him outside of public service, right? Wonderful family, beautiful wife. He's a good golfer. But he did this for us, for our nation, because of any other quality or attribute of President Trump, is he loves this country. He fervently loves this country. And by the way, one of the reasons you guys have such a great time here, obviously you're looking forward to listen to President Trump, but while you're waiting, you get to talk to other patriots that also fervently love this country. That is the attribute we all share. Now, sadly, I'm not so sure you can say that about the other side. Remember, 5 days before President Obama got elected president, he famously said, in 5 days, we are going to fundamentally transform the United States of America. And I always ask the question, I mean, do you even like something, much less love something you want to fundamentally transform? Of course not. And now, unfortunately, over his 8-year term, and now the Biden-Harris 4-year term, we've seen exactly what that fundamental transformation looks like. It's called the fundamental destruction of this country. The open borders, it just didn't happen. They wanted an open border. They caused this massive, massive problem. Remember Kamala Harris, she's the border czar. She didn't fail. She succeeded. She got exactly what the Biden administration and Democrats want, an open border and a flood of illegal immigrants that they want to register to vote and vote in this election. That's just God's honest truth. So they open up the border. We're going to be feeling the negative consequences of their open border for years, if not decades to come. The migrant crime, the horrific rapes and murders. That's not going away anytime soon. And it certainly won't go away if this country makes the wrong decision and elects Kamala Harris as president. The only chance we have is to re-elect Donald Trump and J.D. Vance as vice president. That's our only chance. What about the 40-year high inflation? You realize in Wisconsin, it's costing an average family almost $1,000 a month just to maintain their standard of living because of their massive deficit spending and their 40-year high inflation? Nationally, it's over $1,000 a month. The war on fossil fuels, I couldn't be more pleased that President Trump, first point in his economic plan for America to rebuild this country, to make it great again, is focus on energy. If you want a strong economy, you need power, and lots of it, and as cheap as possible is the way to go. You know, all these things, the open border, the 40-year high inflation, the war on fossil fuel, all these things have weakened America and emboldened our enemies and set the world on fire. Didn't happen under President Trump. It happened under Vice President Kamala Harris. So you understand what's at stake in this election. You've heard Brian, you've heard Tom tell you what you need to do. I love the fact that you've come out here. I love the fact that you're showing President Trump your love and your support for him. But it's not enough. Like Brian said, we can start early voting. Now, again, I love voting on Election Day. Since I got elected, I have to vote absentee ballot. I'm not here on that Tuesday. So we have to embrace the fact that these are the rules. And we need to beat them at their own game. So I want all of you here signing up and early voting. Bank your vote the first day you can do so. Then spend the rest of the time between the time you voted and Election Day to talk to every friend, family member, neighbor that you have that will vote the right way for Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, and get them to also vote early. Because what ends up happening, we're going to spend a lot of money on the low propensity voter. We're going to be calling them up and getting them to vote as well. If you've already voted, we don't have to waste money contacting you because you've already banked your vote. So can you do that for me? Can you do that for President Trump? What we realize, because we love this country, is how rare and precious it is. We understand the essential ingredient that made this country great, that allowed all of us to dream and aspire and build and create this marvel we call America. It's called freedom. And in the end, yeah, we've got to elect Donald Trump to preserve this nation, but we need to fight for freedom. That is what this election is about. It is about a fight for freedom. It's not somebody else's fight. It is our fight, and it is a fight that we absolutely must win. So God bless all of you in your efforts. God bless President Trump, J.D. Vance, and God bless this marvelous country we call America. Thank you.
are watching live rally coverage from the great state of Wisconsin right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Man, what a party already it is out there. You saw the pre-programmed speakers walking by the crowd. They were going wild. Wait until Trump Force One makes a landing there at the Central Wisconsin Airport. And when President Trump deplanes here in this Saturday in September up north there in Wisconsin, of course, the crowd will be quite loud, as it is, whether it's inside an arena, whether it's at an outdoor event like it is today. A lot of great moments to be had. And of course, we were showing you some of those earlier in the broadcast. If you missed any of those, you could just scrub back on Rumble or YouTube. Back in 2022 in Miami, Florida, when that huge storm came through and President Trump continued on in that speech, and it was just a powerful moment. So many great times and some tough times, of course, too, at the as you see there, the people are standing in support and they're saying fight, fight, fight right along there with President Trump. And it's all about the simple truth of common sense and of freedom for this nation as we are 59 days until the biggest election of our lifetime and possibly the biggest election of all time here in the United States. It literally doesn't need to be any hyperbole or drama added. We know the fork in the road that is coming up. So President Trump in 3 days, we'll see him in Philadelphia taking on Harris. But before we do, we'll see him in Mosinee, Wisconsin, a beautiful area there. Look at that gorgeous sky as we get ready and we gear up to see President Trump in Trump Force One, along with campaign staff and others, make that landing there. And then, of course, share with the American people. Slated for 2 o'clock for that speech. As the pre-program just wrapping up, we'll be getting back out there to Mike and Christina shortly right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We did interview someone who is running against, of all people, get this, Bernie Sanders in Vermont. Mr. Gerald Malloy is actually a Trump-endorsed candidate. He's a military veteran. He's also a Vermont delegate. He was actually the guy on the floor at the RNC in day one that was saying all of the delegates for the state of Vermont going to President Trump, the president 45th and the soon-to-be 47th president. So as soon as that interview is ready to roll, we're going to go to that. And then, of course, we'll be going back out to Mike and Christina live in Mosinee, Wisconsin. So we know that there are 10 electoral votes up for grabs in Wisconsin, and that is just one of the 7 huge swing states, as you know. So 93 electoral votes up for grabs for all 7 swing states. 10 of those electoral votes, of course, right there in the Badger State. So a lot at stake at all of these states. You remember back in 2016, President Trump, he won Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, all these states. He won all these states then. Somehow, some way, all of the same states that he won in 2016 went the other way in 2020. We know what happened there. But now we are moving on to 2024, and we know with boots on the ground, we see the people from all walks of life, whether it's in the city, whether it's in a suburban area, whether it's in a rural area, doesn't matter. All backgrounds, seeing the situation that we're under right now with the Harris-Biden situation, with Bidenomics, and hopefully one day will be replaced with Maganomics. So Gerald Malloy, once again, he is running for U.S. Senate in Vermont, and he's hoping to take the seat of Bernie Sanders. It's an uphill battle, but you know what? With God, all things are possible. So here is that interview with Gerald Malloy. Is joining us now in Vermont. Sir, first of all, thank you so much for your service, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Matthew. Thanks for having me on today. It's an exciting time here. I'm running against Bernie Sanders, socialist, and Vermont's in trouble and our country's in trouble. And I'm great to speak with you about how we're going to turn this ship around and get America back on track.
Exactly. That's what's needed. And we saw you at the RNC as a Vermont delegate for Trump. What was that like there in Milwaukee?
4 of the best days of my life. Honestly, I literally Monday, I felt like our country was turning to get back in the right direction. 4 years now we've been going in a bad direction. 2 new wars, 40-year high inflation, record high gas prices, disastrous foreign policy, on and on and on. And Saturday before, by the grace of God, President Trump was spared, and he showed up on Monday, and it was a little touch and go there about how to do that, giving the roll call, but I was honored to do that for Vermont and honored to do that for President Trump. And I think, I'll tell you, be right up front, here in Vermont, he's not, a lot of people have some issues, but he's the right guy policy-wise to get our country and literally make America great again, get us back on track.
And that's saying something, you being in Vermont, in a state that usually votes blue, but at the end of the day, this is different times, isn't it, sir?
Oh, it sure is. And I can tell you, here in Vermont, we have a Republican governor, very popular, but we have a supermajority far left. And I think it's kind of a nationwide term now, but the progressive left has hijacked what used to be the Democrat Party. It's no more. It's the progressive left, and they're redlined over here. So we have a supermajority that in the last 2 years has overridden 12 of our Republican governor's vetoes. It's made Vermont unaffordable and unsafe and a place to leave. So, for me, yep, Bernie's, for some reason, he's popular. 30, 40 years of false promises. For some reason, he's popular. But the time is right. There's a perfect storm here where I can and I'm going to beat him.
Exactly. And so we are about 59 days until November 5th. Hopefully you, as a new senator in the state of Vermont, and President Trump as the 47th Commander-in-Chief, do you see that fork in the road, that true freedom taking on some terrible leftist ideology?
Sure. Well, we have the Republican Party platform, and it's all about individual freedom. It's all about economic opportunity. It's not about more and more control, and that's what the progressive left is doing. More and more regulation. The modern monetary theory, overspending, things like that. Running our debt up to 36 trillion. Absolutely unsustainable. So we've got to bring some common sense and some fiscal responsibility back into government, and the Republican Party is the answer to do that. The progressive left is just going to get worse, and I know for a fact here in Vermont, we have places like St. Johnsbury. They just got a 25% property tax hike. They can't afford. It's not a wealthy town. It's a poor town. So, and they're going to get another one next year if we have this supermajority. So there's at state level, at the federal level, it's absolutely time for change. We can't have another 4 years like we've had just now.
100%. 100%. Major Gerald Malloy, thank you again for joining us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Before we let you go, any kind of advice you want to share with the people that are watching that are really concerned about the direction of our country?
Well, I'm excited about the direction because I think President Trump is going to, I was at the RNC. What I talked about, it's not about personality, it's about policy, and he's going to reunite America. One of the things I think is pretty interesting is, we have myself, Dave McCormick, Sam Brown, Secretary Pompeo, all West Point grads supporting him because that's the best thing for America. And he is going to deliver a better America.
Amen to that. Gerald Malloy from Vermont. Sir, thank you so much and good luck this November.
Thank you, Matthew. Great to speak with you.
Okay, so once again, that is Gerald Malloy. He is a Trump-endorsed U.S. Senate candidate in Vermont, taking on Bernie Sanders. But at the end of the day, it's always good to hear MAGA or hear about freedom or hear about conservatism, no matter what state we're in, right? And that's what we've seen, as you guys have seen as well, on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I remember going live in the Bronx, or seeing Bobby McNeely live with Nikki Stanzione in Philly. I mean, there's all these correspondents that we have that we go out to these cities and we see support for President Trump out there, not only for just the man, President Trump, to take back our country, but everything that he stands for when it comes to common sense, our Constitution, and the like. So, and speaking of that Constitution, the National Constitution Center is the site of the debate on Tuesday night. The world will watch, right? So obviously in this country, it'll be all over cable news, broadcast news. It'll be streamed everywhere. There'll be lots of retruths and posts about all of the sound bites from that debate. And then think about all of the other media from around the world interpreting English to whatever language that would be. everyone will be watching this that has any interest in current events or world events, or how about the free world taking on some tyrannical moves that are happening out there. Thinking about places like Venezuela with Maduro, or the censorship that the UK is facing right now. So it is the free people, it is Team Freedom right here in the United States, and many of those that would join us in that freedom from across the globe. So we're looking forward to a great speech in Wisconsin today. Matthew Alvarez here at the studio. We'll be going back out to Mike Fortin and Christina Loren, who are doing an awesome job interviewing everybody from the people and then all the way to waiting for the speech from President Trump. So it's great to hear from we the people. We're all on this in this thing together as Americans, and hoping for a MAGA 47th Commander-in-Chief, President Donald J. Trump. So one of the quotes that President Trump actually said this past week in one of the, there were so many events, right? A press conference, there were speeches. He said, communism is the past, freedom is the future. So we know that this fork in the road is very serious, and it's on the way. So we got to see which one the American people are going to vote for. And we know with a majority of boots on the ground, the polls, whether it's social media, whether it's a lot of the conservative media, you see that there are Trump signs everywhere. We realize how terrible the country is under the Biden-Harris so-called administration, and what it was like during those first 4 years with President Trump. So before we go back to Wisconsin, I want to thank a couple sponsors, including one of the greatest sponsors, because it's been with us since almost day one, I believe since day one, is MyPillow.com. Mike Lindell, of course, if you saw that video earlier of him shaking hands with people at the Robstown, Texas event back in 2022, we played a moment there where people from all walks of life just loving Mike Lindell and saying, we want Trump in office. And it was just an awesome kind of moment there. And he's a great guy, as you guys know. So MyPillow.com, get a huge percentage off there going to that website. All sorts of great products, and use that RSBN promo code for quite the deep discount. Always good to save some money, of course, in this Bidenomics era, which again, we hope to see become Maganomics on January 20th, 2025. Also, speaking of money, RSBN, if you'd like to donate to RSBN, you can text RSBN to 801-801. So it's simple to text it, just RSBN. You see that number right there on your screen, to 801-801. All of the lights and the cameras and the camera ops and the correspondents and the studio and everybody behind the scenes, we're not bought and paid for by some boring woke company, right? We are with great patriotic companies and great sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. And a lot of, to the point where we are today, is also because of you, the viewer. So if you have a couple extra dollars, great. Text RSBN to 801-801. If you don't have a couple extra dollars, I understand and we understand, because Bidenomics is terrible. But again, of course, it takes a few bucks to get us on the road out there. So thank you guys so much for joining us here on Right Side. It's time to send that link and text your friends and let them know, hey, yeah, the football game's on, but that 3rd down and 2 was kind of boring. Let's watch something that has to do with our country right now. Let's see President Trump land with Trump Force One, hear what he has to say. Could watch the football game later. Of course, I love sports too. I'm looking forward to watching some games later. But right now, the more serious point is the electrifying crowd in Wisconsin. If we could take a live look there in Mosinee right now, we'll be able to see just some of the crowd out there in Wisconsin as Trump Force One is getting ready. I believe we'll be landing at any moment. So we'll have that live coverage for you with Mike and Christina. So speaking of Mike and Christina, we are going to go back to them live right now. We're in Alabama here at the RSBN studios. So let's go way up north to Wisconsin right now for correspondents Mike Fortin and Christina Loren. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We'll see you in a bit.
All right, well, welcome back to Wisconsin. We have Gretchen Wilson playing in the background, doing a live concert here, waiting for President Trump, who should be arriving anytime soon here, scheduled to speak at 1 p.m. My name is Mike Fortin, along with Christina Loren, and we are just having a blast. You can hear the crowd roaring for Gretchen Wilson in the background. Before we get into it, I want to tell you about Steve Bannon's Patriot Pay. It's a new cryptocurrency, and it couldn't be simpler. In minutes, you could be able to buy Patriot Pay. This is Steve Bannon's cryptocurrency, along with a variety of other top cryptocurrencies, all in one easy-to-use app, no complicated steps, no need for technical knowledge. Patriot Pay makes it all hassle-free. You can even make anonymous political donations through the app with just a few taps. Support leaders like President Trump and Carrie Lake. You can contribute to causes you care about while keeping your donations private, all in the same app. Patriots Pay is also building the Patriot economy, helping businesses share our values, connect with customers like you. With business owners, it's easy to get started. Free listings on Patriot Economy. Just reach out today. So don't wait. Download Patriot Pay now with just a few clicks and only $20. Start taking advantage of the benefits of decentralized currency. Visit app.patriotpay.org or download the app to get started. It's never been easier to join the movement and support the causes that you care about most. app.patriotpay.org.
You know, you just heard Gretchen Wilson perform the song that made her famous. A lot of stars have come out and backed President Donald Trump. And because we're at an airport, we're in Mosinee, Wisconsin, coming to you live from the Central Wisconsin Airport. I have a funny feeling that we're going to have a chance to see Trump's plane land. President Trump, Trump Force One, that could be the visual that we have behind us. We're getting word that he's going to land at about 12:50 a.m., so about 10 minutes before he's about to speak, which is perfect. He always does things right on time. So
I wouldn't say always right on time.
He tries.
But he certainly tries. You know, there's a lot of obstacles on the way here, and Secret Service panning, and just getting through, you know, all the security, making sure security's in place, the crowds are in place, everybody. There's so many people here. There's so many things going on. There's food vendors in the back. Really just, I'd love to be able to give you guys a look of what we have going on here, but behind us, it's unusual because there's just so many people behind us and behind our media riser here on both sides. There's food vendors back there, which the lines are packed. It's really just, it's a great day. I put my jacket on because it cooled off a little bit now. So the weather's really cooperating. It's a fantastic place, a great vibe. We've had live music from Gretchen Wilson, and we've heard from some local speakers in Congress. Just an absolutely great time.
You know what? Can I bring in a friend of mine?
Absolutely.
This is Congressman Tom Tiffany. He represents the 7th Congressional District of Wisconsin. This is a Republican district. I've had a chance to do quite a few interviews with you with the Western Caucus.
Absolutely.
You had a great speech out there today.
Oh, thank you. Nothing like a Trump event to get the energy up. People are ready here to vote for Donald Trump, support Donald Trump, make America great again.
You know, something that you've done to make America great again is you brought up how important mining is, especially in this area. There's a lot of land that's being locked up right now. Environmental extremists have had their way. Talk a little bit about what you'd like to see under a Trump administration for that to change.
If we're going to see prosperity, you have to utilize your natural resources. That is what made America the greatest country. That's why we won the 20th century. But it's why we may lose the 21st century to China if we allow them to utilize natural resources, mine for natural resources, and we don't. We have to utilize our natural resources, and we can do it in an environmentally safe manner, and it will lead to prosperity. We've seen what's happened when we've not been energy independent now for the last 4 years. What happens? Grocery prices go up. As I said on the stage, diesel fuel moves the world. And when you bring the cost of it down, the American people do better.
You have done so much on behalf of the Natural Resources Conservation Committee. Tell me a little bit. We made a trip to the border, and we talked about all of the trash that was being left behind. It's a big part of the border story that a lot of people don't get to know about. We have an audience at RSBN, a wide-reaching audience. Talk a little bit about the environmental concerns of illegal immigration.
Yeah, probably the last thing people talk about, and I understand why, when you've got fentanyl, that's the #1 killer of young people in America, human trafficking that's off the charts. I mean, think about it, just a couple weeks ago, 320,000, it was revealed, 320,000 children, unaccompanied alien children, are in America, and the border czar, Kamala Harris, has no idea where they're at. And then, of course, the people on the terrorist watch list. But it is doing significant environmental harm also. I was down and saw the border wall in Arizona where there was an encampment built and there was trash strewn everywhere. I think it's in the hundreds of thousands of tons of garbage that have been picked up as a result of what has happened down on the border.
You represent a very unique area here in Wisconsin, a battleground state. You have a pretty good hold on this Republican area. What's it like to be in a battleground state and you got a lot of opposition and you're trying to get people to get out there and vote for Trump, to vote Republican for the Senate, for the House? Tell me a little bit about how that's been for you.
I would have it no other way than to be right here in the middle of the fray, because if we win Wisconsin's 10 electoral votes for Donald Trump, we win the presidency. So it's terrific to be here. But remember where I'm at in the when I was in the state Senate, I flipped a seat that had been Democrat for 30 years. This seat had been Democrat for over 40 years before Sean Duffy came in. And these people have seen that the Democrat Party has left them. The John F. Kennedy Democrats, they've figured out that the Democrat Party is no longer their party. And so that's the message we got to deliver. We have solutions to make America great again as Republicans.
Well, thank you. And, you know, the Western Caucus is such an amazing group. Dan Newhouse, Congressman Dan Newhouse of Washington, has done great things. What's next for the Western Caucus? Are you going to stick with that?
Oh, yeah. It's one of the first things that I did when I came into Congress was to join the Western Caucus, because it's where our prosperity comes from. I mean, there's important things that need to happen in terms of, not have this runaway spending, and we need to have a strong foreign policy. But right up there with the rest of it is you have to utilize your natural resources if you're going to be prosperous. Because if you use your natural resources and use them appropriately, it's economic security, it's national security, and it's job security.
You would be a great Secretary of the Interior, just so you know. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you came up here. Didn't have to do this. Thank you so much. Thank you to your staffer as well.
It's great to be here.
Great to see you. That's Congressman Tom Tiffany. He represents a widely conservative district here in Wisconsin, the 7th Congressional District. He's a great man, a great patriot, and he just gave us a little bit of his very important time, so we're thankful.
That was great. That was a great sneak-through interview. It was fantastic. It's, we're getting closer here. Things are really, trying to ramp up a little bit as we are getting closer and closer to 1 o'clock. I see a lot of moving around, so that generally means that we're getting a little bit closer to the time when President Trump is coming. So, overall, I think the day's going really well. We've spoken to a lot of great people. How do you feel so far?
I just feel like the tide has finally turned. I mean, there's a lot of people who are still kind of down in the dumps. Oh, we can't count on Trump winning. Things are going to happen in the last minute. But I don't think that's the case right now. I think we finally have the momentum we need. RFKJ was a big part of that. I know that the debate coming up is a big part of that. And just the fact that President Trump will not stop. He's out here doing a rally 3 days before that debate. He's showing us how important this election is to him personally. He took a bullet for us. That didn't slow him down, not even for a second.
Yeah, I can tell you that, again, I mentioned earlier today, the polls, all the polls that are being done by mainstream media are showing what's a relatively tight race with Trump leading in many areas. But independent polls are showing that Trump's got a big lead right now over Kamala Harris. And that's no surprise, obviously, when Senator Vance and President Trump are doing 38, 40 interviews over the past near 50 days. And we've gotten one lousy interview coming out of CNN with Kamala Harris. It really doesn't say much for the Harris campaign. I know I've said it 100 times, but what kind of person lies about working at McDonald's just to try and be relatable? At the very least, if you're going to tell the lies that she's told over the last 3.5 years, she's going to now adopt the policies of President Trump. Even CNN has called her out now on using footage from President Trump's border wall in her own commercials promoting the border wall, promoting building the boarding wall. And she is a master flip-flopper that we've seen go back and forth. She's for fracking. I know you mentioned that earlier. She's not against fracking. She said that her values in that CNN interview, she said her values have not changed, her feelings have not changed. What have they not changed from? Have they not changed from her original view, which is what common sense would tell you? She's been saying this for so long, and now all of a sudden she's adopted these grand new views about border security and law and order and supporting police. We know that the Fraternal Order of Police just endorsed President Trump. No surprise there. A common sense president who's for law and order.
You know what's so hard about Kamala going back and forth is, I understand that people change their positions. Every politician does at some point. They're going to change a position. But that's why the media is there, for you to be able to go onto a live television show, any sort of show, and explain why you're changing your position. The American people, they just want answers. But the fact that she's flip-flopping on her position, she's not doing any interviews to back it up, that's what raises the major question marks. And I think at this point, at this juncture in this election, a lot of Americans are catching on to what's really going on. They're not going to stand for it. And if she continues to fall in the polls, she's going to have to get out there and speak.
Yeah, we heard from so many people today, young people and older folks alike. She has no policy. They don't know where she stood. I was very curious to see what everyday people are thinking, because it's normal in America to have a choice. Republican, Democrat, Independent. It's normal to have those choices. But when you have another party, obviously everyone here that we've spoken to has heavy love and support for President Trump. No surprise there. But even with that, it would be nice to know where the other party actually stands. And we just have no idea. At least so you can compare and contrast, because now every time something comes up, she simply adopts President Trump's policy, and it's created a real two-face kind of situation where we don't know where the other candidate stands. So is she lying then? Is she lying now? We have no idea. But one thing is for sure, we know where President Trump stands. He stood that way. He said the same thing. He's had the same message from day one. That has not changed. And he is steadfast in his mission to make America great again. Now with the addition of RFK Jr., to make America healthy again. And now bringing in Elon Musk to be able to audit all these government agencies and see where the efficiency is. You can't think of a better person to be able to show efficiency and where there's a deficit than Elon Musk. Starlink, Neuralink, Tesla, SpaceX, really just a mastermind behind this. So we truly have this Justice League of, if you will, of former Democrats now coming with President Trump, Tulsi Gabbard, Vivek Ramaswamy, really just an all-star team behind President Trump, a team that can truly unite America, something that we certainly need on both sides, because as I mentioned earlier, the fact that you are a member or support a political party in the United States shouldn't mean that you get hate, shouldn't mean that you lose a job, shouldn't mean that you lose friends. People are allowed to have differences of opinion. We do it all day, every day, whether someone likes hot dogs or hamburgers. It's the same thing. It's the way that you vote. However, in this case, with this election, this is probably the most important election of my lifetime. Yeah. Because there's so much at stake. I constantly am telling people, my response as a father, as a husband, as someone who needs to support a family. So I look at it from that point of view always, as a man, as someone who is filled with testosterone. I work out every day. I like to do these things. My wife wants these things. My wife wants a man. She tells me she wants to feel safe. She wants to feel secure. And I know that when she's out with me, she does. And so we've heard from so many other women that want the same thing, and for that party to be pushing that the Republicans need to tone down their masculinity, that it's somehow toxic, it's what people want.
Well, what's unfortunate is that they'll say whatever it takes to win, and that's why it's so scary, is if they are elected, what's really going to be the outcome. And you're right, it's going to be the most consequential election of our lifetime. There's so much at stake right now, not just in this country, but in other countries. You look at what's happening in Israel. That's that's a big one because you can't be for Hamas and for Israel at the same time. And we're just not getting a clear-cut answer as to who she is going to support. She's going to have to pick a side if she's the president of the United States of America and she is in control of our armed forces. So I am very curious as to see how things are going to play out. But right now, the momentum sure feels good on the red ticket. And I think President Trump continuing to stop, not letting go of any of that momentum he's been building. His attorney is fantastic for her to be able to move forward, especially what we saw yesterday with Judge Merchan pushing that date back for sentencing until November 26th. They're doing something right on that Trump ticket. They're very smart people involved. Now, one thing that President Trump could do that I'm very interested to see, he could start to name some of his potential cabinet members, because the more people that he solidifies right now, the more people that jump on that ticket, he's going to get people excited all around the country. Who's going to be the head of the USDA? Who's going to be the EPA head? We want to find out. And the more that we know about that, I think the more people will catch on, because everybody has candidates that they like. We know that the Democrats are going to do whatever it takes to win, so it's, a good idea to start naming who's going to be in those cabinet positions for really to build that momentum even more.
It's also very nice to know that the Republicans now are doing everything that it takes to win. The addition of Lara Trump has been a huge benefit to the Republican National Committee. We've seen just leaps and bounds what they're doing now for voter outreach and getting people involved and younger people with Trump Force 47. There's so much that they're doing right now, knocking on doors, making the calls, really doing what it takes. Obviously, voting starts very soon. For some states, it's starting in as soon as 10 days or so.
It started yesterday in North Carolina.
There you go.
Yeah.
So, with that being said, it's quite important for people to get out and vote. If you can vote early, vote. Get out and vote. All these amazing people here stood here all morning from 3 o'clock in the morning, as early as 3 o'clock in the morning, to be able to get a chance to be here, feel this vibe with President Trump. You guys need to get by? If you guys want to go by, go right ahead.
Sorry, Representative Tiffany.
You got it. Thanks for stopping by.
You're right, and he makes a good point, because all the people who showed up early, they're the ones who get the best seats in the House. Those are the people who you see right up front who are going to have that grand view of President Trump when hopefully we see that plane land pretty soon. He takes the stage at 1 p.m. today. And again, we want to thank our sponsors at RSBN for allowing us to bring you this fantastic coverage.
Absolutely, and let me thank one of them right now. Folks, if you're struggling with back taxes or unfiled returns, the IRS is escalating collections, adding 20,000 new agents over and sending over 5 million collection letters to kick off 2024. In these challenging times, your best defense is Tax Network USA. Don't let the IRS take advantage of you. With over 14 years experience, Tax Network USA has saved their clients over $1 billion in back taxes. No matter the size of your tax issue, their expertise is your advantage. They specialize in negotiation with the IRS, aiming to significantly reduce your debt. Tax Network USA doesn't just negotiate, they also protect your assets from IRS seizures and manage your yearly returns for ongoing compliance. More importantly, they are licensed to help with all state tax issues, regardless of where you live in the U.S. The clock is ticking. Don't wait for the IRS as the IRS steps up its game. Seize control of your financial future. Now, contact Tax Network USA for immediate relief and expert guidance. Call 1-800-357-1415 or visit taxnetworkusa.com/RSBN.
We also want to thank American Finance, and while you're pulling that up, you brought up the fact about early voting starting. The election is now 59 days away. 59 days away from November 5th. If you want to attend a Trump rally, your time is winding down, and if you do so, you might just get interviewed by us at RSBN, but there are a lot of people who are going to start voting as September rolls on. Here in Wisconsin, they'll be voting at the end of the month. It's an exciting time.
It really is, and it's exciting if you are struggling with finances as well. There's so many of us struggling with everyday bills, food, gas, and even that power bill. If you want a home, I want you to call our friends at American Financing. They are saving customers an average of $854 a month by tapping into their home's equity and wiping out high-interest credit card debt. $854 a month is like $10,000 raise. Credit card interest rates are insane, and most of us are still carrying a balance from month to month. And if you're only paying the minimum every month, it's going to take you years to pay that off. There's no upfront fees to get started, so call American Financing today. And if you call today, you may not have to make next month's mortgage payment. American Financing, 888-402-0299. That's 888-402-0299. AmericanFinancing.net/RSBN.
More people than ever before needing their services under this administration. It has been very difficult and likely to get even worse if the Democrats continue on as they are. You know, I want to talk a little bit about the national debt because this is a big part of what Trump wants to reduce. President Trump wants to take down that national debt. It has surpassed $35 trillion, and when you break it down, that's over $104,000 for every single American citizen, not even counting all the newcomers, the new voters who waltzed across the southern border. Now, here's where it gets serious. Every day that goes by, we spend $2.4 billion just on the interest. That's money that's never going to help out the American economy. It's never going to help out the mom and pop shop that is struggling to get by, the people with high credit card bills.
Well, it's like, Kamala wants to help out small businesses. She says she's going to give tax breaks to all these small businesses. The problem is we don't know where those tax breaks are going to come from. But on the back end, the taxes that she's going to hit these very same small businesses with are going to be more significant than tax breaks they're actually getting. So again, another blow to American small businesses, which we know make up over 60% of all businesses in the USA.
And President Trump has made it loud and clear the biggest way that he's going to get us out of this mess is drill, baby, drill. He wants to take the liquid gold underneath our feet and sell it to the world. And something's interesting about that. We actually produce oil here in this country cleaner than any other country around the world. Now, Biden and Harris, they wanted to come in, mandate electric vehicles, but the market decided otherwise. American people, they don't want all electric vehicles. And so in order to continue to keep up all the oil that's necessary after he shut down Keystone XL, the pipeline, Biden shut it down in his first 100 days of office. In order, though, to keep up with demand, what we're doing right now is we're importing oil from other countries who are polluting without regard. So we haven't even moved the needle on improving the climate.
Well, one of the big issues, too, is with the fracking, with the drilling, is we're exporting everything. So we're not keeping it here and getting our prices down. We're exporting it and then having to buy it back at a premium. So that's a huge issue, and we want to keep it here. And I can tell you, I still own a Tesla. I own an electric vehicle. It's my wife's vehicle. I've been driving it this week, and I can tell you that I've calculated it. We've had to charge, because we live in Vegas, the car will consistently keep its air conditioning system going to keep the car cool when you get in. So you can turn that off, but it's miserable when you get into a 150-degree car from when it's 110 degrees outside. The problem with that is that it's draining the battery of the car. So in reality, on a full charge, we're having to charge sometimes up to twice a day, depending on where we're charging, and we're just within the city. We're not really going anywhere, picking up the kids, picking up groceries, whatever it may be, going to get coffee. But we're still having to charge that car 1 or 2 times a day. On average, we're putting about $20 to $22 per charge in the vehicle. But if we're doing it twice a day, $20, $30, $40, it adds up. So it's actually more than what my truck costs to pay for the Tesla and the electric. And again, there's different, if you're not familiar with Teslas, you can charge in the morning, it's a little bit cheaper. You can charge at night, it's a little bit cheaper. You can, and again, using the supercharger network, you can charge in the afternoon, it's extremely expensive. And because of the nature of picking up the kids and when we go out, it ends up being in the afternoon when it costs the most. So in order to pay for the Tesla, it's likely over $100+ a week just to pay electric for the Tesla, whereas my truck, I put in like $70 and I'm good for like a week.
You know, it sounds like we're going more toward a hybrid direction, obviously, which is great news for Elon Musk, who's been such a great proponent of the Republican Party. I had a chance to interview the senator from South Dakota, and he let me know that basically the big rig truck drivers, they are very concerned because in some states like California, they're trying to go all electric by the year 2030. And if you're driving a big rig, they just haven't found a feasible way to make it work just yet. Now think about this. If you're hauling livestock, live animals, cows, through North Dakota in a brutally cold winter, and you have an issue with your electric vehicle, say it catches fire like we've seen with a lot of these 18-wheelers.
Well, that certainly wouldn't be good for the livestock.
No, but we've had a big problem. And then just charging, getting the goods and services that America needs to the places where they're supposed to be on time is going to become a huge problem if these mandates go through. And it's like you were talking about earlier, Kamala Harris, one day she's for the mandates, one day she's not for the mandates.
Yeah.
One day she's for the Green New Deal, the next day she's not. So it's really hard to even fathom what their agenda is. They have no platform yet. So many Americans are still bamboozled because of the mainstream media, which is why it's so important for people like us to be out here, although it's a little bit warm. Now it's feeling good, I gotta be honest.
Now it feels warm. I feel like I have to take my jacket off again. But, it's a very interesting dynamic, obviously, with Elon Musk and Tesla and President Trump, who wants to end the EV mandates. We've already seen a lot of U.S. manufacturers really kind of tone down what they were doing for EVs. Now, obviously, with Elon joining President Trump and likely his cabinet, it's a very interesting dynamic. But Elon has always been in favor of, hey, make your choice. Make your choice.
Let the market decide.
Electric is good. If you like it and if it works for you, that's great. I can tell you that for a very long time, electric worked really well. I can tell you now, living in a very, very warm climate like Las Vegas, it doesn't work really well because it's constantly on. It's constantly sucking power. But if you go to California and it's 70 degrees all day, that's a completely different story. So, or if you're in the extreme cold weather, again, it's trying to keep the car warm for you. So it really just runs the gamut. It depends on where you are, but it's a great option. They're great cars. EVs are fantastic, but I think, like you said, hybrids are really the way to go. The Jeep 4xe, an awesome vehicle. It's great. You can get electric in the city, gas on the highway, it recharge itself. You can charge it at home. It's a great thing. And so, again, I think it's just about having choice, not just in our vehicles, but about our bodies, about women's rights. And this is something that President Trump stands behind. This is something that he wants to give the states control of their abortion rights. He wants to be able to have people make decisions themselves without the government stepping in and telling us what's good for us.
Yeah, it's a tough thing. I mean, especially when it comes to abortion. The biggest issue that I have with that is the fact that becoming a mom makes you a completely different person. You become more nurturing. You become selfless. You put somebody else first. And until you actually know what it's like to be a mom, you don't really value that choice that's being talked about. Kamala Harris doesn't have any biological children. She doesn't know what it's like to be a mom. And I will say this, she's normalizing abortion to win an election, and that's wrong. I have a big problem with that because there's a lot of influential women who are going to watch her. They're going to follow in that path thinking, oh, I could be president one day if I work, and they're going to forsake that window of opportunity that they have to have children. I think that's a big problem with what she's doing, and I think it would be a great thing if she would come out and at least say, look, if you're going to do this, you've got to consider the consequences that it might have on your life, on the father's life, and of course, you got to think about the child as well. So that's probably my biggest beef with Kamala Harris.
I think what we're seeing now is just the unnecessary politicization of so much right now, where we're not just sticking to what truly needs to be stuck to. There's so many outside things that are just being brought into this election. And, we're obviously seeing someone like Kamala who can't make a simple decision by herself and really just has become a puppet for the Democratic Party.
And who knows what the motives and intentions of the people who are, doing the puppet show, the masters, have in mind. It's scary for our country. But it's not scary for our country? The fact that there are still great states out there, Trump country, states that support Donald Trump, where we don't have to worry about who's going to vote red. One of those states is my home state, Tennessee. I want to tell you about Tennessee Land and Lakes. For over 42 years, Tennessee Land and Lakes have provided their customers with unique buying opportunities with great prices on hard-to-find properties. And they have so much to offer, more than you're going to find on the open market, because they have a set of standards that must be met before they develop a property. For instance, it must be in an area of high demand or in the path of growth. Or it must be a beautiful place where you can actually picture yourself in that dream home. They work really hard to scour the land in Tennessee to find those really key spots for their customers. Now, living in Tennessee offers residents a great sense of community, connection to the land, and your money can go much further in a state with low property taxes, or get this, there's no state tax in Tennessee, and that's something that I've certainly benefited from. Everybody who lives there has.
Sure.
Just like we're seeing today, small towns are the heart and soul of America. These properties just outside of Nashville are surrounded by family-friendly communities where you can make a beautiful life for yourself and your loved ones. The best part about Nashville, living in the South in general, Christianity is widely embraced in the South. You don't have to hide it. I came from the Bay Area of San Francisco, and boy, did I feel like an outcast because of my vocal Christianity. It's not like that in Tennessee. People wear crosses. They support God everywhere they go. Tennessee Land and Lakes is a great place. 866-345-LAND.com. I'm going to give you that number a couple of times because if you are interested, if you're looking for property, Tennessee is where it's at. 866-345-LAND. 866-345-LAND. Or you can go to TennesseeLandandLakes.com for more information as well. If you have questions, just give them a call. They have a staff like no other. They will walk you through every step of the process. Buying land is a huge purchase. And so they're going to make sure that you're taken care of, all your questions are answered, and you don't have to lock in with them. They just want to be able to guide you and show you what Tennessee has to offer.
Yeah, a lot of people actually moving to Tennessee. I know Steve-O from Jackass just moved to Tennessee.
That's great.
Doing whatever he wants, just wanted to get out of that tiny apartment in Hollywood. Tennessee is the place to go. So, a lot of great places out there, a lot of great states, and President Trump hitting them all, really set to ramp up. It's been a little slow for the rallies. He's been holding a lot of press conferences. However, getting ready for this big debate with Kamala Harris Tuesday, the 10th. It's going to be on ABC. So we're going to see how ABC treats President Trump. Typically a little bit left-leaning, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm super excited to see this debate. There's been so much hype over it. I know there's the Harris campaign still really upset with the fact that the mics are not going to be muted. She really wanted that excuse me, yep, I'm speaking moment like she had with Mike Pence not so long ago. Really looking for that moment by anything she can to try and get an I gotcha moment with President Trump. They're not falling for it. ABC has set the rules, and they're in stone. Tuesday, we see what happens.
It's just 3 days away from now. And, if I were President Trump, I would just let her go off on the rails. You know what I mean? I would set her up so that she can just talk, because the longer she goes, the more likely she is to mess up, as we've all seen before. Let her go. Let her talk. Let her say her piece. And then we might have a better idea of where the trajectory of the country is headed under a Democratic leadership.
Well, Dana Bash at CNN gave Harris a platform. She gave her the ability to answer the questions. She asked her very clear, very concise questions. She did not answer any one of those questions. She spun it, probably at the behest of her team. She couldn't answer the questions coherently, so she truly spun everything. There wasn't even Tim Walz, same thing, when they asked, you specifically have said that you were in war. He's like, I misspoke. That's not really something you misspeak about for years.
He should have a better answer. Okay, he knows we're on to him. He should have done better on that answer.
Well, he said, I'm an average guy. I speak like you do. I speak like everybody does. And that's not the case. I know how I speak, and I've never said, hey, I've been in war. I know what I'm saying. You're running for Vice President of the United States, and you can't come up with a good answer how to defend the record and defend lies that you've been telling for years and years when asked point blank. You said this, and I misspoke. I speak like they do. And then he goes off on some tangent on something else about guns and schools and things like that, which is a very important issue. But using that to shield and kind of change the topic from the question that you were originally asked, it's just shameful what's going on from there. Now we see her, getting on planes, wearing headphones, not taking reporters, acting as if they're not even there. Really just throwing a quick wave and back on the plane. It's shameful. This is not democratic. As much as the left wants to say that democratic, Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. That's not true. What's the threat to democracy is when you have someone who was voted for in a primary. That is the person that should be running. You don't then install a robot or a puppet, if you will, into this position that nobody voted for, nobody wanted. Even her own party, prior to 2 weeks of that, didn't want anything to do with her.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. Dana Bash would never have been that nice to President Trump if she had a two-on-one interview with, like, say, Vance and Trump sat down at the table with her. She never would have been that nice. She was, Madam Vice President, tell me about your family. You know, she was just so kind. That's not the way that President Trump is treated. It's the fifth estate in this country. It's the journalists who hold these politicians accountable that make democracy work. She's going against the very thing that she says President Trump is trying to destroy, whereas he's doing interviews nonstop. He's shown up in packs of wolves and taken interview questions, fielded questions. I mean, he has put himself out there because he wants to show people he doesn't have anything to hide. I'm not sure why the American people keep falling for this. It's not going to be able to happen this long, though. The American people are smart. If you're joining us on RSBN, you're likely an intelligent person because you care about this country, you care about politics. No matter what side you're on, you're going to learn something from watching this broadcast. And I will say this, the American people aren't going to continue on and let her continue to hide from the press. She's not going to get away with it. The polls are going to show it before long.
Well, again, and what's really interesting, I've spent some time on the YouTube threads, and thank you guys to everybody watching on YouTube. We appreciate it, and I love the conversations that you guys are having on there. But what's really interesting is there's a dynamic. There's people who are very far left that like watching RSBN because I think it gives them a chance to kind of start a fight, in a sense, or an argument, and say whatever they might say against President Trump, where we have our supporters and President Trump supporters who put them in their place rather quickly. What's interesting, though, is the left continues to say, if Donald Trump is reelected, he's going to do this, he's going to do that. He was already in office for 4 years, and he didn't do any of it. So what would make you think that he would do that now? And they're using their talking points, what the left has been doing to President Trump, the legal warfare, the nonsense they're talking about, this 2025. It's just absolute nonsense. And there's everything that they've done to President Trump, they're saying he's going to now do to them because they have nothing else to go on. They're using their old, tired playbook that they've used against President Trump, and now they're trying to turn on. They just started again with the Russian hoax. They're trying to bring Russia back. It's an abomination what they're doing, and they're trying to say that the right's talking points are somehow created by Russia, which is absolute nonsense. And we've seen now President Putin come out from Russia and saying that he supports Kamala Harris. I believe it's a joke because he knows how weak she is. He knows how weak of a leader, that there is just no backbone to that campaign. There's no backbone to that party right now. And they're not nearly as organized as the Republican Party. We've seen that, and it's very, very obvious from what we're seeing on a day-to-day basis with nothing coming out of that left party.
Well, how about the fact that they completely hid President Biden's mental acuity from us? And of course, the mainstream media was right there to cover the tracks. There is nobody in this country, after watching that debate between President Trump, President Biden, that could tell me that this was an overnight phenomenon, that he all of a sudden couldn't keep his mind straight. We were watching it go on for years, but it really started to progress and become more noticeable over the past 6 months. And then, I mean, even his own press secretary were calling videos that we were all watching cheap fakes when they were real videos. And Kamala was right there, complicit in all of it.
Oh, absolutely. And we just saw Biden take the stage for the first time since he's come back from vacation. And, at this point, it's just elder abuse. The poor man can barely speak, and they're out there trying to parade him around. It's really it's not a good look. But because of that, I want to tell you about something that can help you out for your health. If you're a patriot, you see what's happening out there. COVID, monkeypox, bird flu, the threats are constant, and we're not getting the full story from those in power or mainstream media. But here's the truth. You don't have to sit back and rely on them to protect you. Dr. Vladimir Zelenko, the fearless physician who advised the Trump administration and saved countless lives with his at-home treatments, has created Z-Stack, the original all-natural at-home preventative vitamin for COVID, flu, and other viral illnesses. This isn't just another supplement. It's a powerhouse blend of keratin, zinc, vitamin C, and vitamin D, specifically designed to fortify your immune system and keep you ready for anything. Imagine the confidence of knowing you're protected and prepared, taking your health into your own hands. This is about more than just vitamins, about freedom and taking back control. So don't wait for someone else to tell you what to do. Take action now. Go to zstacklife.com and grab your bottle of Z-Stack today. Use promo code RSBN at checkout and save yourself 20%. Protect yourself, protect your family, and stay strong with Z-Stack. Once again, that's zstacklife.com and use code RSBN, zstacklife.com/RSBN. They should probably send some of that to Biden, poor guy.
You know, where is he? Who's leading the free world right now? Who's commanding the greatest
I feel like he's in a hyperbaric
chamber
chamber somewhere. And, Harris is out on her little tour around the country right now. So
she's actually hiding for 5 days, preparing for the debate, because that's what's going to take.
Here we go. As you step back a little bit, we'll let you see the crowd all fired up.
A lot of them have drain the swamp.
Everyone
signs.
just absolutely chanting. I told you this crowd is truly electric, truly fired up. Super excited to see President Trump here. Trump Force 1 going to be coming in here to the Central Wisconsin Airport. It's 12:34 local time, so he should be arriving anytime soon. I believe we're on. Is it Central Time, Will? Central Time here. So we're 1 p.m. Central Time, 2 p.m. Eastern. It's going to be another great day. Crowd getting pretty fired up here at Central Wisconsin Airport. It's great to see. These rallies are always they're such a fun place to be. I can tell you, people just handing out snacks and seeing people just really super excited about what's going on here and this movement. So many kids here today as I look out. This is without a doubt the most kids I've ever seen at a Trump rally.
It's a Saturday. That helps.
That's true. No school.
Yeah.
We started in the summer, and I never saw this many, but I think it's just great weather. It's a great place, and where else to be on a Saturday more than hanging out with President Donald Trump?
A group of like-minded individuals who care deeply about this country. President Trump outlined his plan to make America affordable again with 8 pillars. The first pillar is cutting energy prices in half within a year of taking office. He says he'll immediately issue a national emergency declaration to achieve a massive increase in domestic energy. Pillar 2 is ending the Green New Deal. He's going to rescind all unspent funds under the misleading Inflation Reduction Act, because there's still a lot of money left, and immediately end Kamala's electric vehicle mandate. Pillar 3 is cutting regulations. He's going to eliminate a minimum of 10 old regulations for every new regulation. And this is because a key area of the meaningless red tape that we're seeing is from environmental extremists. It's part of the reason why we don't get new oil permits, new mining permits.
It's definitely crazy times. And let me tell you, there's peace of mind and security. Security for our country, security for our leaders, and security for our families. But think about this. If you have all your eggs in one basket, you are not financially secure. Gold and silver are an excellent way to diversify your savings. They're a great hedge against inflation. And through our friends at Birch Gold Group, you can own physical gold and silver in a tax-sheltered retirement account. This is one thing you can do today to secure your family's savings. Text the word Trump to 989898 and receive a free info kit on gold. Plus, right now, Birch Gold has extended their offer for the free Trump coin, raising his fist after the attempt on his life in Butler, Pennsylvania. So that's another great offer you don't want to miss. Don't miss your chance to own a special piece of history, a celebration of our leader dedicated to security, preserved in the security of a precious metal coin. So secure your savings today and get your free Trump silver coins. Text Trump to 989898. That's Trump to 989898.
It's hard to believe that the media cycle moved past an attempted assassination on his life so quickly. It's almost like they want to forget it because it showed us how strong he is. You brought up Elon Musk earlier. Pillar 4 is of President Trump's plan to make America affordable again, prioritizing efficiency at the suggestion of Elon Musk, President Trump's going to create a government efficiency commission tasked with a complete financial audit of the entire federal government. This will lead to drastic reforms, saving taxpayers trillions of dollars. That will tame inflation as well.
Can you imagine like what that's going to look like? Like a complete audit of our governmental agencies.
I love that.
And just seeing how much money is being squandered and lost. I mean, we know that the Pentagon lost billions of dollars that we have no idea where they went. It's just like Newsom and California, they lost $24 billion that was supposed to go to homelessness. Nobody knows where it went. So to have someone like Elon come in and with a system, clearly he's got a system in place and he's got a great team behind him, no doubt.
It's brilliant.
To be able to come in and just fine tune that with a comb, go through everything and find every inefficiency is going to be shocking to see what we need, what we don't need, because my bet would be some of these government agencies are going to be gone because they're simply just a burden on taxpayers. Yeah,
they're just bureaucrats who aren't doing anything to help the country. And he's already stated he doesn't want a dime for it. So much respect for Elon Musk. Now, Pillar 5, there's 5 of 8 that President Trump says will help make America affordable again. Lowering taxes. Who doesn't want a tax break right now? You know, tax season's just around the corner. We're going to start thinking about that after the first of the year. Pillar 6, encouraging domestic production. Overseas, we've seen a lot of big businesses move overseas because it's cheaper for manufacturing. He wants to bring all of our manufacturers back home. Pillar 7 is an affordable housing and inflation decrease. And Pillar 8, lastly, is investing in national endeavors from highways to airports to the transportation infrastructure of the future, like advanced defense capabilities to keep our military strong, cutting-edge medical research, and modern agriculture techniques. We love our farmers so that we can have safe and healthy food. And this also plays into the RFK-J appointment that was recently made. That we were there. Can you believe that?
You know, and it's a great point. President Trump has been visiting so many different manufacturers as of late. We were in Pennsylvania. We were just outside of Detroit and Portersville. Really just getting that message that he wants to bring jobs back to America. He wants to get workers working again. He wants people to be building stuff here in the U.S. Yes, it's going to cost more, but that means more jobs. That means a better economy. It means a better quality. That means things are going to be made here. Things we can be proud again. Just like the auto workers, it was good to hear that so many auto workers, although the president of the United Auto Workers had endorsed Kamala Harris, they are now, the workers themselves are behind President Trump, and why wouldn't they be? Right. He's the one who wants to keep their jobs here. He wants to keep America growing. He wants to keep America building. He wants to keep America great. And so bringing those jobs back, making mandates where things have to be made here, things that are going to be supplied to the federal government, like the border wall, is going to be made here. We're going to use American steel. These are important. These are important to millions of Americans that are the ones making this with their bare hands. They're the ones here in America. These are the companies we need to support. 60% of U.S. businesses are small businesses. These are the ones, not Kamala Harris, who wants to just decimate, absolutely decimate all of these small businesses for so long.
You know, it's 12:40 here Central Time in Mosinee, Wisconsin. Little population of 5,000. Little town with a big heart. We're getting ready for President Donald J. Trump to take the stage, and we're super excited about it. Hoping that his plane will arrive on time. We're hearing that it's going to arrive at about 12:50. That means in the next 10 minutes, he's expected to touch down. And I know that he's going to talk a lot about the economy. I'm expecting him to talk quite a bit about agriculture as well, because after all, we're in Dairyland. This is Wisconsin. And I think that he's going to talk a little bit about the debate. That would be my guess. What do you think?
I would certainly hope so, because I know he's been doing debate prep. I know he brought Tulsi Gabbard in to help him, but you know, at the town hall, she said, President Trump truly doesn't need my help. He's a great debater. He knows the points. He knows what he needs to talk about. It's interesting that this is a town of 5,000 people, and I can tell you that there is definitely more than 5,000 people here at the airport today to see President Trump. This is probably the biggest crowd this town has seen ever. It's just overwhelming. Like I said, what you can't see is behind our media riser. Generally, we don't have this many people behind us, but today we have so many people behind us right now and flanked on both our left and right. There's just, and it's standing room only. There's absolute standing room only. We simply just, we don't have any more room to get people in here. Law enforcement has taken all their positions. They're absolutely great, super helpful today, getting people in. Secret Service has been fantastic. The Trump team here, absolutely, as always, doing an amazing job helping us get around and helping us move around when we need to, because sometimes, it gets a little difficult. And like I said, thank you guys so much for joining us on Truth and on YouTube, on Twitter. Just go anywhere, or on X, I should say. You can find us anywhere on any social media outlet. Just look for RSB Network. We thank you guys for spending your Saturday morning and afternoon with us, and we certainly appreciate all your comments. It was my goal today to go into YouTube and take comments from you guys and answer some of your questions live right here and have a dialogue with you. Unfortunately, what has happened, because there are so many people in this area, Wi-Fi cellular is completely gone, which is why you see us kind of fumbling with our phones, because right now we have nothing. We have no service. I was told that a little bit of our camera had been going. We'd been getting a little bit of our camera. We've been getting some shuffle in there, and unfortunately, it's simply because we rely on Wi-Fi and cellular service for our camera signal. And because there's so many people in such a small area, it's just been absolutely decimated in terms of service. We can't even get on to check email or text or anything of that nature. So again, appreciate you guys bearing with us through all these technical difficulties that we sometimes have. This is just the nature of the business. This is what we do, and we work very hard. Our camera operators today, Will and Mason, are doing an amazing job, really just doing everything they can under these circumstances to bring you the very best here on RSBN.
RSBN is America's most watched political streaming platform. So thank you for being a part of this movement. Thank you for joining us on RSBN. We're shouting out everybody in the chat, getting excited. We just stepped out of the way because we are so hoping to watch President Trump's plane, Trump Force One, touch down here in the next few minutes. And what you'll notice is the crowd right now, they've got nothing to look at, so a lot of them are looking at us. I'm gonna wave and see if we get any waves back. Oh, there's one. There's a couple. Hey guys. This is an excited crowd. The people who were able to make it inside, there we go, there we go. They have some of the closest coverage. They're gonna have that perfect view of President Donald J. Trump when his plane arrives. They're excited. They know that the minutes are ticking down, and we're going to get a chance to see our favorite president in just moments.
It's really, what's really great is last week RSBN got a huge shout out from President Trump. Really just absolutely amazing to hear that President Trump and his team watch RSBN on the plane. They watch it to see the crowds, to see these people. And I don't know that people know that President Trump is watching them. He's seeing these people live. He's watching the same feed on YouTube that you guys are. And it's just amazing to see. We get greeted every time we show up at these rallies. We're taking selfies with people. People are super excited to see RSBN because they know that RSBN is showing what nobody else shows. We go through the lengths that we have to be able to bring this content to you that nobody else does. It's really just so much that it's overwhelming.
All right, so
right now,
we see
I believe
the plane.
Off in the distance, we're seeing the plane.
They turned the music
down. Plane is just turning in now, so we're going to get that plane
go crazy
in our sights, and President Trump will be on the ground here any minute. We see the ground crew heading out. Secret Service is moving now, heading out to the runway. So that means this is it. President Trump going to be on the ground here at Central Wisconsin Airport any minute.
Get ready for a grand entrance. They even shut down Enter Sandman for that. All right, we're going to stand by and wait for that landing. 30 seconds out. Man knows how to make a grand entrance. Oh, I see it. I see it. There she is.
I'm going to say something.
Ladies and gentlemen, direct your attention to the sky for the return of Trump Force One to Wisconsin. Put your hands together for your favorite president, President Donald J. Trump.
CWA Tower, this is November 757 AF, call sign Trump Force 1, requesting permission to land runway 26 straight in. Trump Force 1, CWA Tower, clear to land. Good copy, Trump Force 1, November 757 AF, permission to land. Welcome back to Mosinee, Trump Force 1.
All right, well, what a treat that was. A mini air show thanks to President Trump and the pilots of Trump Force One. That was pretty cool. Have that flyover. Right now, he's in the final approach landing pattern down the runway. He's going to be turning in here shortly into Central Wisconsin Airport. As you might have heard, the crowd absolutely erupted seeing Trump Force One up close and personal. We expect once they land, they're going to taxi right over to where the stage is, so you probably get a chance to see another clear view of Trump Force One as President Trump exits here in Wisconsin. It's just been couldn't ask for more for that here for a rally. Just a special treat, obviously, with Gretchen Wilson. Now President Trump, we know, just minutes away, about to be wheels down here in Wisconsin as we're taking a look here off in the distance, probably 2 miles out from landing here in Wisconsin.
And it could not be more beautiful. There's nothing weather-wise that's going to interrupt a perfect landing. They're going to be able to have clear vision. You're going to get that plane landed, hopefully right where you can see that opening, so the crowd has a beautiful shot of it. Now, something that's interesting is I'm looking around here. High atop many platforms around us, you're going to see Secret Service snipers. These guys are on high alert out here. We're also watching for this crowd to potentially erupt once that plane lands. It's a beautiful day. You can see Old Glory blowing in the wind, symbolic, the stars and stripes. We love America, and we get a chance to visit with one of America's best and brightest of all time, President Donald J. Trump, in just moments.
All right, so right now, this is it. Final couple moments just before touchdown here. What an amazing day. It's good to know that football season is back. I know everyone's super excited about that. Someone said it was super important to mention. But right now, the most important thing is saving this country. Donald J. Trump inbound here in Central Wisconsin. Mosinee. How do we say it? Mosinee, Wisconsin. So we are here. Mosinee, Wisconsin. I'm so sorry.
No, it's difficult.
I'm trying to say it in a very nice way, a very, it's a high luxury name, Mosinee, But here we are, Saturday afternoon. What a great place to be. As we've now turned our camera around, you see the landing lights on Trump Force One off in the distance. Going to be here on the ground any minute. And expected to talk more about the economy. You heard so many people this morning talking about how important the economy here locally is to them. We heard that one gentleman from Arizona, his issues were the border and fentanyl and human trafficking, something that affects that border city, that border state, I should say, in a different way. So everyone here in every state has their own issues that need to be fixed and need to be repaired, and something that President Trump is ready to tackle day one. One good thing about President Trump we know is his message is clear. It's been engraved. We know what he stands for. We know what he wants, and we know that the left is doing everything they possibly can to get in the way of him doing that. With this new bogus Jack Smith indictment, we did have obviously a good victory there with Judge Merchan, because now his daughter under investigation. Also, it's good to note Tim Walz now under congressional investigation over COVID funds, misuse of COVID funds. So just so much going on right now as we await President Trump here just landing, as you guys are getting a clear shot here. But so much going on, so much to talk about. And President Trump, again, expected to speak more about the economy and what he's going to do for this very important swing state of Wisconsin. We were in Michigan last week. Again, another super important swing state where now President Trump is leading in the polls. We have President Trump leading in Pennsylvania. And I'm sure, without a doubt, based on what I see here today, President Trump is going to be leading here in Wisconsin, because people are out in force. They know what's at stake. And there are so many people here to support President Trump's agenda.
The music is building up because we all know we're about to see something that is a once in a lifetime chance. as Air Force One touches down here in this small town, a population of 5,000 people. President Trump knows that his fans, many of them have waited all day just to see him speak, and he is not going to disappoint. He's already starting things off with a bang. And can you imagine what it feels like to be here right now? That's why we're so grateful to have RSBN. RSBN allows you to come into the rally, to meet all the supporters, to feel the music that you can hear behind me, to see the flags waving. This is America. We get to call America home. And the greatest president to ever lead this country is about to land on his plane in front of thousands of spectators, wearing his hats, wearing hats that say, "Make America Great Again." They've got their phones out. We're all just looking, waiting to catch a glimpse of that plane touching down. And I hope that you can feel the excitement wherever you're watching. Let us know in the chat what this is like for you, because you never know what you're going to get at a Trump rally. There's always something different. The last Trump rally we attended, RFK Jr. came out on stage. It was a beautiful, beautiful display of camaraderie. I'm so excited about RFKJ joining the ticket. The music continues on. As you know, landing a plane is not something that can easily be done. President Trump knows the anticipation is building. Hopefully he's watching us on RSBN right now just before he lands his plane. Now, what's so exciting is, yeah, the election season is winding down, but after the debate, I'm guessing he's going to take a couple days off to prepare for the debate, but after that, he will likely go into full swing rally mode, and that means there's still a chance for you to attend a Trump rally. And if you can't, we'll bring it to you right here on RSBN. Never surrender, never give up, don't lose hope. President Donald Trump looks like he's winning right now. We need to keep our hopes up because there's so much at stake in this consequential election. He is the one who can turn this country around. America, the land of the free, the home of the brave. We are counting on him.
All right, well, any second now, you're going to see Trump Force One pulling up to this just behind the stage here. We see everybody waiting to greet President Trump as he exits the plane. Really just a cool sight to see. My first time seeing it here on the ground, I can tell you it's pretty exciting to see such an iconic plane that's stood the test of time. Trump Force One, just an iconic symbol of freedom and patriotism to so many Americans, a sense of hope and something that people can really just get behind. This Make America Great Again movement, something that this country so desperately needs, something that restore the unity, that just bring people together. So many great people behind President Trump right now. I can't tell you how important it is. You already know. Get out and vote. Get out and vote early. Tell your friends, bring your friends. As you mentioned here, hunters typically don't vote on a regular basis. Now's a great time to get all your friends, husbands, brothers that are hunters. Get them out, get them voting, get them where they need to be on election day. And if you can vote sooner than that, that's what's important. Swamp the vote. That's President Trump's message to you. Swamp the vote. Get out. Do what you can as we see Trump Force One coming to a stop here. President Trump going to exit. And what a true sight to see here with President Trump landing at Central Wisconsin Airport. All right, well, any minute, President Trump's going to be exiting the aircraft, going to be coming out talking more about the economy. Such an important issue, as you heard earlier today here in Wisconsin. So many people worried about groceries, not being able to afford taking their kids out, not being able to afford just the normal things that 4 short years ago they were able to. You heard from some college students, they themselves, they want to buy a house soon. They're not able to because they just can't afford it. Right now, interest rates are so high. The cost of homes is so high. It's just so far out of reach right now for so many people. Even rents continue to raise. Insurance rates continue to raise under this Trump-Biden regime. So we're hoping, and we know that President Trump is going to do everything in his power to bring those rates down. And he said he's going to do it day one when he gets into that office. We're going to start seeing some change. And my bet is that come November 6th, we're going to start seeing changes immediately. America is going to be respected again around the world, because we've certainly lost that respect around the world from foreign leaders. And it's something that when you see President Putin of Russia joking about endorsing Kamala Harris, because he does endorse Kamala Harris. So why wouldn't he? She's weak. She's not something who can stand up to him. She's not someone who would stand up to him. She's not able to figure out whether or not they support Hamas or Israel. It's just so much that people would love to see another 4 years of a weak leader in the United States, at which point we can certainly count on our country being destroyed by the end of that term. Right now, we can't afford another day of this Harris-Biden regime. We need to get them out. As President Trump says, we need to evict them, and we need to make America great again.
You can see the stairs are rolling over to Trump Force One, and I can tell you, being here in person, that's a big plane. You'll know once those stairs make their way to the door and you hear the crowd go wild, that's when you know President Donald J. Trump is descending from Trump Force One, making his way out here to a crowd that's been waiting to see him all day. And what a way to make an entrance. This is something that none of us will soon forget. While Mike was talking, I had a chance to pull out my phone, because this is historic what's happening here. What he does for us, what President Trump has sacrificed for us. Just coming in and putting on a show like this for his people. You gotta hand it to him. He's a great man, and he knows how to get this country back to where it was. Make America great again. It's interesting, the MAGA movement has never been more effective. It's never been bigger. A lot of people who were not MAGA before, who wouldn't even utter the word MAGA, now they're proud to be in this movement. As you can hear, the show is beginning. You can see the black SUVs are lining up. Let's listen to President Trump for a moment.
Never, ever let you down.
We have a president who built a process based on the cast order to foreign policy.
Now has a record as president, just became the president. Breaking news out of
The FBI has executed an unprecedented search warrant.
Hated him, they targeted him, they hunted him.
This is the epitome of the abuse of the prosecutorial power to preempt political decisions.
I never thought anything like this could happen in America. The only crime that I have committed is to fearlessly defend our nation from those who seek to destroy it. The more that a broken system tells you that you're wrong, the more certain you should be that you must keep pushing ahead. They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. They're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way, and I will never be moving. On November 5th, 2024, justice will be done. We will take back our country, and we will make America great again. America will always rise to every challenge and overcome every danger.
Donald Trump seems to always get stronger when challenged. These types of things, I think, give him strength.
When I'm reelected, I will totally obliterate the deep state. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail.
Quick, what do these three criminals all have in common? Edwin Ramos, an illegal immigrant and MS-13 gang member, robbed the pregnant woman, was released, and later brutally gunned down a father and both his sons in San Francisco. Roni Aguilera, an illegal immigrant from Honduras, was arrested, released, and went on to murder a 14-year-old boy with a sword. Alexander Izagir, an illegal immigrant convicted of multiple crimes, was released, given job training by the city, and later robbed the woman in an assault that left her with a fractured skull. What do these criminals all have in common? Each of them was put back on the street by Kamala Harris.
All right, well, President Trump is on the ground. Everyone is getting in position as we await President Trump to take the stage here. Everyone is on their feet. There is not a single person sitting down in this crowd. It is absolutely electric. You could hear a pin drop as we await for President Trump's arrival to step on stage and talk to the great folks here in Wisconsin. It's unbelievable how just electric these people are right now and how mesmerized they are seeing just the iconic Trump Force One and so much going on here. We have another plane that just pulled in behind it which says Air Wisconsin. I can't tell quite what that is or who might be aboard that plane as well accompanying Trump Force One here, but I can tell you that President Trump will be taking the stage here in just a few minutes, as so many people here have stood since as early as 3 a.m. this morning for their chance to be a part of history, to be a part of the Make America Great movement. As you see a sea of red hats, just garments of all types, hoodies. I saw an amazing hoodie this morning with the picture of President Trump from when he was his mugshot was taken. Said Notorious DJT, just a fantastic, and so many just supporting, saying, hey, you know, I'm voting for Donald Trump because he's the best person for the job. And that's truly what it's all about. American politics shouldn't be about all these games that people are playing. It shouldn't be about who's right and who's wrong. We shouldn't have to be worrying about good and evil in the United States. It should just simply be what's right and who's the best person for the job. Unfortunately, the left has truly made this into a good versus evil and a right versus wrong kind of scenario with every step, everything they've done, the persecution of a former president and hopefully future president here November 5th. But that is up to you, folks. That is up to you guys to get out and vote and do your part. If there's anything that you do, and if you support President Trump, if everyone supports President Trump as much as they say they do, this is going to be a very big, sweeping win for President Trump and Senator J.D. Vance to take the White House back to where we need to be and take this country in a direction I believe will have never been seen before and really get things back to where we all as Americans want to be. We all as fathers, as mothers, as brothers and sisters to unite and bring both sides of the aisle together. This is a very, very just a historic time for our country and something the likes have never been seen before. If you believe in family, if you believe in God, if you believe in country, President Trump needs your vote. You need to get out and vote. You need to get out and vote soon, and you need to be able to take as many people as you can with you and tell them how important this is. Love your children. Explain to your children how important that this election is and what's at stake, because there is nothing more important. At least in my lifetime, I've never seen an election that's been so important as what we have before us right now.
You know, we're just standing by watching that staircase, knowing that any moment now, President Donald J. Trump is going to make an appearance. I have a feeling he's going to put his hand up in the sky, wave to all of his supporters who have been out here all day to hear him speak, to hear his vision for America. We had a chance to watch many people who have the privilege of getting to travel with him descend from that staircase. They have all gone behind where you see that giant screen back there for now. Some of those are going to be speakers that we get to hear from a little bit later on today. We had a chance to hear from Tom Tiffany. Not only did we hear him speak on the platform, he gave us at RSBN an exclusive interview. So that was a pretty cool moment that we've shared together so far today. But the best moment is yet to come. And I am watching the top of that staircase like a hawk. because this is the moment that none of us are going to forget when he makes his appearance. And you know what? I think he might know that we're all glued to that platform right now. He knows that we're waiting for him to come out. The hope of America is going to walk down that staircase. He's probably going to get into one of those SUVs, and maybe they'll give him a ride, because it's quite a stretch on the tarmac between where you see that staircase and the actual stage that he's going to be speaking from. But what a beautiful day. Just a few high clouds, gorgeous conditions. The flags, I mean, if there was no wind, the flags wouldn't be blowing in the wind. That's the iconic American flag flying. Beautiful way to watch our president come down the stairs. Now, I have a feeling, because he knows how to plan everything down to the second, because he's just that good, that after this song ends, another song is going to play, and that's going to be his introduction song to this crowd. As you can see, it's a beautiful plane, gorgeous American flag on the wing. And you know what? This is one of those moments that we're sharing together. Wherever you are, stand by. Because when he comes down those stairs, I've never seen him do this before. I'm very excited about it, and it's something that we're not going to soon forget. The crowd, literally, everybody's head is pointed in that direction. You can see it now. We're all waiting for him. We know this song can't hold back. It's going to be over pretty soon, so we'll find out if the next song is his intro song, and I think it is. What a beautiful day to watch our next president, the 45th and the 47th president of the United States, make his way down in an iconic appearance to a crowd that loves him, a crowd that's been waiting for him. And this is just a small snippet of his supporters. There's a lot of Trump supporters out there as well who like to stay quiet, because the left have become a bunch of bullies. They make you feel like your opinion is not validated if you support Trump in certain parts of the country, especially in big cities. Well, you know what? This is rural America, and rural America loves President Donald J. Trump. Wisconsin is such an important state, and the people here know it. All right, the song is quieting. Let's find out what happens next. I'm going to be quiet for a moment. Here comes our next speaker. We're going to see you after President Trump speaks. Oh, you know what? This guy's actually just setting up everything that our president needs. And you know, sometimes this happens. We get to see everything. We bring you along at RSBN. Someone always comes out to make sure all the preparations are in order before the speaker addresses a massive crowd like this. Everyone's kind of looking at this guy who's straightening things out. All right, is he going to speak? Nope, he's just checking out, making sure everything's good at the podium. And pretty soon, put your eyes right back on that staircase. No, he's not going to come out to this. Great Balls of Fire is not a great Trump introductory song. What do you think, Mike?
I can tell you that this crowd is almost dead silent. You can hear a pin drop. If it wasn't for the music, you could totally hear a pin drop as they wait for Donald Trump. It's odd that you don't hear the chants or the wave, because I think people are just so mesmerized by seeing Trump Force One up close. We just saw everyone. We just saw the mics getting adjusted on stage, so that means President Trump coming to stage here any minute now. Really just people waiting on pins and needles on the edges of their seat. If they were sitting down, they're not. They've been on their feet now since they first saw Trump Force One fly over. And as always, President Trump set to make a grand entrance, probably a very energetic entrance here in Wisconsin, as people are just in a hurry to see him. They can't wait to see what he has to say, and addresses the economy and the situation here in Wisconsin. He's got some great support. Former RNC chair Rance Priebus has a great history here in Wisconsin. Lots of great people here supporting President Trump. And again, I'd love to know the numbers for this small town the turnout here is unbelievable for a town of 5,000 people. All right, well, President Trump set any minute. We're going to turn it over to the sights and sounds of the Trump rally here in Wisconsin.
Americans living paycheck to paycheck jumped to 61%.
Our domestic policy, economic policy, immigration policy, foreign policy, energy policy, law and order, all of it is downright dangerous.
Americans are hurting. But we have to go forward now. The country needs a win in this.
And there's only one person who can make that vision a reality. Donald J. Trump!
I will fight for you with every breath in my body.
This is the most resilient human being I've ever met.
We will defend America against all threats and protect America against all dangers.
He brought manufacturing back to America. Small businesses flourished. He did what he promised. He put America first.
You had a prosperity under Trump. People's incomes were going up.
Not only did he keep his promise, but the results are there to show.
We will never give in. We will never give up. And we will never stop fighting for our country, our flag, and our freedom.
There is no bulldozer strong enough to remove the legacy that he has built.
I will never stop fighting for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Thank you very much, everybody. This is an honor. What a crowd this is. Look where that crowd goes. This is a big crowd. A very special hello to Wisconsin. We really appreciate it. We've had great success here. We've had tremendous success, and I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible state with the thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots, which is what you are. And if you can believe it, 59 days from now, we are going to win Wisconsin. We're going to defeat Comrade Kamala Harris. And we are going to win the White House, that gorgeous, beautiful White House. We're going to win it. And we're going to turn this country around because this country is a failing nation right now. It's a laughingstock all over the world. Over the past 4 years, our country has seen the sickness and corruption of the Washington swamp exposed like never before. You've seen it. You've been watching it. You watch those millions and millions of people pour into our country. We have no idea from where, who they are. We know nothing about them, and I'll tell you, many of them are bad. Many of them are among the worst in the world. Under the Harris-Biden regime, your government imported murderers, child predators, and serial rapists from all over the planet, while weaponizing law enforcement to jail political opponents here at home. They do that, and they think it's wonderful. It's like third world country only. They loot the economy. They give trillions and trillions of dollars to their left-wing cronies while you pay the cost of rampant inflation, which is what's happened. Rampant inflation, bad energy policy, and just pouring out money like it was water. They run your country for their own power and profit while erasing your borders, assaulting your freedom, indoctrinating your children, and selling your jobs to China, Mexico, and all of these other foreign lands. But with your vote this election, their lying, cheating, thieving, hoaxing, and plotting will come to an end. It's going to come to an end. We're going to cast out the corrupt political class. We're going to restore our republic. And we are going to drain the swamp. And we're going to do it once and for all. We're going to get it done. Thank you very much. Here are 9 steps I'll take very quickly to break the grip of this rogue regime. This is the worst president and vice president in the history of our country. There's never been anybody that's done the damage of these people. You know, I used to say, and I haven't said it in a while, if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the country, and let's include vice president because she's worse than he is, because she's actually a believer. He wasn't. But if you took the 10 worst, they haven't done the damage that this one administration has done to our country. First, I will end forever the weaponization of government and the abuse of law enforcement against political opponents. Under Comrade Kamala, Christians and pro-life activists are rotting in prison for the crime of praying in public. How about the people they're arresting because they were praying in public? These people are sick. People like Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro, good people, were locked up for following the advice of their lawyers. And as everyone knows, the Harris-Biden DOJ is trying to throw me in jail. They want me in jail for the crime of exposing their corruption. We expose their corruption. They go after the people that expose, not the people that do the corruption. The big news this week was that the Manhattan DA witch hunt against me has been postponed because everyone realizes that there's no case because I did nothing wrong. Did nothing wrong. Political witch hunt. It's a political attack against me by Comrade Kamala Harris and Sleepy Joe and other radical left opponents for the purpose of election interference. This is all it is. My whole life, I never had anything. Now, all of a sudden, I got so many cases. Who's indicting me today? Does anybody have any? Well, sir, you challenged the election. We think you should be under indictment. We challenged the corrupt election. We were right about that. And it's a case that should never have been brought, and they postponed it. And nothing like this has ever happened in the United States before. It's strictly third world banana republic stuff. That's what it is. But importantly, the public understands this. That's why we have such a crowd today. This is a big crowd, you know. You know, they were trying to say that she gets big crowds. Number one, she doesn't. Number two, she buses the people in. You see the buses. There's nobody busting. I'm sorry to tell you. We bust in nobody. We have some people from North Carolina. I think it's what is it? Those beautiful ladies from North Carolina are here again. Without their husbands, never have their husbands, those poor husbands. This is, what is this, 249 or something, 249. And we love them, and we're doing well in North Carolina. We left yesterday. We just got the endorsement of the biggest police group in the country, and 380,000 police. I said, how many police does our country have? But it's 380,000 endorsed me yesterday in North Carolina, your home state. And I just want to thank them. This is like number 250. And I never see their husbands. They're all happily married, but I never see their husbands. So I don't know what the hell is going on. They're beautiful. And they're always perfectly coiffed. That means they have money. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. It's great. And we always have front row Joes over here. Look at these people. Whoa. It's a lot of front row Joes. They've been here for 4 days. Thank you very much. Thank you. The spirit we have is greater than ever before. You know, we did great in 2016. We did better in 2020. But you're not allowed to say that, because if you say that, they go after you. We did better by millions and millions of votes. But neither one of them compared to what's happening now. We've never seen the enthusiasm and the love that we have now. This has really been incredible. And if I didn't think we did well last time, I wouldn't have done this, because, you know, it's a little tough life. It's not the easiest. You get shot at, other things happen, other routine events happen. But we're going to do it for one reason. I wouldn't have changed. They asked me just a little while ago, a reporter said, "Sir, if you had to do it again, would you do it again?" I said, absolutely, because we're going to make America great again. And that's better than my life. Right? These guys know. He knows. They know. Thank you. Thank you very much. What an incredible crowd. What an incredible... Nobody's ever had crowds like this. Nobody, ever. And the fake news knows it. That's a lot of fake news back there. That's a lot of fake news. The public understands this, and so does every legal scholar, expert, luminary, including people like Andy McCarthy, Jonathan Turley, Alan Dershowitz, Mark Levin, Stephen Calabrese, David Rifkin, Greg Jarrett, Katie and Andrew Cherkowski, Eli Honig of CNN even knows it. They really, they've said very powerfully that this is a case that should have never been brought. It's an embarrassment. Every legal scholar of note has said this stuff shouldn't be happening. It's a weaponization of government. I greatly appreciate the words, "if necessary." They also said the decision will be postponed if necessary. First of all, there is no if necessary. We did nothing wrong. We're never going to let them do this. Somebody else wouldn't have taken it. I was thinking, how many people, I was with some people on the plane, and I said, how many people would have taken this? Most of them would have left. They would have said, I'm getting out of this business. But not me. I don't know. Not me. We're up against very bad, evil people. It's an evil force. You know, we have people on the outside, and we have people on the inside. You have people, countries, China, Russia, Kim Jong-un. We have lots of people. They're tough and they're smart. And by the way, a lot smarter than what we have now. We have a bunch of dumb people. We have the dumbest leaders in the history of our country and the history of the world. But you know what? They look at us and they say, what the hell is going on? Did you see? 3 days ago, it started again. The Justice Department said, Russia may be involved in our elections again. You see that, Mr. Congressman? Great congressman from Texas. You see that? Russia. It's Russia. And the whole world laughed at him this time. 2.5 years, not a phone call made to Russia, not anything to do with Russia, except stopping their pipeline and lots of other things that these people approved. And they said just the other day, the Attorney General, we are looking at Russia. And I said, oh, no, it's Russia, Russia, Russia all over again. But they don't look at China, and they don't look at Iran. They look at Russia. I don't know what it is with poor Russia. That's very, but you know what? Russia would have never happened if I were president. Attacking Ukraine would have never happened. I knew Putin. I knew him well. And, you know, he endorsed, I don't know if you saw the other day, he endorsed Kamala. He endorsed Kamala. I was very offended by that. I wonder why he endorsed Kamala. No, he's a chess player. He endorsed Kamala. Should I be, Congressman, should I be upset about that? No? Huh? Was it done with a smile, Ron? Was it done with a smile? I think it was done maybe with a smile. I don't know. Who the hell knows? Nobody's going to figure it out. They're about 19 steps ahead of us. But this whole Russia thing, nobody was tougher on Russia in history than Trump. And the person that knows that better than anyone is President Vladimir Putin. He knows it better than anyone. And I'll tell you what, I will have that war finished and done and settled before I get to the White House. As president-elect, I will get that done. We'll get it done. It's a horrible, horrible war. And the deaths are far greater than you hear. You don't hear what's happening over there. They're being decimated. You don't hear what's really happening over there. We're going to get it done very quickly. I know both of them. I know Zelensky and I know Putin. I'm going to get it done very quickly. Do you ever notice? I don't even think we try. We just give billions and billions of dollars. Does anyone ever, talk to Russia about, get this thing finished? Nobody talks. We don't have any communication, nothing. We're run by stupid people. Stupid, stupid people. And we found that out at the debate with Joe. How did that work out? And we're going to find it out again on Tuesday night. Is anybody going to be watching? You know, she's a threat to democracy. They always say, Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. I'm not a threat. I'm the opposite. I'm keeping democracy. What they are, she's a defunder of police. You know, when somebody on the far left is in charge of defund the police for 12 years, and then they switched, 3 weeks ago or something, oh, we love our police. They don't love the police. They're radical left Marxists, and that's what she is. And she's got to be, it's not even believable. The whole thing it's not believable. Defund the police, no fracking, no, we're not going to frack. You go back a couple of years, we will never frack. There will be no fracking in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania will never frack. And now you say, oh, yes, we will frack. The whole thing is a con job. She got in, she was last. They had 22 people or something running. How Biden won, I will never know. To me, it's one of the greatest miracles. To me, it's a great miracle. But how the hell that guy won? But he won. And he got, in this one, he got 14 million votes. She got no votes. And then they put her in anyway. The bosses put her in because she's controlled by them. But she will be the worst president. He is the worst president in history. She will be worse than him. She will be worse than him. And Trump is never wrong. I am never, ever wrong. But just to finish off on the weaponization, probably most of the people have heard. Just yesterday, the top spokesman, one of the top people in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Manhattan, that's a very respected Southern District, very, very highly respected, was heard saying, and was quoted exactly, quote, honestly, I think this case is nonsense. Now, this is the boss of the whole thing. Every real estate person in New York does what Trump did. Nobody's ever been charged with this before. It's a perversion of justice. He said that the DA's office was, quote, stacking charges against Trump and rearranging things just to make them fit the case. I think it is. This is the boss. I don't know why they don't do something. They ought to drop it. They shouldn't delay it. They should drop it. Drop all of it. Drop all of it. I've been indicted more than Alphonse Capone. I say it all the time. He's sort of the ultimate, he's the ultimate criminal. I got indicted more than him. My parents are up there. They're great people. They're looking down on me right now. I can't believe this has happened to my son. He's been indicted more than Al Capone. He would take that tough man sitting right in the front row, stand up. Look at him. He's tough as hell. He would take him out to dinner. If he didn't like him, you were gone. You would never be found again. You'd be in the foundation of a building. You would form the foundation of a building someplace in Wisconsin. Now, Alphonse Capone led a very vicious, violent life, but according to the statistics, I am a much worse person than Alphonse Capone. I don't think so. But he also said, this gentleman said, in New York justice system is, quote, like the Wild West. They're like idiots. They don't care. They're all political. And he said that the persecution in Georgia by Fani Willis, you know about Fani Willis, right? Has anybody? Fani. It's pronounced Fani, F-A-N-I, that's Fanny. But she likes it Fani. When she became whatever she became, DA, she became the DA. She said, my name is Fani. Fani Willis and her boyfriend, right? Wade, Loverboy Wade, remember? Remember Loverboy? We hired him, we gave him almost $1 million because of his tremendous talent at this particular section of the law. He never even heard of it. He was never involved in it. She gave him $1 million, and she's got no problem. I don't know, maybe she does have problems, but it's a persecution of very good people. Forget me, I don't care about me. I care about like 20-something people. And she wanted to take down senators because a couple of senators called and said, what the hell is going on over there? What's happening in Georgia? What's going on? They wanted to indict senators to find out what the hell is going on. Great, innocent people, great patriots have been indicted by Fani and her boyfriend, and it's a disgrace. You had people that are in their 80s. Would you sign here? You know, Thomas Jefferson did the same kind of things. Alexander Hamilton, lots of people all throughout the ages. Hillary Clinton wouldn't acknowledge the election. All of these senators like Shifty Schiff, can you imagine? Shifty Adam Schiff, all of them, they disputed the 2016 election. It's okay for them to do it, but if we do it, it's a serious, serious crime. These people are sick. We got to get them the hell out of there. We have to win this election. Have to win this election, right? He knows. That guy knows. That guy knows. And he said, just in ending this, that the person, it's just so good I have to say the whole thing because it's so good. I mean, this is one of the top people in justice in the country and the boss. And he said the persecution in Georgia by Fani Willis is a mockery of justice. It's a joke. The whole thing is disgusting. They're just out to get him, meaning Trump. They're just out to get me. I think that's true. I don't think that's true. I know that's true. But they couldn't have picked a worse target because it's made me more popular. Can you believe me? I think I'm the only person in the history of government that got indicted and my poll numbers went up. You know why? Because you know that it's fake. It's corrupt. Just like Russia was corrupt. Just like their job numbers last week were corrupt. Did you see? They added 818,000 fake jobs on to try and make their numbers look better. And they got caught by a whistleblower. Thank you, whistleblower. Thank you very much. That's incredible, right? That's incredible. 818 jobs. And they were going to announce it because, you know, usually you cheat for 5,000, 6,000. They cheat for 5,000, 6,000, I've heard. Never has anybody seen 818,000. And they were going to announce a correction right after the election. But fortunately, a whistleblower came in and leaked it out, and that was a great thing and should be. If that were a Republican instead of a Democrat, they'd be out of office now for what they did. That was a fraud. 818,000 jobs, that's a fraud. If Comrade Kamala Harris gets 4 more years, you will be living a full-blown banana republic ruled by an anarchy and a tyranny. You're going to have something, and it's not her. It's the people that surround her. They're scum. They're scum, and they want to take down our country. They are absolute garbage. They want to take, hey, how about the J6 committee? So the J6 committee of political thugs and losers gets together, and they investigate J6 for years, destroyed the lives of many people, And now it was revealed fairly recently that they destroyed and deleted all documents, all evidence, all proof. They don't have anything. You know why? Because a lot of it pointed to Nancy Pelosi. It was her fault because she's supposed to be in charge of security, and she turned down thousands of soldiers or National Guard. She turned them down, and it was so obvious. And all of the stories, many of those stories were fake stories. They were all made up. And we caught them because the Secret Service, frankly, said that stuff wasn't true. They deleted and destroyed documents. Now, I think that's a criminal act. Isn't it a criminal act? What the hell happened? When is something going to happen? How come it always happens to a Republican but doesn't happen to them? They deleted and destroyed every ounce of documents and evidence that they did over a year and a half because it came out badly for them, and they should pay a big price for that. They should pay a big price. The moment we win, we will rapidly review the cases of every political prisoner unjustly victimized by the Harris regime, and I will sign their pardons on day one. I will sign it on day one. Right? Day one. We will completely overhaul Kamala's corrupt Department of Injustice and turn the Injustice Department back into the best law enforcement agency on the planet. Instead of persecuting Republicans, they will focus on taking down bloodthirsty cartels, transnational gangs, and radical Islamic terrorists, which words they won't even say. They won't even say any of those words. Second, I will bring back free speech in America because it's been taken away. They've taken away your free speech, and the fake news is a threat to this country. They are just horrible. These are horrible people. Not everyone. I mean, I know most of them up there. Some are good. Hello, Brian. No, some are good, and most of them are just absolutely terrible human beings. They know what's going on. You know what they'll write today? But look at this crowd. It goes from corner to corner. It's a mess. I flew over and I said, that's a lot of people down there. And you know what they'll say today or tomorrow when they write? Donald Trump spoke today in Wisconsin before a small crowd of people, a small gathering of people. They are just so bad. I don't know. It's, it's really hard to turn it back around unless they used to be like the police force. They'd write the truth, but they're no longer the police force. They're the police force for opposite. They're a police force for bad. They're bad. They're bad people, and they're very dishonest. And a lot of people don't understand. When you're a politician like these people, like me, like others, and you happen to be a Republican or somewhat conservative, they write just the opposite of what the facts are. And if you're driving a cab, if you're an accountant, if you're a lawyer, if you're something, other than that, you don't know the details. When we know the facts and then the story gets written the exact opposite of what it is, you start to lose faith in the press, I will tell you. But I will sign an executive order banning any federal employee from colluding to limit speech, and we will fire every federal bureaucrat who is engaged in domestic censorship under the Harris regime. We will do that. And third is I will expel warmongers. We have these people, they want to go to war all the time. You know why? Missiles are $2 million apiece, that's why. They love to drop missiles all over the place. I had no wars. Remember Crooked Hillary used to say, look at him, he's going to cause wars. No. My personality stopped wars. She said, look at his personality, he's going to cause wars. My personality stopped wars. We had no wars other than I finished wars that they couldn't finish. I defeated 100% of the ISIS caliphate, etc. And did it quickly. We did it in 4 weeks. It took them, they said it was going to take 5 years. We did it in 4 weeks. We have the greatest military. I got to tell you, they're not woke. Don't worry about it. When you hear they're woke, guys like Milley and some of these guys that were on the top, he's gone now, which is a great thing. He's the one that said, leave all the equipment in Afghanistan. It's cheaper. He told me that, too. That's when I didn't listen to him anymore. He said, it's cheaper to leave an airplane that costs $150 million brand new than it is to fly it out with a tank of fuel, jet fuel. It's cheaper to leave it behind. I said, this guy is really bad. He's really bad. It's amazing, though. Not one person from that horrible tragedy of Afghanistan, not one general, not one leader in any way got fired, not one person. Biden never fired anybody because they have the goods on them. So I fired people like crazy. I love to fire people. I love to fire people that didn't do their job. I fired a lot of people that didn't do their. I fire them. You didn't do your job. I'm sorry. Say hello to your family. You're fired. Get out. We got to get some. I will expel the warmongers from our national security state and carry out a much-needed cleanup of the military-industrial complex to stop the war profiteering and to put always America first. We put America first. And we're going to end these endless wars. They never stop. You ever see these wars? They go on for 14 years, 20 years. They're fighting ISIS for 21 years. These people are something. We knocked them out in 2 months, 1 month, actually. We had a good general there, General Raising Cane. We have great generals. We have great leaders. We have great military, and they're not going woke. You could put them in a room for 2 years and scream woke crap to them, and they'd walk out, and they wouldn't be changed. They're not going woke. Don't worry about our military. Fourth, to curtail the power of federal bureaucrats and save your thousands of dollars, we will cut 10 old regulations for every 1 new regulation. And at the suggestion of a great guy, Elon Musk. Has anyone ever heard of him? Huh? No? Elon. Oh, there's a rocket. Oh, look, a rocket's flying. It's Elon. Now, he's very good at what he does. He's going to have to save them. They have 2 people up there. Boeing had a little, I shouldn't say, there's a beautiful Boeing plane there. But Boeing had a little hard time, as you heard. So they're going to save, Leon's going to send up a rocket. He looks forward to it. That's all he thinks about is things like that. I said, Elon, what's taking so long? Let's get going. But you watch, he'll get that problem solved. What a terrible problem. It's embarrassing. That's what's happening with our country. Everything's embarrassing. You know, we don't win anymore. We don't win anymore. We used to win all the time. We won with me. We won everything with me. We won everything. Remember, I came to office and they told me, they greeted me with the following statement: "Sir, we have no ammunition." I said, wait a minute. We have no ammunition? No, sir. We've given it all away to our allies. Allies, by the way, they're allies, but not when we need them. They're only allies when they need something. If we were ever attacked, none of these countries, or very few of them, that we talk about all the time, none of them would come. We were just attacked by such and such a country. Listen, we need your help. They wouldn't take your phone call. But we give away billions and billions of dollars. No, I was greeted with a statement that, sir, we have no ammunition. And I built and rebuilt the greatest military in the world. And the first thing I did was ammunition. I got ammunition from everywhere as fast as you could. And I said to him, Mr. Congressman, what the hell are you saying we have no ammunition, even if it's true? You don't talk about it. Can you imagine? President Xi, thank goodness he was in a good mood. He's listening that we have no ammunition. Do you think he likes that sound? That's a beautiful sound to him. I said, why would you say it? Okay, medic, please. Doctor, thank you. Thank you very much. Take your time. Thank you, doctor. We get the greatest service here. It's amazing the way they just are right on it. Amazing. And some people are out here for 3 days. 3 days. So it's really incredible that things like this don't happen more often, actually. But they always turn out to be good. They're excited. They're excited by what we're doing because we're taking our country back from these lunatics. Take your time, doctor. We love you, Donna. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all very much. Thank you. I don't want to say too many thank yous because you saw Kamala at the convention when she got up. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I said, what's wrong with her? What the? So I don't want to say too much. Is that right, fellas? I got just every once in a while I'll say thank you, and I mean it, thank you. But my thank you is meaningful, I will tell you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Everything good? Everything good? Everybody happy? We have a good, strong person back there is getting up, yes? Okay, you tell me when. You tell me when you in the red shirt with those big muscles in your arms, those big, beautiful, beautiful person. Let me go. Should we go? You tell me when. Gets far back. These are the greatest people that will do this because they love the country. Is that okay? Is that what the okay sign is? She's okay? Say a prayer. Yeah, say a prayer. We need more prayers in this nation, I can tell you right now. That's the other thing. They want to shut down your religion. And they've done a pretty good job of it, to be honest with you. Thank you, doctor. Good doctors in these crowds. We have a lot of doctors in these crowds. There's always plenty of doctors. They're good ones, too. You know, in Butler, two of the doctors, they saved two people's lives that they thought were gone. We had Corey, the great firefighter, Corey, and he was gone, but the doctors saved the other two, and they thought they were gone. They were amazing, amazing doctors. Take your time, doctor. We have time, right? Right? We have time. That's right. We're getting a good sign, I think. Is that a good sign? We're getting a lot of good signs. That's great. Good. Got some good news back there, Ron, huh? Good job. I watched your speech today. Beautiful. Thank you. Yes? Good. Thank you very much. Thank you. And just make some room for them so they can get out and hopefully come back before we're finished, because we can stay here all day as far as I'm concerned. We'll stay here all day. Thank you very much. Doctors, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Anything happens, let us know. But at the suggestion of Elon Musk, I will create a government efficiency commission to conduct a complete financial and performance audit for the entire federal government. And we will cut the fat out of our government for the first time meaningfully in 60 years. We're going to cut the fat. There is so much fat, you won't even know it's gone. Fifth, we will drain the government education swamp and stop the abuse of your taxpayer dollars to indoctrinate America's youth with all sorts of things that you don't want to have our youth hearing. Ultimately, we'll limit, and you know what we're doing here. I say it all the time. I'm dying to get back to do this. We will ultimately eliminate the Federal Department of Education and send education back to Wisconsin and back to the states. We'll send it back to the states so that Ron Johnson can run it, okay? We'll send it back here. Mr. Tiffany, we'll get our Congressman Tiffany involved. He made a good speech, too. We're at the bottom of every single list in education. You know that. We're at the bottom of every single list, and yet we're number one in terms of cost per pupil. So, you know the expression I used once, twice, three times before, and it was very effective, actually. What the hell do we have to lose, right? We'll send our education back to the states. And, you know, some states will do a fantastic job. Some won't. And it's the same ones that are laggards right now. I don't want to name them because why would we want to embarrass Gavin Newsom and some of these people? Gavin Newsom, why would we want to embarrass him? But that's, by the way, speaking of California, she destroyed, as you know, Kamala, destroyed the greatest city in America, San Francisco. She destroyed it, totally destroyed it. Then she became Attorney General of the state. She destroyed the state of California. Now she's running for president. We're not going to let that happen. Sixth, we will not tolerate so-called equity policies that punish Americans based on race or gender. America will return to the merit principle, which has just been approved by the Supreme Court of the United States. You work hard and you will be very successful. We're back to the merit system. Nobody thought that was ever even possible. We need merit. There's so many people that are left out in the cold, and that's not going to happen anymore. You work hard, you work diligently, you go to school, you do what you have to do, but it's based on merit. Again, you haven't heard that in many, many years. And seventh, working with Robert F. Kennedy Jr., you know Bobby, RFK Jr., that was a meaningful endorsement. That was a great endorsement. We'll take on the corruption at the FDA, the CDC, World Health Organization, and other institutions of public health that have dominated and really are dominated by corporate power and dominated really by China. You know, the World Health Organization, they called COVID totally wrong. And I looked into it. We were paying them $500 million a year. China was paying them for $1.4 billion. We don't really know what we have because so many people have come into our country. We have no idea what we have. But let's assume we have 350 million, including 20 or 25 million criminal migrants, in many cases criminals. We have some of the worst people in the world coming into our country. Some of the worst criminals in the world are coming into our country. But we have 350 million people, let's say. They have 1.4 billion. They pay 39 million. We pay 500 million. Do you think that's a good deal? So I pulled out of it, and they came to me, and they wanted me to go back in. They wanted us to go back in, and I kept saying, no, I don't want to do it. And it became actually a very popular thing. I hate to say this, but politically, it was like people really liked it because they knew how we were abused by them. It's run by China. It's not run by us. We pay 500, and it's run by China, who pays 39 million. So they wanted to come back, and I said, well, how come China's paying 39 million? They have 1.4 billion people, and we're paying for a much smaller number of people. We're paying 500. We will make the same deal as we made with China. Well, I said, that would mean we'd be paying about 8 million, right? They said, no, we will make the same. We'll let you come in for 39 million. And you know what? I turned them down. Not for that. I turned them down for other reasons, and because they weren't good. And they were dominated by China. But Biden came in, this stupid person came $590 million. Now, he knew what was going on. he knew that, well, he probably didn't. He's really, do you think he knew? I don't think he knew. Do you think somebody said, sir, we can do it for 39? You know, it's not the biggest number when you're talking trillions all the time, but it's indicative of stupidity. And she's worse than him. He is a smarter person than she is. Oh, they're waiting for the debate. You know, if I destroy her in the debate, they'll say, Trump suffered a humiliating defeat tonight, no matter what. Although they did, you know, with Biden, one of the CNN people said that about my part, they said, the Donald Trump performance tonight was the single greatest debate performance I've ever seen. 2 days later, all they did is talk about how bad he was. They didn't talk about me. They didn't talk about me anymore. But no, it's a crooked system, but we're going to make it a very legitimate system again. We can do that, and I think we can do it pretty easily with people like you have over here. I think we can actually do it pretty easily. We will establish a panel of top experts to investigate what is causing the decades-long increase in chronic health problems and childhood diseases, including the autoimmune disorders, autism, obesity, infertility, and much more. And Bobby's going to be very much involved in that. We're going to get him involved because that's what he likes. That's what he's great at. Isn't it great to have a Kennedy with us? Isn't that nice? And this is really, I mean, I don't want to disrespect the rest of the family, but this has been the dominant Kennedy for the last 25 years. You know, he's a great guy. I've known him a long time. He's a great guy, and he really wants what's good for the country, and to have his endorsement is a very important thing. And Tulsi endorsed us, too, almost simultaneously. And we love Tulsi. She's been fantastic. She's a woman of great common sense, actually. I've watched her for a long time. She has great common sense. I will ask Congress to pass sweeping reforms to prevent foreign influence peddling, bribery, and corruption like we have seen with a certain family in the United States. The Biden crime family, that's the family. What the hell is happening with that family, Rod? What's going on with that family? You know, the night he spoke at the convention, Congress found out that he stole $27 million. Nothing happened. Nothing happens with these people. He stole $27 million, and he was speaking at the convention. They were saying what a wonderful president he was. The worst ever in history. You know, he made a State of the Union speech, the last one. It was so bad. And I turned to CNN and MSDNC. I wanted to see how bad they'd report on it because, you know, it had to be bad. And I turned, and one of them said, not since Franklin Delano Roosevelt has a speech been made so brilliantly or delivered so well. He was coughing in his hand all the time. He's coughing. Then he walks out and shakes everybody's hand. Some people actually didn't want, they went, hello, sir. Hello, sir. It's wonderful to have you up there, sir. So can you imagine, you know, Franklin Roosevelt was a great speaker in a certain way. Very elegant person, came from a very elegant neighborhood, so to speak. Very, very rich and entitled, but different from these people you have today. But very beautiful speaker, and they compared him to Franklin. Not since Franklin Roosevelt, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, has anybody made a State of the Union like that. And I said, this is really terrible. This is really terrible. And finally, I will support modifying the 25th Amendment to make clear that if a vice president lies or engages in a conspiracy to cover up the incapacity of the President of the United States, if you do that with a cover-up of the President of the United States, it's grounds for impeachment immediately and removal from office, because that's what they did. That's what they did. You know, think of it. If he didn't go to that debate, he'd still be running. He'd still be running. To every citizen who's sick and tired of the parasitic political class in Washington that sucks our country of its blood and treasure, November 5th will be your Liberation Day. November 5th this year will be the most important day in the history of our country, because we're not going to have a country anymore if we don't win. It will be the most important day in the history of our country. You know, I used to say that about 2016 because the border was bad, but the border was bad. It was like 5% of what's going on now. It was fine. And I fixed it very quickly and beautifully. And then I couldn't talk about it. I kept saying, I want to talk for the next election. Well, we got millions more votes. I couldn't talk about it. They said, sir, people don't want to hear about the border. It's in great shape. You fixed it. I said, I want to talk about the border. They said, sir, I'm telling you, nobody cares. And it's true. I used to talk about the border. They didn't care because I fixed it. But this border is so much worse. This border is at a level that there's never been a border in the history of the world that's been where 20 or 25 million people have poured in and nobody has any idea where they're coming from. Here in Wisconsin, you also need to defeat a radical left senator named Tammy Baldwin, who's bad news. Baldwin voted with Biden almost 100% of the time, giving you open borders, horrific inflation, the Afghanistan disaster. That's the most embarrassing day, I think, in the history of our country, right? He's nodding. I agree. And everything else, all of these problems that we have, all of the open borders and the people pouring in, you know, all of it, like the energy we can solve quickly, everything we can solve. But we have to do something. We have millions of people coming. I mean, they've poured in. They're here. They're here. You know, the border's been a little bit tougher lately because there's an election. That's the only reason. So the numbers are a little bit better than they were 3 months ago. But that's only for purposes of, the fact is, these people, these 20, 25 million people are already in our country. What they've done to us, it's suicidal. It is suicidal. What they've done to this country, nothing like that has ever. It's an invasion of our country. But running against Tammy Baldwin is a true American patriot. He really is. He's an incredible guy. I don't know. Nothing is easy. You know, you beat these people that are in Washington for so long, and many of them are no good, but they are hard to beat. They're hard to beat. She's no good. I mean, I was president for 4 years. I don't know. I'm not even sure if I ever met her. She doesn't do anything. She just votes the party line, and then she gets the party support. She doesn't do anything for Wisconsin. When I gave you the big boat contract, I gave you the biggest boat contract in years, and a lot of people didn't want it to go here. Everybody wanted it. I gave it. She never called me. She was the one person that should have been calling me. She never called me. I gave it to you for other reasons. But we have somebody that's running. Number one, he's central casting, you have to say. This guy is central casting, and he's smart, and he's tough, and he's a hero, and he's a success, and he'll make an incredible senator for you and your wonderful people who I know so well in Wisconsin. Eric Hovde is great. Come on up, Eric. Come on up.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's give President Trump a big Wisconsin hello. You know, all of us are here for one reason. And it's the reason why this man is going through all that he's gone through. He's been put through hell, attack after attack. Why I'm going through this, why you're showing up here. We love our country. We love America. And what the Democratic Party has become today are a bunch of progressive socialists that are destroying our wonderful country. They have turned our country upside down. What was right has become wrong, and what was wrong has become right. They're damaging our country economically. Under President Trump, your wages increased 7.7%, one of the highest growth rates ever. Under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they've declined by 2.2% because of all their inflation and reckless spending. Under President Trump, the border was almost closed, and he would have gotten the job done. Under them, who knows how many people flooding our country with criminal elements and fentanyl killing our young people. And then they push these crazy ideas like boys playing in girls' sports, men going into women's bathrooms, or transgendering our kids. That's right. Now, what they are experts at is lying. Kamala Harris and Tammy Baldwin are expert liars. You know, President Trump, Tammy Baldwin runs ads acting like she worked with you and getting things done in this state. I mean, it's priceless. Kamala Harris is now trying to steal your ideas. No tax on tips. They're trying to act like they are pushing it back against the invasion of our southern border. We're going to be tough on the border. Right. Where have you been? They've pushed to defund the police. They never stood with the police. Now they're trying to act like they're tough on law enforcement. Everything they've said has been a lie. And on top of it, they're corrupt. They are corrupt. Tammy Baldwin rails against Wall Street, and yet she lives on Wall Street with her Wall Street executive partner and taking money hand over fist. So that's what we're up against. Now, folks, as President Trump said, we have 59 days. This is the time. We can't go another 4 years what they're going to put us through. I'm going to tell every one of you, you have to walk away from here today. You have to grab every neighbor you know who's in the middle. Every family member that you know that's in the middle. Every friend, you got to sit down, you got to talk to them, and you got to get them to come over to our side for President Trump and me to bring this country back. So, are you ready? Are you ready to fight for your country? Are you ready to save the American dream? Let's go get them. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Eric. Great speech. Eric, thank you very much. That was great. He'd be a great senator. He'll be with another great senator, a friend of mine for a long time, Ron Johnson, who's here and made a wonderful speech. Thank you, Ron. Ron made a wonderful, wonderful speech. And you have a congressman from Texas that's here. He's very special. He's been with me from day one. He would be with me even if I did a lousy job, perhaps. But he likes the job I've done. He literally is camped out in Wisconsin. His name is Troy Nels, and he brought his brother. I believe they're twins. You certainly look like twins. Huh? He's better looking than you, actually. But Troy is amazing. His brother's Trevor. And what Troy has done is incredible. He's literally very popular in Texas. He's a very powerful, wonderful congressman in Texas. And he's come here, and he's staying here, and he's working so hard. And I said, what are you doing? He says, we got to get you elected. If you win Wisconsin, you're going to win the whole thing. This is a big deal. Wisconsin's a big deal. So I remember that, Troy. I know it. I've been hearing all about Troy. He's doing meetings and speeches and everything. And you know, it's amazing. He's back in Texas. They love him even more for what you're doing because they know exactly. We're doing very nicely in Texas, to put it mildly. We're winning by about 16 points or something. But this is a big one, so thank you very much. I appreciate you both very much. Thank you. And a man who I watched his speech, he did a very, very good job, Tom Tiffany. Where's Tom? Tom, great job. Great speech. Thank you. I watched it from the plane, Tom. Great. Thank you. Very popular guy, very good guy, very great congressman. Wisconsin GOP Chairman where is Brian? Brian Schimming. Brian, thank you very much. He's doing it. Are we winning, Brian? I think so, right? You've been fantastic. Thank you, Brian. Right from day one. Door County GOP Chair Stephanie Susek. Stephanie? Thank you. Thank you, Stephanie. Great job. Pierce County GOP Chair Stephanie Poton. Thank you. Thank you, Stephanie. Two Stephanies. And Marathon County GOP Chair, where are you? Kevin, where are you? Kevin, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kevin. Also with us is famed country singer, and she wrote some songs that have been top of the line and a winner of awards all over the place. Gretchen Wilson. Where's Gretchen? Gretchen, thank you very much. Great job. Great job. Do you want to come up, Gretchen? Okay, come up. Come up. Come on. What the hell? It's a Saturday. We have all day, right? Come on. Thank you. Thank you. It's a great honor. Thank you, Gretchen. Very nice.
I have notes. Is that okay?
Yes, yes, sure.
Hello again, Wisconsin. My name again is Gretchen Wilson. I'm a Midwesterner. I come from a very small town in southern Illinois. I grew up very much like Senator J.D. Vance. I had to work hard and fight my way out of poverty just like many other Americans have done. But this is what I was taught to do, to earn my way. Since then, I've done the impossible. I am now a Grammy award-winning country music artist, a producer, a songwriter, and most importantly, a mom. Now, back in the day, my family were all Kennedy Democrats, but that's when the Democrats were on the side of the people. Once I started paying attention to what was really going on, I realized the Democratic Party left us. As a songwriter, I pay close attention to words. The words that are being used and the words that are not being used. I urge all Americans to pay close attention to what you are hearing and not hearing from the media. Because the issues that are most important for our survival are what we're voting on. I'm here today to entertain you, but I'm also here today to show my support for the only team in this race that is telling you the truth. My story isn't really that rare, but the American dream that I have been fortunate enough to find will most certainly be lost forever if we do not show up and vote for freedom in November. It is on us. Let's make sure we, the people, do all we can to save our country by voting for President Trump and J.D. Vance. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Gretchen. Thank you, Gretchen. What a good job. Thank you, Gretchen. Great. That's great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Gretchen. As borders are, Kamala Harris let in over 20 million. They're now saying the number could be 25 million illegal aliens from 168 different countries. Most people don't even know that you have that many countries. Coming from prisons and jails, insane asylums and mental institutions, and terrorists at a level that we've never seen before. You know, I told this a few times. We were, during the Border Patrol is fantastic, and ICE, and our whole thing with the police officers, these are people that are brave and great, and they really want to do their job. But they came out with the Border Patrol a study on terrorism, and they said in 2019, my year, they said not one terrorist came into the country. Now, I don't really believe that. It can't be that good. It can't be, because now we have thousands coming in. But the fact that they'd even say that, and they didn't do it for me, they just did a report. They said not one terrorist, 2019, check it out. They said not one terrorist came into the country. Now we have thousands and thousands and thousands of terrorists pouring into our country at record levels. And it's going to end very badly. It's going to end very badly. We got to get them the hell out of here. We got to get them out of here fast. What they've done in allowing maybe 25 million people into our country, it should be illegal. They're destroying, it should be illegal. Maybe it is illegal. They're destroying our country. They're ruining our country. In Aurora, Colorado, entire apartment complexes are being taken over by armed Venezuela gangs with weapons, the likes of which even the military doesn't see. They're terrorizing residents and they're just menacing the whole state. But they are menacing that community, and the people are petrified. Even the sheriff, he's trying his best, but he's got a small force by comparison. This is like a military force, and they're vicious, violent people. By the way, Venezuela crime is down 72%. Crime is down all over the world because they're sending their criminals, not just South America, From all over the world, they're sending their criminals. They're sending people in jail for murder and drugs and everything else. They're sending them into our country. They're getting rid of them. Crime's down all over the world. Our crime is through the roof. And you haven't seen the migrant crime yet. It started and it's vicious, but you haven't seen the extent of it yet. They're just getting settled in. Colorado is a total mess with a governor that has no idea what to do. He has no idea. He's confused. He's afraid of the migrants, but he doesn't want to say it because that's a bad thing to say if you're a Democrat. You know, they put you right out of business. He fears the policies of Kamala, but doesn't want to lose his base or his job. He's afraid to say anything about it. Colorado began the threat to democracy against me, where they tried to unconstitutionally remove me from the ballot. I was the leading person in the whole country, leading everybody by a lot. And they said, let's remove him from the ballot. And then they say, I'm a threat to democracy. Think about that. But Colorado was the one that did it at the behest of the governor, probably. Many people in Colorado were absolutely angry at it. They didn't like it. Even Democrats and liberals, they said, that's terrible. You can't do that. Democrats did it. The concept of taking the #1 person in the Republican Party by far and taking him off the ballot so that the Republicans don't even have a nominee, because this was very far down the line. The case for me was won at the Court quickly and unanimously, and the governor, Jared Polis, had no idea what to do or say, never apologized, never did anything. They are radicals headed up by a radical governor in Colorado that has no clue how to solve this influx of crime into his state. And by the way, Colorado's one state. It's much worse in other states. But in Colorado, they've taken over. I mean, in Colorado, they're so brazen, they're taking over sections of the state. And, you know, getting them out will be a bloody story. Should have never been allowed to come into our country. Nobody checked them. Nobody checked, were they criminals? Were they from jails? We have them pouring out from jails. We have the worst criminals in all of these countries. 168 so far are registered, 168 countries. They're in our country, and they said, if you come back, you will be executed, you will be killed immediately. Not going to be easy, but we'll do it. But they have no clue how to solve their influx of crime in Colorado or anywhere else. But far more importantly, heading this governor's way are numbers of bad people that nobody will ever believe. That's just a little small group of people that are taking over. These people are tough. I always say they make our criminals look like nice people. At the time it happened, people said I would win Colorado. Colorado's traditionally not a Republican state. But I was actually tied and leading in polls in Colorado because people were so incensed at what this governor and his cronies had done by trying to strip the Republican Party of their candidate. So if I don't win Colorado, it will be taken over by migrants and the governor will be sent fleeing, because the people of Colorado should really do something that would be a classic. They should do a major protest vote in favor of Trump to reject the threat to democracy that they caused by an attempt at ballot removal. And Illinois is really the same thing, and Maine, another one. I mean, I don't understand. You know, I did very well in Maine, but they did that. The governors did that. Illinois is one of the worst-run states in the country, headed by a governor, J.B. Pritzker, whose family threw him out of the family business, so he became governor instead. And his state is going to hell. It's horrible what's happening. So if you live in Chicago and your state is going to hell, vote for Donald Trump. Just vote. We'll do a good job. We'll clean it up. We'll get rid of that horrible crime. You know, in Labor Day weekend, Chicago had 117 people shot, 17 died. This is worse than Afghanistan. This is worse than any place. It's a war zone. Other states should also vote for Trump in protest because their way of life has been changed in America. Protest it. Go back to the Democrats in 4 years, but you won't, because we'll clean up this mess. And you'll say, we're never voting for a Democrat. We like Trump and his friends. Migrants and crime are here in our country at levels never thought possible before, never even thought possible. You're not safe even sitting here, to be honest with you. I'm the only one that's going to get it done. Everybody's saying that. I'm starting to believe it myself, but they're saying the only one that's going to get it done, and I will tell you, I'm going to get it done. And so go out and do that protest. If you're Maine, if you're in Illinois, if you're in any state, because you're being overrun by criminals. You're being overrun by people. They're not being checked. They're not being vetted. They're taking over our country. They're forming armies in our country. And Aurora is just one example of many locations. Other places are probably even in worse shape. We just haven't heard about them yet. And a lot of governors don't like talking about it. Like this guy Polis, he said, no, don't talk about it. We don't want the world to find out. The world has found out. The world has found out. They have all the pictures. They have all the tape that you want. I've never seen anything like it. They walk in, they throw people out of their apartments. They take over the whole building. Now they take over another building. They're in the real estate business. Isn't that nice? They were in jail 2 months ago. Now they're in the real estate business in Colorado. Just 2 days ago, right here in small town Wisconsin, what a beautiful place. However, a member of a savage Venezuela gang was arrested for sexually assaulting a woman and attacking viciously a child. He's charged with suffocation, child abuse, sexual assault, and many other things. Bad guy. Shouldn't be in the country. Came out of jail in his country. I will get these monster criminals out of Wisconsin. I will get them out of our country. We're going to get them out fast. We're going to get them out fast. Very fast. They'll soon be back on the streets and jails of Caracas, Venezuela, and other places from where they came. Think of it, though. Venezuela crime is down 72%. People are saying, oh, isn't it wonderful, Venezuela? In fact, if they win, we're never going to lose touch with each other if they win. But we won't come here. It'll be too dangerous. We will have a meeting. We will have a rally in Caracas, Venezuela, because it will be safe by comparison to Wisconsin. Okay? So we'll all hop on a flight. We'll go over to Caracas, Venezuela, or one of hundreds of other countries that are safer than the U.S., because our country is a very unsafe country now. And we're really subject to what these people want to do. And these are violent people. These are people that were criminals at the worst level in their cities all over the world. 22 people out of the Congo in Africa. It's not just South America. People think it's Honduras and Guatemala, El Salvador, Mexico. It's not. It's countries all over the world. They're coming in. 22 people from the Congo in Africa. Where are you from? From the Congo. Oh, that's nice. Where did you live? Jail. Oh, what did you do? It's none of your business. That's what they told the people. It's none of your business. You can imagine what it is. But from Africa, from the Middle East, from Europe, from Asia, they're coming in from everywhere. They're getting rid of their criminals. They're bringing them into the United States of America, our beautiful country, our now failing country. It's a failing country under these lunatics. And they're bringing them in at levels that nobody's ever seen before. Ron Johnson sees it. He sees it all the time, and he gets sick over it. But we're going to do something about it, Ron. We're going to get it done. We have to. We have no choice. It's not like we have a choice. Not like we can say, oh, well, we'll live with it. You can't live with it because you're going to be killed. These are killers. But from all over the world, you take a look at the crime statistics. You take a look at the jail statistics. The jails are being emptied out. The mental institutions are being emptied out, and insane asylums. And then the press, when I say Dr. Hannibal Lecter, the press says, oh, why did he mention that? They're wise guys back there, just wise guys. They say he rambled and started talking about Hannibal Lecter. What does that have to do? That's a representative of people that are coming into our country. Dr. Hannibal Lecter, he will have you for dinner. You know that? He will have you for dinner. No, but this is what's happened. This is what's happening at levels that nobody can even imagine. Millions and millions. J.D. Vance is doing a phenomenal job. Today he said 25 million. He's doing a great job. You know, I picked the best athlete. I had great people, and great people. We have so many wonderful people. Marco was incredible, and Tim Scott was incredible, and you have a governor in a certain place that has a lot of oil. You know who I'm talking about. How good was he? And you have just great places and great people. And I got to know so many. I picked JD. JD, and I could have picked anyone. They would have been great. But JD had an incredible life. He had a mother who was very addicted to prescription drugs and not a lot of help from the father. And he was a great student, however, very smart. He went to Ohio State, graduated at the top of his class in 2 years. I said, 2 years, that's pretty good. I never heard of that. Then he went into the military. Then he came out, got accepted to Yale Law School, which is very hard to do without a father that has connections. Very hard to do, almost impossible. The reason he was accepted was that he was really smart. He was smart as hell. And then he worked, I guess, essentially on Wall Street or Wall Street alternative or equivalent, and did very well. And then he ran for office. I endorsed him, and he became a senator from the great state of Ohio, and he's doing amazingly well. But he's a brilliant guy, and the press went after him for about the first week, and then they gave up because he has the answers. He's really, he's conservative, but he really is like all of us. We're all sort of conservative, but what we really are is we have common sense, right? We have common sense. Common sense is more important, Ron, than anything else. We need common sense. We'd like to have borders. We don't want crime. We want good schools. We want nice housing. We want low interest rates, you know. It's called, we don't want wars. Ideally, we don't want wars. Everyone thought I'd be a warmonger. I was the opposite. But I did scare people away from having wars. And you know what I did? I used tariffs. I heard 2 countries were going to have a war. I called them both. I said, here's the story. You have a war. You're going to have to pay a 200% tariff to do business in the United States. And they'd both say, the leaders would say to me almost simultaneously, we've decided to make peace. I stopped so many wars. They went to Viktor Orban, the fake news. They went to Viktor Orban and they said, why is the world such a mess right now? It's flaming up in the Middle East and Israel and what's happened with Russia, Ukraine. Why is it? They said, you need Trump back in. He said, nobody understood Trump. China was afraid of him. Russia was afraid of him. You know, I stopped the Nord Stream pipeline, Nord Stream 2. And then they say I was very friendly with Russia. I got along good with sort of everybody, but everybody paid up. They had to pay up. We changed so many trade deals that were so bad. USMCA, we made that one. That was a great one from the worst trade deal we ever had. NAFTA, the worst trade deal any country probably has ever had. But we did a really good job. But JD, we're very proud of him. And he made a speech this morning, and I heard it was great. And I think you will agree, Ron, he's doing a fantastic job. As Vice President Harris cast the tie-breaking votes that caused the worst inflation in American history, costing a typical family $28,000. Think of that. Yesterday, it was announced that we lost 438,000 full-time jobs in August. We lost 400, almost 500,000 jobs in August. We lost 24,000 manufacturing jobs, nearly 6,000 auto manufacturing jobs. And if I'm not elected, you will not have an auto industry at all. Volvo today announced they're getting away from the electric. Other companies announced. We have paid trillions of dollars in subsidy for making these cars, and the market's not there. It's not there. It's a shame. And I'm a big fan of electric cars. I think it's great, but it's got a market. But I also want gasoline-powered cars, and I want hybrids. I want everything. Hydrogen is maybe coming. We want everything. The real unemployment rate rose to 7.9% in August. Did you know that? 7.9%. Our country's going down. Last month alone, American-born workers lost 1.3 million jobs, and migrants gained 635,000 jobs in a single month. Every job that we've gained has been replaced, not by American citizens, but by illegal migrants. Did you know that? Every job that was created over the last fairly short period of time was taken by illegal migrants. And I will tell you this, the black population and the Hispanic population are being decimated by these people coming in unchecked, unbalanced. They're coming in and they're taking the black population and the Hispanic population jobs. And next is going to be unions. You watch the unions suffer. The auto workers are not going to exist in a year and a half or 2 years because of what that fool did. Who's the head of the auto workers? He's a fool. Since the start of this year, nearly 1 million Americans joined the unemployment rolls. Nobody knows that. And now Kamala is pushing the largest individual small business tax in American history. And she said 70 to 80% tax is probably a good idea, a bold idea that should be discussed. 80%. Good luck with your small business. She and Sleepy Joe Biden waged war on American energy, opened up the Russian pipeline Nord Stream 2 after I had closed it. It was done. It was closed. As soon as he came in, he approved it. But he shut down the Keystone XL pipeline, Keystone. He shut it down, 48,000 jobs, and it was a very important pipeline, actually, but we'll get it open. But think of it. I shut down the biggest pipeline in the world, the Russian pipeline going to Germany and all over Europe. I shut it down. It was done. He gets in. He approved it. He approved it. But he shuts down the pipeline in this country, the XL pipeline. She re-entered the horribly unfair to the United States Paris Climate Accord. It sounds so nice, the Paris Climate Accord. Such a nice name. Oh, isn't that beautiful? We want the Wisconsin Accord. We want the people of Wisconsin, not the people of Paris. That Paris Accord was going to cost us $1 trillion, and other countries like China, it was considered third world. China, it's a developing nation. They didn't have to pay anything. India didn't have to pay anything. Russia didn't have to pay anything. France didn't have to pay anything. Nobody had to pay, only the stupid United States. We paid $1 trillion, and I closed it down, and as soon as he got back up, he opened it at even worse terms. Kamala Harris and the communist left have unleashed a brutal plague of bloodshed, crime, chaos, misery, and death upon our land, and it's only going to get worse. As Vice President, Harris has presided over a 43% increase in violent crime, including a 58% increase in rape. She supports defund the police, and during the 2020 riots, she encouraged her followers to donate to bail criminals, looters, arsonists, and murderers. She was trying to get the murderers out of jail, right? You're shaking, right? Everybody now knows it. And this is a person that wants to be president of the United States, and she didn't get a vote. As California Attorney General, she redefined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as totally nonviolent crimes. Oh, that's nice. Kamala supports states being able to take minor children and perform sex change operation, take them away from their parents, perform sex change operation, and send them back home. Can you imagine you're a parent and your son leaves the house and you say, Jimmy, I love you so much. Go have a good day in school. And your son comes back with a brutal operation. Can you even imagine this? What the hell is wrong with our country? Her running mate, Tampon Tim, did you see he signed a bill where tampons will be in every boy's bathroom? Isn't that nice? And he's a whack job. You know, they have a standard phrase that JD, who's very solid, and I happen to be very solid. I have other problems, perhaps, but I'm a very solid person. But JD's solid, I'm solid. They said this was just a soundbite. They gave it to all the fake news. The fake news, they're weird. No, he's weird. He is really weird. This guy. Can you imagine? I'm weird. It's just, you know, they do sound bites, and they gave one the other day, manufactured. The vote was manufactured. It's not a term that's used politically. Every network headed up something about the vote was manufactured. They follow the lead of these people, but we've got the lead. You know what? We've got the people. We got to stop the cheating. If we stop that cheating, if we don't let them cheat, I don't even have to campaign anymore. We're going to win by so much. In the meantime, too big to rig. Too big to rig. But he even signed, Tampon Tim, even signed a law that allows abortion in the 9th month and babies to be executed after birth. In other words, a baby is born, and what do? The mother decides she doesn't want the baby. You execute. That's not an abortion, that's an execution. And nobody wants that. There are 6 radical left states that allow that too, that nobody wants it to happen, nobody wants to see it happen, where they're allowed to execute the baby after birth, and nobody talks about it. And, we did a great thing when we got Roe v. Wade out of the federal government, got it back to the states, and now the states are all voting. And like Ronald Reagan, I happen to go with the exceptions. I think it's important, but other people, you have to go with your heart. But I'd say most people, 85% Republicans, they go with exceptions for rape, incest, life of the mother. But the 3 exceptions. But nobody wants to happen 8th month, 7th month, 9th month. But after birth, and you have after birth, and more people, more states are even planning on doing that. Nobody wants that. And now what we're doing is, because of what we've done, they wanted, all the great legal scholars wanted it out of the federal government. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, everybody wanted it out because it didn't belong there. They wanted it to go back to the states. And now the states are all voting. And frankly, some of those votes are coming out very liberal. If you look at Ohio, if you look at Kansas, if you look at some of the states. But the people are voting, and they're voting. We put it in the hands of the people, and they're voting. And that's the way people have wanted it for many, many years. And I'm just happy that we had Supreme Court justices that had the courage to do that, because that has torn our country apart for 52 years. And now the people are voting. From the moment we take back the White House from Comrade Kamala Harris, I believe we are going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. We're going to turn it around fast. Starting on day 1, I will seal the border and stop the migrant invasion of our country. We will carry out the largest deportation operation of criminals in the history of America. We will defeat inflation, and we will make America affordable again. We will make America the dominant energy producer in the world by far. That's called drill, baby, drill, right? Drill, baby, drill. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country. In 12 months, I will cut your energy costs in half. That means Wisconsin. We will cut it in half. And that includes your heating, air conditioning, electricity, gasoline for the cars. We'll cut it in half. And we'll do it easily. It won't even be, I think we'll do better than that. 12 months. You can hold me to it. Hold me to it. I want you to hold me to it. We're going to cut it in half. I will turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower more than it has ever been. And other countries that make us pay a heavy tax to do business with them will be charged the same tax when they send their product into the United States. And we did it to a pretty strong extent when I was president, and we were going all the way. Then we had to solve the COVID problem. But we will be doing that. It will be called the Reciprocal Trade Act. It's reciprocal. So if China or any other country charges us a 100 or 200% tariff or tax, then we will likewise charge them a 100 or 200% tariff or tax in return. And my message is simple. Make your product here in America and only in America. So we're going to charge tariffs to all these foreign countries that are coming in and ripping us off and taking our jobs and destroying our manufacturing. And it's what they do. We're going to do the same as they do. And, some of these people that are making decisions in Washington, they're very suspect, I can tell you. Not this group. This group, that's why they're here. They hate what they see happening. We're not going to be taken advantage of anymore, just as we made great inroads and progress 4 years ago. Nobody ever made such progress as we had. The greatest 4 years. We rebuilt the military. We had the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. We had no wars. We didn't get into any wars. Who would think, here I am, we didn't, you know why? Because they were afraid of us and they respected us. They know not to mess with wars. And as I said, and I say it over and over again, Ukraine and Russia would have never happened. Israel would have never been attacked on October 7th. Iran was broke. They were broke. Now, they're after me. So I should say, I love Iran very much. I don't care. I got to do the right thing. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for terror. Any of the many 28 different terror organizations, they had no money. They had no money whatsoever. They wouldn't have ever even thought about doing Israel. All of the things that have happened, and you know what else wouldn't have happened? Inflation. You wouldn't have had any inflation. Inflation was caused by energy going through the roof because these people were so stupid when they took over my energy policies. And energy was going through the roof, and then they went immediately back to my energy policies, Ron. They went immediately back. But what they don't understand is by now, I would have had energy at 4 times the amount that we had 4 years ago. And we were 4 years ago energy independent. Who would believe that? Now we get our energy from Venezuela. Did you see they took his plane the other day? They took Maduro's plane. Maduro's the dictator in charge. They took his plane. I said, oh, that's so serious. Now we can get a nicer plane because we buy our energy. So we give them billions and billions of dollars and they take back his stupid old plane. This is the thinking we have in our country. We shouldn't be buying oil from Venezuela. It's unbelievable. But we're not going to watch our wealth and our jobs get ripped away from us and sent to foreign countries. And Wisconsin will be one of the biggest beneficiaries, just like I gave you the Marinette shipbuilding contract that everybody in the country wanted. Every state wanted it. I'll probably lose a couple of states because I gave it to Wisconsin. I'll probably lose some states because I gave it to Wisconsin. But my plan is that if you open your factory in Wisconsin or Pennsylvania or Michigan or Minnesota or anywhere else in the United States, you don't pay a tariff or a tax. But if you move your production outside of the United States and send it back here, you have to pay a very substantial tariff. We're going to supercharge our country. We will charge other countries when their product is sent into our country. And why shouldn't we? That's exactly what they do. That's what made China strong. When Elon goes and wants to send his cars into China that are made in the U.S., they say, we don't want them. You have to build your factory in China. Then we'll accept you. Well, we're saying to China, you want to build cars? You want to send cars here? You're going to build your factories in the United States. You're not going to send them through. Take our jobs, take everything else. Got to build them in the United States. You can open up a beautiful brand new factory with American labor. The result will be that everybody in the world will want to produce right here in the good old USA. We will be able to build ships again. We will be able to build planes again. We'll be able to build our military again, all from within our country. You know, when we build a plane, the F-35 fighter jet, I bought a lot of them. For countries all over the world, actually, but I bought a lot of them. We have parts made in all different countries, and then they're assembled here. We want to make the parts here. What would happen in case of a war and 2 of those countries were fighting? And we say, by the way, you can't get the wings anymore. The wings are made in Turkey, and other parts are made in other countries. It's so crazy what they've done. And they did that to help out other countries. It's now time for us to help out our country. In the words of a very great but highly underrated president, William McKinley, I am a tariff man standing on a tariff platform. And he said that throwing open our market without protection was, quote, it destroys the dignity and independence of American labor, diminishes its pay and employment, decreases its capacity to buy products of farm and commodities of the merchant. It will bring widespread discontent. It will revolutionize values. It will take away more than half of our earning capacity of brain and brawn. Worse than that, it will take away from the people of this country who work for a living, and a majority of them live by the sweat on their faces. It will take from their heart and from their home, and it'll take from their hope. Their final thing is their hope. It will be total self-destruction. This is the man that wanted tariffs. He wanted tariffs to be taken from foreign countries. And you listen to some of our stupid people and some of the very stupid people in Washington, D.C. We don't want to charge tariffs. That's not, it's going to increase inflation. China paid us hundreds of billions of dollars, and we had almost no inflation. This group that came in, they had the highest inflation in the history of our country. We took in billions and billions of dollars from foreign countries in the form of tariffs, and I hadn't even gotten started yet. We'll be a rich nation again. We'll be able to do what we want to do. We have to do the tariffs. We have been treated so badly, mostly by allies, if you want to know the truth. Our allies treat us actually worse than our so-called enemies. But we have been treated so badly on trade and other things, on military. We protect them, and then they screw us on trade. We're not going to let it happen anymore. We're going to be a tariff nation. It's not going to be a cost to you. It's going to be a cost to another country. I heard Kamala the other day, Comrade Kamala, she said, oh, if you do that, he's raising your taxes. No, no, no. I'm not raising your taxes. I'm raising China and all of these countries in Asia and all over the world, including the European Union, by the way, which is one of the most egregious. They don't take our cars, they don't take our farm product, and we have a $300 billion trade deficit with them. And they're going to have to pay a price now because we've been supporting them for a long time, and it's no longer sustainable. So I'm a tariff president. I'm not a tax increase president because we're going to lower your taxes. When I'm back in the White House, we will pass large tax cuts for workers and also no tax on tips. No tax on tips. I will fight for you and fight for the ability. We are going to protect Social Security. We are going to protect Medicare. And we're not going to have any cuts. We're not going to have age increases. She's going to have to, you know, a lot of these migrants that are coming in are going on to Social Security and Medicare. Your programs are going to be destroyed. You're not going to be able to get in your hospitals. You see the lines of people? You can no longer get in your hospitals. You feel sick. You want to go to your hospital. You have hundreds and even thousands of people trying to get into hospitals. They're ruining your life. They're ruining your lifestyle. They're ruining your way of life. I will have no tax on Social Security benefits for our seniors because you've destroyed our seniors with your inflation. Inflation has destroyed our seniors and their Social Security. We will terminate the Green New Scam and spend that money on roads, bridges, real infrastructure, and paying down debt, not fake infrastructure that has caused massive inflation and has been of no benefit to our country. And I will settle the war in Ukraine. I will end the chaos in the Middle East. And I will prevent World War III. And I'm the only one that can do it. I will prevent World War III. And if I don't win this election, Israel, with Comrade Kamala Harris at the helm of the United States, is doomed. Israel is doomed. That's a tough statement. Israel will be gone. 1 year, 2 years, Israel will no longer exist. I better win. I better win, or you're going to have problems like we've never had. We may have no country left. It may be our last election. You want to know the truth? People have said that. This may be our last election. You got to get out and vote. This could be our last election. It'll all be over, and you got to remember, I don't want to say this because they say it's braggadocious, but if you look at the record, it's true. Trump is always right. I hate to be right. I hate to be right. I'm always right. I hate to be right. I don't want to be right about the things that I predicted, but I predicted what was going to happen at the border. I predicted all of the inflation. I predicted everything that's happened to our country. I predicted Israel. Putin would have never gone in, but I said if I'm out, he's going to attack Ukraine, but he would never have done it if I were there. We will rebuild our cities, including Washington, D.C. Our cities are a mess, and they're very dangerous places. We're going to make them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And we will keep the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency, and it is currently under major siege. Many countries are leaving the dollar. They're not going to leave the dollar with me. I'll say, you leave the dollar. You're not doing business with the United States because we're going to put 100% tariff on your goods. Sir, we would like very much to get back to the dollar immediately. Thank you very much. It's so easy. I don't know. It's so sad because Biden doesn't know he's alive and she's worse. This is how we will end the era of inflation, mayhem, and misery under Kamala and Crooked Joe, and unleash safety, prosperity, and peace for Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed. Together, we will deliver low taxes, low regulations, low energy costs, low interest rates, and low inflation so that everyone can afford groceries, a car, and a home. We will stop the invasion, end migrant crime, support our great police, strengthen our wonderful military, build a missile defense shield around our country, keep critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we will keep men out of women's sports. Did you see the Olympics? You had 2 boxers that transitioned from men to women. I wish them well. They transitioned and they were fighting. It was boxing for the gold medal. And the first match, it was a beautiful young Italian boxer who was very talented, very good, said to be a real threat for the medal. And she met a transitioned person. Boom. He gave her a little jab. Boom. She backed up. Whoa, what was that? She said, I've never been hit that hard in my life. A jab is like the light one before you hit the right. Then, boom, another jab. She said, I can't, I give up. Then there was a second boxer, the same thing happened. Congratulations, they both won gold medals. How about that? They both won gold. Congratulations to them. It's so demeaning to women, I don't understand. Who would want men to be able to play? The volleyball player got hit the other day recently with a smash from a transitioned person. She said, I've never seen anything like it. The ball camera, she was knocked unconscious, probably won't play again. The weightlifting records tell, for years they held up, they couldn't, a quarter of an ounce here, a quarter of an ounce there, they couldn't do it. The record is broken by hundreds of pounds. We got to get back to sanity in this country. We have to get back to sanity. We will defend the Second Amendment, restore free speech, and we will secure our elections once and for all. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with joy, opportunity, and hope. But for that to happen, we must defeat Comrade Kamala Harris, and we're going to stop the country-destroying liberal agenda. Once and for all, we're going to do it. We have to stop it. We're going to save our country. Our country, if it doesn't win this election, I believe is finished. I believe it. We cannot come back much. They will have 100 million of these people in here with another 4 years. 100 million people. If you think you have a nice house, have a migrant enjoy your house, because a migrant will take it over. A migrant will take it over. It will be Venezuela on steroids. So get everyone you know and vote. We want a landslide that's too big to rig. On November 5th, we will save our economy. We will rescue our middle class. We will reclaim our sovereignty and restore our borders. We will put America first, and we will take back our country. Together, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you, Bobby. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. We will make America free again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much, Wisconsin. God bless you. God bless you.
Young man, there's no need to feel down. I said, young off the street. It's a place there called the YMCA. They can start you back on your way. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything from your mental joy. You can hang out with all the boys. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Young man, there's no need to feel down. Young man, pick yourself off the ground. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA.
Every day, as while we were waiting during the speech, I got a couple text messages in. Trump is up in Arizona by 22%. He's up in Georgia by 18%, Texas in 16%, and as well as he's up in Pennsylvania. So huge numbers coming in for President Trump. A lot of support out there. Americans simply like his message. They love what he's got to say, and they are relatable. He's the most relatable candidate, and we know that because he speaks. He talks to the media. He talks to his people, and it's just, he's the common sense president. People love what they hear. They're fired up about Trump.
Yeah, this crowd really they were treated today. You know, I love how much time he took stepping off the stage, saying hello to everybody. It's a little bit warm out here, but everybody, for the most part, hung out for the entire speech. And you did as well, and we thank you for that. We love our RSBN viewers. I want to go ahead and thank 3 of our very key sponsors. Now, these are names that you hear all the time because they have really invested in the RSBN mission. So let's start with Birch Gold, one of the top sponsors of RSBN. I'm not sure if you know this, we touched on it a little bit earlier, but there's nearly $1 trillion of infrastructure and pandemic funds that still need to be spent. As the clock ticks down to November 5th, the Biden-Harris administration will likely push hard to spend a lot of that money, and that could lead to a big surge in inflation. Well, you know what? Birch Gold is here for you, because if they do that, Birch Gold wants to assure you that there is hope, and a surge in prices can be beat. A gold IRA from Birch Gold Group is the ultimate inflation hedge for your savings. Find out how you can protect your IRA or your 401k. We saw 2 really rough days back to back on the stock market, the Dow tumbling 400 points just yesterday. You can get a free info kit on gold by texting the word Trump to 989898. And when you make a purchase, they're giving away free Trump silver coins. This is worth your while. These collectibles depict Trump defiantly raising his fist after the attempt on his life. Don't miss your chance to own a one-of-a-kind piece of history. Coin collectors know they typically appreciate in value over time. You definitely want to get your hands on this coin while it lasts. Protect your savings from Biden's spending spree, Kamala's spending spree. All you got to do is text 989898, text Trump to 989898 today. Also want to thank a very important sponsor, a very relevant sponsor, Tax Network USA. President Trump just spoke quite a bit at length about taxes. Kamala wants to say that he's trying to raise taxes. We all know he's not. That's not the Republican way of doing things. But that's what she's going to go ahead and say. Here's the deal. Under the Biden-Harris administration, inflation has gone up. A lot of people have not been able to pay their taxes as easily as they could have before. So let's talk for a minute about how you can get some help if you have back taxes. Tim Walz, Kamala Harris, they love taxes. They're only going to spike them up even more so if they have the chance. Tremendously burdensome taxes really add up over time, and many of us are struggling right now. But if you do owe back taxes, let Tax Network USA give you a hand. It's a terrible idea to ignore them. The IRS is ruthless. They will go ahead and garnish your wages or even levy your bank account. They'll pull money right out to get what they think is theirs. So before it gets to that point, make it easy on yourself. Visit tnusa.com/RSBN. They have over 14 years of experience, and their expert staff of seasoned tax attorneys have a proven record of settling back tax issues for people all over the country. Their skillful negotiators can substantially reduce your tax debts. They will strive to get you the lowest possible installment plan, along with customized payment solutions. They're going to work hard to minimize or eliminate your penalties as well. Now, if you don't want to give the government a cent more of your hard-earned money than you have to, then reach out to the experts at Tax Network USA. They offer highly effective solutions for individuals and businesses as well. Be a business or an individual. If you need some help, they're there for you. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Tax Network USA has saved their clients over $1 billion in back taxes. No matter the size of your tax issue, their expertise is your advantage. They can also negotiate with the IRS to protect your assets from seizures. So don't let it get to that point. Go ahead and reach out to the experts at Tax Network USA for immediate relief. Here's what you can do if you want to get your hands on some very important help from the specialists. 1-800-357-1415. They will guide you every step of the way. Or you can visit tnusa.com/RSBN. Don't let your tax issues overpower you. Turn to Tax Network USA and find your path to financial peace of mind.
And I'll tell them all about our friends at the Wellness Company. Listen up, guys. The world is getting more unpredictable by the day. We've got assassination attempts, rumors of civil war, and an unstable stock market, Venezuelans taking over apartment buildings, and now the looming threat of bird flu is on everyone's mind. Did you know the WHO has announced there's a bird flu summit coming in October? Eerily reminiscent of Event 201 that foreshadowed the pandemic. And get this, the first topic on the agenda is mass fatality management planning. If that doesn't send chills down your spine, I don't know what does. But there's good news. You don't have to be scared. If you're prepared, the Wellness Company created a contagion emergency kit, and every home in America should have at least one. They're packed with life-saving meds like ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, and antibiotics like Z-Paks, and all backed by experts like Dr. Peter McCullough. Imagine this: no more frantic searches for a doctor, no more emergency room visits, just a few clicks and no waiting, and this will be delivered directly to your door. In times like these, having the Contagion Emergency Kit is not just a luxury, it's a necessity. Protect yourself and your family by preparing now. Visit twc.health/RSBN and use code RSBN to save you $45 at checkout. Kits are only available here in the USA.
I'm going to talk about Tennessee Land and Lakes, another one of our fantastic sponsors. For over 42 years, Tennessee Land and Lakes have provided their customers with unique buying opportunities with great prices on hard-to-find properties. They do the hard work for you. Looking for a house, as you probably know, it's difficult. Let them work for you because they have a set of standards that they must meet before they actually develop a property, including it must be in an area of high demand or in the path of growth, and it must be a beautiful place for your dream home. And Tennessee is a beautiful state. Living in Tennessee offers residents a great sense of community, connection to the land as well. It's a great, can you picture seeing your kids playing out on a beautiful parcel of land where you've got a creek running through? That is what Tennessee can afford you. And Tennessee Land and Lakes is here to help you. We're talking about a state with low property tax, no state tax whatsoever. And just like we're seeing today in this small town, small towns are the heart and soul of America. These properties just outside of Nashville are surrounded by family-friendly communities. You make a beautiful life for yourself and your loved ones. I live in Nashville. It's a beautiful, wonderful place to be. You're surrounded by Christians. You're surrounded by Trump supporters. And Tennessee Land and Lakes offers amazingly beautiful properties that give you the benefit of being close enough to Nashville to enjoy everything that Music City has to offer, but you're still far enough away to escape big city life. If you've been considering a move to the scenic countryside, Tennessee Land and Lakes can help, and their staff is phenomenal. They will walk through every step of the way with you. They're friendly. They'll take all the time that you need to answer your questions. Buying a property, it's a big, costly endeavor, and they want to make sure that you're completely satisfied with your purchase. I want to give you the number to call for Tennessee Land and Lakes, 866-345-LAND, 866-345-LAND. One more time if you want to grab a pen, it's 866-345-LAND. Lands.
And you can also get them at 866-345-LAND.com. I want to tell you guys also what's happening out there. Obviously, we've seen COVID, monkeypox, bird flu. The threats are constant, and we are not getting the full story from mainstream media or the people in power of our government right now. But here's the truth. You don't have to sit back and rely on them to protect you. Dr. Vladimir Zelenko, the fearless physician who advised Trump administration and saved countless lives with his at-home treatments, has created Z-Stack, the original all-natural at-home preventative vitamin for COVID, flu, and other viral illnesses. This isn't just another supplement. It's a powerhouse of keratin, zinc, vitamin C, and vitamin D, specifically designed to keep you ready for anything. Imagine the confidence of knowing you're protected and prepared. Taking your health into your own hands. This is about taking back control. So don't wait for someone else to tell you what to do. Take action now. Go to www.zstacklife.com and grab your bottle of Z-Stack today. Use promo code RSBN at checkout and save 20% with Z-Stack. Protect yourself, protect your family, and stay strong, Z-Stack. Once again, that's www.zstacklife.com and use code RSBN.
You know, it's never too early to get your kids excited about politics, continuing to keep this country great. We live in such a blessed nation. So I want to tell you about a limited time offer for the free Trump book. It's a special offer just for RSBN viewers. We invite you to give your kids and grandkids an education that they just can't get anywhere else. The Kid's Guide to President Trump. For a limited time, you can get this book absolutely free. The Kid's Guide to President Trump was designed to help American children learn about our government's rich history, along with other important subjects that schools just don't teach anymore. Children deserve to hear the inspirational story of Donald J. Trump, what he has overcome to reach his goals. You're also going to find out about his vision to reclaim the presidency and guide our nation toward a brighter future. The best part is the price is right. It's absolutely free. You just cover the shipping and it's very minimal. Visit freetrumpbook.com and get yours today. I just ordered one for my 4-year-old Eli, and I look forward to reading it with him. I can't wait for it to come in the mail. The well-respected former governor of Arkansas, Mike Huckabee, you see him there in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, dapper as can be. He's a co-sponsor of this book, and he says the best way to fight for America and her future is to educate your children on Trump and the fight to save America. Our children, they're going to inherit this great nation, so it's our responsibility to educate them and prepare them for a future that they too can enjoy in this country. Prosperity that we've all become accustomed to. Visit freetrumpbook.com and get yours today.
And one more. A lot of us are struggling to keep up with everyday bills, food, gas, and even that power bill. If you own a home and want to call our friends at American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month by tapping into their home's equity and wiping out high-interest credit card debt. $854 a month is like saving $10,000 a year. Credit card interest rates are insane, and most of us are still carrying a balance month to month, and if you're only paying the minimum, it's going to take you years to get rid of it. There's no upfront fees to get started, so call American Financing today. And if you call today, you may not have to make next month's mortgage payment. American Financing, 888-402-0299. Again, AmericanFinancing.net/RSBN. And last but certainly not least, our friends at Patriot Pay. Again, bear with us, guys. We are live here, and internet is not great. Doing our best here to keep up as quickly as we possibly can, and we thank you guys for joining us as always. I hope you guys enjoyed President Trump's rally here in Wisconsin. And folks, Steve Bannon has something crucial to share with you today, a tool that's making decentralized currency simple and accessible for everyone. It's called Patriot Pay, and it's the easiest way for you to get started with crypto. With just $20, you can dive into the world of cryptocurrency, and it couldn't be simpler. In minutes, you'll be able to buy Patriot Pay, Steve Bannon's coin, along with a variety of other top cryptocurrencies, all in one easy-to-use app. No complicated steps, no need for technical knowledge. Patriot Pay makes it all hassle-free. You can even make anonymous political donations through the app with just a few tags, supporting leaders who stand for our values like President Trump and Kari Lake. You can contribute to those causes and care causes you care about while keeping your donations private, all in the same app. Patriot Pay is also building the Patriot economy, helping businesses that share our values connect with customers like you. If you're a business owner, it's easy to get started with free listings in the Patriot economy. Just reach out today. So don't wait. Download Patriot Pay now, and with just a few clicks and $20, start taking advantage of benefits of decentralized currency. Visit app.patriotpay.org or download the app to get started. It's never been easier to join the movement and support the causes that matter most. Download the app by visiting app.patriotpay.org.
You know, MyPillow is a big sponsor of everything that happens at RSBN. We want to take a moment to thank one of our tremendous sponsors, Mike Lindell at MyPillow. I've had a chance to get to know Mike. He's a great Christian man. I actually hosted a documentary-style show on Mike Lindell, and he always wants to give back. He's bringing back the $25 extravaganza, and he has an exclusive offer just for you, our RSBN viewers. For a limited time, you can get a 2-pack of multi-use MyPillows. You can get the incredibly comfortable sandals. You can also get the beach towels, or for your home, a 6-pack of towel sets, all just for $25. Comfortable sheets as well. I have them in every single bedroom of my home. They all start at $25. Another amazing offer, the My Mattress Topper. Great for on-college dorm beds. They can also help your kids get a great night's sleep. If you're looking for a mattress topper, they come in every bed size and start as low as $69.99. Just visit mypillow.com and use the promo code RSBN.
And last but certainly not least, you guys know RSBN is your 2024 election headquarters. We're committed to bringing you the most comprehensive coverage of President Donald J. Trump's campaign and so much more. Stay tuned to every rally. You won't want to miss a single moment. Make sure to like and share this broadcast, and while you're at it, subscribe to our channel, hit the notification bell so you'll always know when we're live. Follow us on any social media platform. Obviously, I told you this before. Just search for RSB Network. For exclusive updates straight to your inbox, sign up for our newsletter, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. And if you love our content and want to support our mission, please consider donating to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Every contribution, big or small, helps us continue to bring you coverage of President Trump that you won't find anywhere else. We truly appreciate your support, and we mean that from the bottom of our heart. Text RSBN to 801-801 to stay connected with all of the latest from RSBN. Thank you for supporting RSBN, and we are proud to be your go-to source for election coverage. Well, again, another amazing rally here in Wisconsin. President Trump just took off. You might have heard that in the background. The crowd was fired up. It was a great day. How did things go for you?
They went really well, and you know what? Everybody here is cleaning up. It was a nice, safe event. It's just been a beautiful day. I want to thank you so much for joining us. If you're still there, we really value you sticking this out with us all the way throughout. And you know what? For those of you in the chat, because you might be the only ones watching, thank you for your support and for your interaction throughout the day.
Keep chatting it up. We'll see you guys online. We'll see you in the forum. We'll see you in the chat on YouTube. We appreciate your support. Stick with us. We're 59 days away from the election. Make sure you get out and vote. Thanks for watching RSBN.
You ask and we listen. We're finally bringing the most requested offer ever. Get the queen size premium MyPillow, now only $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. It helps keep your neck aligned and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep of your life. But that's not all. Get our 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets only $25. Our brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. Get our famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25 and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products, including the premium queen size MyPillow, only $19.98. That's the lowest price ever. Don't delay, order today. From all of us here at MyPillow, thanks America!
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk. Don't forget to catch the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show here at RSBN. That's right, RSBN. Now that's Right Side Broadcasting Network. Okay? See y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Hi folks, RSBN founder and CEO Joe Steele's here. Did you know there is nearly $1 trillion of infrastructure and pandemic funds yet to be spent? That's right, there's a massive amount of money the lame duck administration is pushing hard to spend in their last few months. If the president is able to push these funds out, we could see another prolonged inflation surge. happen, and I'm sure you remember the terrible effects that high prices had on most Americans. But there's hope. A surge in prices can be beaten. A gold IRA from Birch Gold Group is the ultimate inflation hedge for your savings in uncertain times. To see how to protect your IRA or 401k, get your free info kit on gold by texting the word Trump to 989898. Birch Gold makes it seamless to roll over your retirement account while preserving your tax advantage status. Don't wait for the president's spending spree to tank the dollar further. Protect your financial future now. Text Trump to the number 989898 for your free info kit from Birch Gold.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.